Left lane, Chris Razale. Fast lane cycles, Chris Razale. Right lane. And both bikes away clean. Harris on the V-twin out of Harahan, Louisiana. Chris Razale, North Carolina, goes 11:43 at 113 mile an hour. 11:49 at 113 for Ronnie Harris. Next pair stages them up. Ken Kobe in the left lane. Big Monster V-twin right lane. Grothis Ultra 460 to lane 1, please. Grothis Ultra 460 to lane 1, please. Ken Kobe working his way down there. He is a two-time champion with Man Cup so far this year, and he's ready for another championship shot. If he can win this race like he did the other two, there's no stopping him. Crosby Bear. Mr. Crosby Blair, the Cross. Out of Georgetown, Tennessee, is in the left lane. That yellow monstrosity. Here comes Vance. Here comes trouble. Donnie Huffman in the right lane. He is a tough nut to crack. Good luck racing with Donnie. He's a tough. Spencer Allen out there. John Ard just made a pass. Johnny Ard, combat vet, racing on a Honda CTX 700. We got Spencer Allen now and Tate Horta. Lamination Station, Spencer Allen in the left lane on a V-twin. 0.62 reaction time and 0.13 by Horta. Horta has been killing this tree on his practice runs. Killing it. 0.13 reaction time with a street bike, a V-twin. Ain't that something? Grothis Ultra 460. Lane 1, please. Grothis Ultra 460 bikes to lane 1, please. Donnie Huffman in the right lane with an 0.44 reaction time. Vance Houdeshell 0.01 light. Yeah. And he went 9.99 on that pass. Vance has his A game all tuned up. He's ready. He is ready to do battle. That's why he has won the Vance and Hines V-twin class so many times. Nobody has more national event wins in V-twin than Vance. He is tough. Barry Pryor, and he's from Chesapeake, Virginia. You'll see a lot of Barry this weekend. He races different bikes in multiple classes. Grothis Ultra 460 to lane 1, please. Grothis Ultra 460 to lane 1, please. Okay, we are past the 9:30 a.m. mark, which tells me that Man Cup's Motormania TV is in effect, and I want to welcome viewers worldwide who are tuning in here for the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Wiseco here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. We are sending our first 3 classes of Street ET racers down the racetrack. To start things off, they're all taking 1 test hit in each class. Liska Racing Street ET, Vance and Hines Race Shop V-twin, and also MPS Pro ET. Once those 3 classes have made their runs down the racetrack, and we have concluded with Liska Racing Street ET, you are seeing Vance and Hines Race Shop V-twin bikes go down the racetrack currently, and then you will see MPS Pro ET bikes follow. In fact, we're moving on to that right now. These are our MPS Pro ET bikes rolling out for their first pair. Once we conclude with them, we're going right into Grothis Ultra 460 for Q2. Grothis Ultra 460 motorcycles, I need you in lane 1 now. Grothis Ultra 460 to lane 1. MTC Supercomp, I need you in lane 2, please. MTC Supercomp, lane 2. That's where the program is. Once we run through the Street ET bikes, we're going to go through Q2 with all of our sportsman classes, and we expect to be ready for 12 noon to prep this track so that at 12:30 we start sending Q2 for the pros down the racetrack. That's when we expect to see them down there. There are 2 pro qualifying sessions today, Q2 and Q3. There are 3 qualifiers to the event. Q2 is going to happen at 12:30, and Q3 is slated for 4:30. Do keep in mind that this is drag racing, and in drag racing, as I'm fond of saying, drag racing happens. So whatever happens, we're going to handle those contingencies as they come our way. That's what we do with drag racers. We handle it. Changes happen, we adapt. Out on the 1320 right now, you are seeing our MPS Pro ET bikes make their test hits this morning. And once they are done, we will start rolling 460 bikes right out of lane 1. Grothis Ultra 460 motorcycles to lane 1, please. All right, still rocking and rolling with our MPS Pro ET bikes. Talk a little bit about that. Right now we have Marth White in the left lane and Damian Solis in the right. 094 reaction time for Solis on that 03 Hayabusa in the right lane. Goes 966 at 144 miles an hour on that pass. Marth White goes 867 at 163. They are working as hard. For parents who have little children here at the racetrack, especially if you have toddlers, those little ears really need to be protected. Should never have little infants and children out there on that race surface and have them exposed to this tremendous loud noise. They really should have protection on. It is a mistake to have your children out there exposed to such loud. I would encourage you to get protection and put protection on them at all times here at this facility or any racing facility. Racers in the lanes, as soon as you see that tree start to come down, start your burnout. As soon as you see that tree coming down, you should be spinning the rear tire. Grothis Ultra 460 are queuing up for their shootout. Supercomp, lane 2, please. MTC Supercomp bikes, bring them up to lane 2. MTC Supercomp motorcycles to lane 2, please. All right, our next pair going down that racetrack will be Mike Scott out of Crowley, Texas in the left lane and Jesse Baker in the right. MTC Supercomp motorcycles to lane 2, please. MTC Supercomp bikes, come to lane 2, please. MPS Pro ET time trial shot in progress right now out on that 1320. All these racers are making test hits. They had one test pass last night. They have a second test pass today. And tomorrow when they come out on the 1320, they'll be racing for real. In drag racing, 2 go down the racetrack, only 1 will come back the next round. So the field gets cut in half every time. With Grothus Ultra 460, we've got 40 motorcycles in that class, which is a lot of bikes, yes. But after round 1, we've only got 20, and then we're down to 10. Things happen quickly in drag racing. Tyler Fisher, right lane, 017 red light. A red light start is an instant foul, and an instant foul immediately eliminates you from competition. Don't ever want to turn on the red light. However, in practice, if you're going to make a mistake, it's time to do it. Currently in the right lane, Trevor Schnitz from Decatur, Illinois on a 2010 Gixxer. Getting ready to drop that hammer. And he's been trained by some of the best. 058 red light by Trevor. Ron Raymond, 016 green. 829 at 155 for Trevor. 058 red light by Trevor Schnitz. He'll be working to improve on that, I promise you. I see our kitchen staff is gearing up. As soon as that concession stand is open, I will let you know. They are getting you ready. If you're hungry, hang on. Help is on the way. Carlo Testa and Thomas Cole next. Thomas Turtle Cole out of Davenport, Iowa. Testa from Akron, Ohio. Both bikes away clean. 012 reaction time by Cole. Thomas Turtle Cole may have a nickname of Turtle, but there's no turtle on that starting line. Not with an 012 reaction time. That was a beautiful number. Oh my. Just 12 thousandths away from a perfect reaction. That's an excellent number. You really don't want to be any closer than that to the tree. Any closer than that, you're definitely in trouble. But still, a green light is a green light. And a green light will get you a win light. Robin Zaveski with an 038 reaction time. Robin Procopio, right lane. 806 at 157 for Robin. She is fast, fast, fast. Next pair good to rock and roll. Carol Pelican in the left lane with a red light start by 061. Chuck Curls 018 reaction time. I've seen some great reaction times, which is precisely what I expect to see. Because these are MPS Pro ET racers. And these Pro ET guys, number one, they race for big bucks. Number two, they are professional class ET racers, and they ain't playing. They're not. They are not playing. They are serious about this. Grothus Ultra 460 Grothis Ultra 460. You will roll out of lane 1. MTC Supercomp, lane 2, please. MTC Supercomp to lane 2. Everybody working hard this morning and racing hard. Love it. Mark Rowland out of Clarksville, Tennessee in a 1988 Suzuki in the right lane. Look at that old Gixxer. Wheel stand by Wally Davis in the left lane handling that Kawasaki, and it is a handful. Big, powerful motorcycle, 914, 149 miles an hour. Wally Davis. And Mark Rowland out of Clarksville, Tennessee in the right lane went 1022 at 125. MPS Pro ET Racing, and Mr. MPS himself is out there, Dan Rudd, Castleberry, Florida. Dan Rudd is in the right lane with the MPS Leathers. He goes 0.27 on his reaction time. Dan Rudd looking good. 8.95 at 143 for Mr. Rudd. Shane Cunningham in the left lane out of Naples, Florida. 9.83 at 144. MPS Pro ET bikes are coming through the lanes pretty quick here, and they're looking good. As soon as you see that tree start to come down, start your burnouts, please, racers. I'm sure we will see over 100 bikes in Pro ET. You can already see it. The line was all the way down the end of staging, from all the way up here in upper staging. That's how long the line was. A whole sea of motorcycles. We love it. Grothis Ultra 460, you are going to roll out of lane 1. MTC Supercomp, lane 2, please. MTC Supercomp, lane 2. Hi, John Carter from South Carolina, and Mike Lakowski. Lakowski in the left lane on that 1983 Suzuki GS power-based machine. Carter in the light lane. Very sharp leathers, looks good. Here comes the tree, and they are away clean. 067 red light by Carter, 025 green from House. And Stephen Knight and Ryan Schnitz will match up next. Jason Herron out there trotting down the racetrack. All the racers getting in on the action, whether they're on the bike or off the bike. They have to be a part of what's happening and check it out. Stephen Knight handles that wheel stand beautifully. 0.53 reaction time, goes 8.55 at 157. Ryan Schnitz, 8.28 at 176. I believe I saw him put 180 mile an hour up on the board yesterday on one of his passes. And that just boggles my mind with a Pro ET bike putting a $180 up there. That is some serious horsepower. Serious horsepower. 460, you should be out of lane 1 and you should be all paired up down there, good to go with your deal coming our way next. MTC Super Comp, lane 2, please. MTC Super Comp, lane 2. Super Eliminator, you are on standby. Super Eliminator, you are in standby mode. I will not call you until the Pro ET bikes are down to like their last pair. Dennis Stewart, red light start by 5 thousandths in the left lane. For those of you just tuning in on the World Wide Web, what you are seeing right now is MPS Pro ET motorcycles making their test hit. This is their second and final test session of this event. The next time they roll out tomorrow, they will roll out into competition. So with 2 test hits allotted all of our ET racers, Liska Racing Street ET, Vance and Hines V Twin, and also MPS Pro ET. And these are the MPS Pro ET bikes now. We are about 50% of the way through this sea of motorcycles. And once they are finished with their test hits, we're going right into Growthus Ultra 460 competition. Those bikes are paired up and coming out of lane, and they will come out of lane 1. MTC Super Comp is currently filling up lane 2. As the lanes empty out, we fill them back up at the next class. Super Eliminator is on standby. That's where we're at in the program right now. Q2, for the professional classes, there are 3 professional classes qualifying sessions. Last night was Q1, and we're going to move into Q2 at 12:30 today. Eastern Standard Time. Dustin Lee rocking down the right side with an 0:33 reaction time. Eric Birchfield in the left lane cut an 0:49 light. Dustin Lee 8.79 at 151 with an 0:33 reaction time for Mr. DL. As we move on to our next pair of MPS Pro ET motorcycles. It's just a sea of bikes here in the staging lanes, and we are moving them with great purpose this morning. We got rolling at 9:03, had our first pair down the racetrack, and we had close to 100 bikes in Street ET. We had them down that racetrack in 30 minutes. Went right into V-Twin, and then we moved right into MPS Pro ET. The whole show is just moving along like a clock right now. Moving around, moving on like clockwork. Looking good out here. All right, adjustment on the monitor. We're good to go. Dennis Padilla of Miami, Florida in the left lane. Boo Brown in the right. Boo is one of our favorite racers. I don't care who you are. If you know Boo Brown, you know a class person. This guy is so nice. He's such a gentleman. And what a great racer he is, too. Boo Brown with an 0:43 reaction time. Padilla with an 0:27 light. 2 very different motorcycles. looking at an 811 in the right lane and a 935 in the other lane. And when they actually go into competition, what's going to happen with bracket racing, which is what Pro ET is all about, they will predict what they're going to run before they run it. And that prediction is a number that they have to run right on. They can run that number, or they can run just a little slower than that number. But if they go quicker than the number that they predict, they automatically foul. That's called a breakout, in which case they would be disqualified. You have to run as close to the number as possible or right on the number, but you cannot run quicker than your prediction. Bracket racing is founded on a principle where everybody is the same. Doesn't matter how much money you have in your bike, your equipment. It's all about consistency in driving. And that's what makes bracket racing so much fun and makes it so competitive, because you just predict what you're going to run and you have to go out there and run it. Carrillo Roman getting a little sideways out there in the right lane, and James Henson straight as a string on the left side with an 018 reaction time. Henson, of course, gets to the finish line first. Carrillo Roman did a good job of handling that motorcycle, getting sideways on him. He straightened it out safely. Got right down that right lane. Very important. Pablo Gonzalez of Puerto Rico in the left lane, getting ready to make his Pro ET hit. Pablo is currently number 1 in points in MPS Pro ET with 174 points. Alexis Brianna Baker, 148 points. Craig Adams, 135. Mark Colson, 129. This is MPS Pro ET Racing Test Session, and you're watching the points leader, Pablo Gonzalez, in the left lane. He went 9:39 on that pass. More importantly, he had an 0:09 reaction time. Yes, that's what you want. That's what you want to see out there. Tight reaction time. And I'll tell you, Craig Adams is out there now too. Craig Adams is currently 3rd in points in Pro ET. He's in the right lane. Bailey Ferrara left lane. And it's 10:03. I'm going to turn the mic over to my partner here, Mr. Jacob Green. We're working in 2-hour shifts. Jacob will take over now from 10 to 12 noon, and I'll be back at 12 noon. Thank you.
All right, Craig Adams. Brunswick, Ohio, getting away with an 019 light, 823, 160 out back. Bailey Ferrara. Don Chavot, okay. Gotcha. Don Chavot was over there, Strange side. Here's Ralph Medrano, Summit Racing side. No bar small tire combo he's got going on there. Ralph is out of here with a 17 light. Strange side's out with a 35 red. About an 833 with a 674.41. Out of Ralph Medrano down there. Here's Calvin Mason, Summit Racing side. Chickasaw, Alabama native, the 1990 Kawasaki body. With Dusty Brazel on the Strange lane, the 08 ZX14. Brazel goes 32, Mason is 88. Mason gets down there 895, 143 miles an hour on the nose. Dusty Brazel 8.919. Austin Bridge from Bealton, Virginia. 2012 Kawasaki ZX14 strange side. On the summit lane, it's Dale Cranford from Orlando, Florida, the 2008 Suzuki. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460, we should have you over there. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460, we should have you over there. MTC Super Comp also. MTC Super Comp, you should be here also. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 and MTC Engineering Super Comp. We should have you up here. Right now we're just checking a few things out. Dale Cranford gonna make a signal, but the bike stalls. And that stinks. Dale Cranford having to back it up. Harvey Hubbard and Wardell Pinckney making the trip right now. 65 for Wardell, 55 for Harvey. 813, 153. Also want to say good morning to everyone watching on the Motormania TV live stream. Good 220, 230 people watching out there. Check out motormaniatv.com or search Motormania TV on YouTube or Facebook. You should find us in there also. Also, Motormania TV wanting to hand out some huge thanks to sponsors. Ralph Navarro, Platinum Fleet Repair, Van Hill Garage, Fast by Gas, Schnitz Racing, Rob Bush Motorsports, Robinson Industries, J&E Automotive, that's John and Dea Morgan, MTC Engineering, Vantine Imaging, Robert Varela, Rick Perry Masonry, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, and McKinney Motorsports. Thank you for the promotion of our sport. .005 Light Strange Lane. Man, that's tough to get around. You've got a 5 light. Whew. Yeah, hard to get around. Also, some representation going on in the live stream chat. Sweden, Norway, Scandinavia. Yeah. All over the place. Sure, we've got some Aussies in there too. Of course, we've got Aussie Molia, but I mean Australians. Again, if you guys have any questions or conversation topics, this is a good time to do that. Leave a chat message in the chat. Questions, comments, remarks, whatever you want to say. We'll try to get it out there for you. .116 short on the strange lane. How about an 815, 162 miles an hour? Ronnie Harris out of Louisiana is on the summit lane, the 03 Sportster 1200. David Fletcher from Plant City on the strange lane. 1980 Kawasaki goes 007 red. Here's Mike Perry from Venice, Florida. Gorgeous looking 1975 KZ 900. Tommy Guzman from Missouri, Idaho. 1,428 cc's in the frame rails. Razors are identical on the lights, 42 apiece. Roger Myers, that is correct. Side by side 780s last night. That was something. Not only a world first, but motorcycle drag racing history. It was the first side-by-side second lap out of 2-cycle engines. MPS Pro ET time trials right here. Here's Willie Hebert Jr. Summit Racing side. That's the far lane for our folks watching at home. Ted Harvey's on the strange lane. That is the near side for those watching at home. Chardon, Ohio native, the 1985 Suzuki body. About a 987, 129 miles an hour for Willie Abear. .014 light. Ted Harvey brings a pillow and the mattress with him. A 5:28 reaction time. Get that out of the system. Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa, the 1989 Suzuki Summit Racing side. Marshall Hutchinson, Columbus, Ohio, the 1980 Kawasaki Strange side. Racers separated by 0:10. On a 9:05, 141 out of Marshall Hutchinson. 8:75, 144.86 for Joe Clemmy. Tyler Lowe from Whitehall, Ohio, 21-year-old aboard a 1980 Kawasaki. Both racers are red. 4 red for Tyler Lowe, 13 for the Summit ride. Man. And both tried to chop that tree down. 121 short for Tyler, 557 half, 892, 144 miles an hour. '86 light for Dale Cranford from Orlando, 36 for Tom Clemmy. Up next, we've got Barry Pryor Sr. from Chesapeake, Virginia, Summit Racing side. Mark Rowland from Clarksville, Tennessee. The 1988 Suzuki GSXR. 85 light for Pryor, 62 for Rowland. At an 871, 150.33 for Barry Pryor. 1018, 125 for Mark Rowland down there. Corey Washington from Palm City, Florida, 33-year-old in a 1985 Suzuki. Another slick and no bar combination. All right, we're going to go ahead and reset here, get the guys back in. Both guys are 00. Corey Washington's 008. Summit Racing side on the ZX14 is 003. 883, 151.89 for Corey Washington. 975, 138.98 miles an hour on the Summit lane. Up next on the solo will be Brian Dale. This guy can ride just about anything. There was a kitchen sink with 2 wheels and an engine, I'm sure he could ride it. Brian Dale's 41 red. 899, 149 miles an hour, but right now we're going to prep up the track and get ready to move into Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460. So I fully expect to have my friend Bradley Grothus up here. Brad, if you're available, it'd be great to have you up here. There might be a chain across the bottom of the tower, but if you see that, just go ahead and come on around it, man. So up next will be qualifying session number 2 of Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Then right after that, we're going to move into MTC Super Comp. And speaking of that, in that case, I need Super Eliminator to lane number 3. Super Eliminator, you guys need to come to lane number 3. Wiseco Street Fighter, keep your ears open for just a minute. Wiseco Street Fighter, just get them ready, get them all fueled up. Try to find the pieces to the suit that you lost last night. Got a good handful of Street Fighter bikes, but by far, this is one of the biggest Super Comp turnouts I've ever seen. Knoxville, Tennessee, the 62-year-old on a Suzuki. Currently your number 12 qualifier, 466 with a 6. On the strange lane, it's Bill Tamore from Rock Creek, Ohio, 60 years old, also on a Suzuki. The current number 40 position holder, 453.0, 70 numbers under. It looks like our Motormania TV crew is in break right now, so I'll go back over this again for the guys at home. All right, Butch Million, Knoxville, Tennessee native, 62 years old. There's my guy. I've been looking for you. Bradley, get yourself a chair. Come on in. The water's fine.
Yes, indeed it is. The water's fine, and the weather might even be a little bit more fine. What a beautiful day here in southern Georgia.
Oh, my gosh. Well, I was looking at the forecast coming down here, and I was like, oh, my gosh. Well, not only are these bikes going to be fast, but these bracket racers are going to play hell slowing it down.
Yeah, not only slowing it down, but just truly changing conditions throughout the day. I mean, we get great, wonderful warm 70-degree weather here, and they're going to be racing in 50 degree. I wouldn't call it chilly, but certainly good air.
Oh, yeah. Butch Million, your number 12 spot right now. And Bill Tamore, look at this. Speaking of slowing it down, 70 numbers under with a 453.
Yeah, Butch had a really nice lap yesterday. Goes a 466 with a 6. Obviously, he's going to be a little bit of a letdown here as his bike dies when it goes onto the two-step, but Bill launches, goes 109 to the 60-foot, and still is going to need to slow that thing down.
Yep, 55.8. This time he's only about 42 numbers under, but that's still quite a bit fast.
Yeah, and that bike makes really good power from the 60-foot to the 330. He goes 109.3, which is going to be fairly standard for this class, but really picks it up and goes 294.8. Definitely a fast motorcycle over that segment of the racetrack.
Yep, Butch Million getting a chance to refire here, so we'll at least see him make a chance here. The top 5 in this class are currently separated by 015 with Larry Epperjesse holding that one out.
Butch is not going to be happy about this again. He goes into pre-stage, and the red eyes come on the tree. Butch, somewhat of a newcomer to the 460 class this year. He's ridden a lot of motorcycles over a lot of years. Currently has Dave Skaggs down at D&G Chassis building him a ground-up 460 bike that's going to have a lot of great Growth Drag Bikes components on it, such as front end and grip set, brakes, and wheels. So Dave does incredible work down there in Florida, and we're happy to help on that build with a lot of our great components too.
Right, good. And Butch, like I said earlier about one of the bracket guys, Brian Dale, he's ridden just about everything, including the kitchen sink. There's a 116 short. This one ought to be a little bit slow. Looks like a 464, 151.99. Improves on that number 12 spot.
Yeah, Butch is going to be happy about that, especially the fact that it took it 3 times to get it in the beams. A little bit of uncertainty there as far as his staging approach and so forth. But to be able to go out there and go 464 and put him in the number 9 spot as of right now, he'll be happy.
Yep, puts him 41 above. That's not too god-awful. Bob Foster from Schererville, Indiana, the 2012 ZX14 body. Summit Racing side, your current number 11.
And in the strange lane, it's Dan McCartan racing out of the Chicagoland area over in Illinois. Both of these guys are Midwestern guys. Definitely not new to the 460 class. Foster, one of those bikes that is actually turbocharged. There's a little less than a handful of them here that choose that power adder for this class, but expect a really nice lap here out of McCartan.
60 apiece for him. Sounds like Foster was down on 3 cylinders there for a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. He goes 502 at only 137 compared to McCartan's 468 at 147. McCartan, really slow initial as well. They both are 060 on the tree, but the tail of the tape there is neither of them had the power to get it done right when they even left the Christmas tree. Right,
and the turbo bikes are just naturally slower to the 60-foot cone. You know, it gets me. And here's another tough guy. Durwood Rawlings. From Prince Frederick, Maryland, the 58-year-old on a 2014 Kawasaki. Current number 2 qualifier, 4.605.
Yeah, Durwood was our first bike that hit the number 4.60 last night. A very impressive lap before Rock Sanders ultimately would go 4.601, the very last lap of qualifying for the 460 class. And then Chris Parker over in the strange lane.
Yeah, that's the first time I can say I've seen a no-bar bike here in 460.
Yeah, very, very uncommon, but however you can get to that number best, as long as it's within the rules, bring it on.
I'm interested to see how this one works here. Sounds like he's got a turbo bike over there.
He absolutely does. Parker slow to the 60, 120, and goes 473 at 155. Durwood Rawlings slows a little as well, goes 465.4 at 146.
Yeah, and you said that a 110 short is fairly common. Durwood just a little bit behind that at a 111. So here's David Tybear, 2015 the 2015 Suzuki, having some problems getting it up on the tire for some reason.
Yeah, it looks like David's got a fuel injection, possibly fuel tech on that bike now. It is spinning. He's got it going here. A perennial runner in what used to be the kind of a pro open class now has chosen a little bit more sportsman racing than a professional class racing with this bike of 460.
Right, and he's got a fairly big engine in the frame rails too, something you'd see more like in a pro mod. That's a 1,755 cubic centimeter engine cradle in those frame rails down there.
Yeah, very big motor. But is going to have some difficulties as you see him step off and away from the bike, which will have Morris Ball in the strange lane with the single.
Morris Ball, your current 18 position holder, 474 with a 9, looking to improve on it. This is a lot. I like to hit on this a lot. This is where a lot of the Kawasaki Pro mods went.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a bike that I believe was formerly ridden by Tudo Gordon Johnson quite a bit over in the Alabama area. So this bike can definitely run the number. It's up to Ball here to see if he can do it too.
A little bit of tire rattle for a 112 short. 459 for 152.07. 006 under to go to the tail of the field.
Yeah, although it's obviously a little bit quick here, I think they're going to be pretty darn happy with that lap. Gordon Johnson walking back towards the water box with a big smile on his face.
Let me see here. That sticks Morris Ball and David Tyber in the 18 and 23 positions still. I think that Rock Sanders 4.601 is going to be a little bit hard to best there.
It is, but we're still plenty early within qualifying, and you certainly know that a lot of these riders out here are looking to improve on that just a little bit.
Oh, yeah, and here's a guy that can do it from Keller, Texas. It's the hippie himself, Jeff House. Summit Racing side, the 85 Suzuki GS 1100.
Yeah, Jeff always has some of the cleanest motorcycles you'll see here at the racetrack, and he's really working on refining them here, especially this bike, an old Top Gas bike that he added some wheelbase to.
I've seen that bike running the 7s on motor. Don't get yourself wrong. Jeff puts it this way. He says, when I was sitting in his pit area, I was sitting on that bike. He said, why don't you sit on that bike over there? And he points at his Pro Mod. He's like, that there's just a Pro Mod. That there's my bike.
How about that? Jeff House 057 on the bulb, goes 306 to mid-track for 462.1.
Oh, yeah.
You look at that mile an hour there, 155.5 miles an hour.
Yeah, no kidding. And to boot on a 7-inch slick, Randy Butler will not improve on his 461.5. 458.9, just a little bit too fast. He is 11 numbers under.
Yeah, and you got to kind of find that line as far as Randy was qualified pretty well. You want to turn those knobs and see if you can get a little bit closer to that 460. And guess what? If you go under, you know where that line is. Now you have somewhat of a window to try to get between now.
Ronnie Procopio coming up here from Wake Forest, North Carolina, the 2010 GS motor. Strange side of the racetrack.
Yeah, Ronnie Procopio's got a lot of state-of-the-art electronics on this motorcycle, the Max ECU, fuel injection. It is a bike that is very consistent, one that you've seen in a lot of finals this year as well. A very talented rider with pretty darn talented equipment that is consistent, and he is a front runner, no doubt.
The Mantez Thompson coming up from Decatur, Alabama, the 2010 Suzuki, your current number 30 position holder. 004 under, 4.596, his last effort last night.
Yeah, we'll see if Mantez turned the knobs the correct way here for the change of weather conditions from last night to this morning. This should be a really good pair.
Mantez Thompson goes 3 red at 110.8 short, goes 469.9, but look at Ronnie Procopio. Oh, yeah, baby, 4.601. Look at the speed, 157.10.
Yeah, Ronnie might have the highest speed in the class. Takes his prior Pro Mod motorcycle and still kept all the same components on it, so it's got a big old nitrous bottle on there, and it's huffing plenty of it for the second half of the racetrack.
Oh, yeah, especially with that speed out the back. Man, he's pouring the coals to that thing.
Yeah, Mantez was on a really nice lap, especially down low to mid-track, and I don't know if it didn't take high gear or he wanted to try to qualify on the right side of the ladder. He has a very low mile an hour there in the 130s. It certainly puts him on the correct side of the number now.
Right, here's Kurt Griggs from Monroe, North Carolina, the Strange Lane, 33 position holder with 459.0. And Scott Samish running exactly a 10th off the number, 470 from Dacula, Georgia.
Yeah, Samish struggling here. Lets off the button a little bit early. Certainly took the tree. Curtis Griggs on a Pete Brown chassis over there that used to be campaigned, I believe, by HTP. I don't know if Ryan Schnitz was the rider of that one, but he's going to have himself a single here. A clean look at the tree now. It comes down. He goes 0.58 on a pretty smooth lap. Going to be more than likely a little slow, though, and it is. He goes 4.78 at 128 miles an hour.
Yeah, he looked pretty good on the starting line. He was 111 short, 303 through the 330. That's where he started to really slow down through there.
Yeah, he did. It looks like we're probably going to push Samish off the starting line here as he took the tree. Certainly a rider's malfunction. He's not going to be thrilled about it, but guess what? You got to have a really, really tight window of concentration on these things, especially these 460 motorcycles, and they're going to go back and try to regroup.
Right, and it's simple little things like buttons and switches that do that thing. So many little pieces and parts that cost $5 to $10 that can go wrong and cause a huge problem like that.
Yeah, it's tough to say, obviously, from this vantage point, whether it was a malfunction from the rider himself or from the motorcycle. But you bet you're going to bring up our next pair in the strange lane, Jeffrey Hill from down here in Georgia, as well as Sherrod Fulgham. Two Georgia boys. I'm certainly imagine they visit this racetrack often. And boy, how nice would it be to have this place in your backyard?
Yep, Jeffrey Hill coming up to make his first qualifying attempt against one of the toughest guys in 460, Sherrod Fulgham.
Jeffrey, the son of Pro Mod entry Kenny Hill this weekend. He's going to be late on the bulb, 126, and late to the finish line as well, going 482 at only 143.
Right, and Sherrod Fulgham, something not sounding right at all with that power plant on 3 holes and maybe less. I'd say 2.5.
Yeah, going 151 to the 60 foot, you almost might as well grab the brakes and turn it around.
Yeah, well, 151 short, that's not even enough to get the bike out on the wheelie bars. And when you don't get these car tire bikes on the wheelie bars, they tend to be a bit of a handful.
Yeah, you betcha. One of the best and probably most rising talent here coming up in the Summit Racing lane, the Trick Tools backed entry of Chase Van Sant. And in the strange lane, we've got Smokin' Joe Rodney. We do have the red on the tree. We got a motorcycle still on the racetrack. We'll get him cleared. These bikes, I imagine, will take their time, go through their standard starting line procedures of nitrous purging, making sure their pressures are correct for their tune-ups.
Yeah, that's the off chance that you get that, especially when you're on the starting line and about to take the tree. Usually when you do that, you should have everything ready to go, but now here's the off chance. Also, Fuel Man is here on the property until 12:30. If you're needing some of that good VP racing fuel, head on over there to the fuel island.
And in these situations, this is where the cream really rises to the top, simply because obviously everything is not going 100% according to your standard routine. Two riders here, Smokin' Joe Rodney and Chase Van Sant, I don't imagine this will affect them much. They've made plenty of laps down the 1320, in this case the 660.
I'm telling you, if there's two guys that can run dead on the number, you're looking at two of them right here. Smokin' Joe Rodney especially. Man, what a tough racer. What a tough guy.
Yeah, based out of the Nashville area, has been racing top gas in 460 for quite some time. It's been some time since the growth of drag bikes has been to Music City, but it's first where we met Smokin' Joe, and he's got plenty of power. It's all about managing it and getting it to the 660 because he's got it. He went 458.8 in the first qualifier and the number 35 spot. If he was a wise man here, I imagine. Hopefully they obviously turn the knobs down, but I would expect him to see a little bit low mile an hour just to try to qualify on the right side of the field.
All right, and then Chase Van Sant on the same page there, number 33 spot. A little bit less under, but 004 is enough to send him to the back part of the ladder. Yeah,
Chase on his dad, Bruce Van Sant's old Pro Mod. Really smooth rider. They're both away pretty much at the same time. Smokin' Joe's 046 to Van Sant's 049, and they both go too quick.
Yeah, neither of them will improve on that. Smokin' Joe Rodney actually going faster than he did last night. 455.5, 147.76 with a 106 short.
Yeah, that's flossing, and when you're going that fast of a 60, it's really difficult to run the 460 number. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of ways to do it, but Van Sant going 458.4 at almost 153 miles an hour. Both of them definitely pick up. I imagine conditions are a little bit better than originally anticipated when these folks were turning the knobs and pushing the bike to the staging lanes.
Right, and here comes Richard Gadsden. Another guy who can ride just about anything you put him on.
Yeah, not only ride anything you put him on, but ride it extremely well. A lot of natural talent. Obviously, his size aids him in riding a lot of motorcycles, and he definitely has it in his genes as well.
And David Davis from Cedar Hill, Texas. 1,500 cc's of Kawasaki power in the frame rails over there in the strange lane.
Yeah, both these bikes were right around the number last night. They both go 111 to the 60 foot. And Richard Gadsden goes 470 at 147 miles an hour, while David Davis slows extremely to a 5:59.
Yep, got down there, it backfired, and he said, you know what, I'm not going to try it again. When the motors start backfiring, that's usually a sign, yeah, there's something not right.
Yeah, especially in this class, it's typically a telltale sign. You'll see a fifth gear backfire every now and again, potentially, if they're not a fully auto tranny. But overall, most of these bikes have those fully auto trannies just bang, bang, bang right through the gears.
That will actually help Richard Gadsden out. 470 as opposed to his 459. He'll move up in the ladder a little bit. That'll actually stick him. Let me see if I can find him in this mess of racers.
Yeah, 40 entries this weekend. How about that?
45, actually.
45, wonderful.
45 of them. Richard Gadsden actually moving up to number 19 on that one. Tommy Saxon from Bogart, Georgia, the 2017 Suzuki. 39 position holder right now, 457.8. Both of these guys tied for the 38th position, actually with 4.578.
Yeah, both these guys also own Growthers drag bike motorcycles. Blake Harvey is on his right now, a prior Pro Mod motorcycle, and Tommy Saxon's got his Growthers drag bike entered in Top Fuel. Blake Harvey.
Tommy Saxon better get that out of his system.
Yeah, 100 light, you're not going to want that on race day, but a 458.6, you may want that on race day, especially if you can see a stripe. So he goes 457 last night. He goes 458 today, continuing to try to get closer to that number, slowing it down. He's got a pretty good bike, though. Blake Harvey, though, just extremely quick, 104.5 to the 60 foot, lends its hand to a 454 at the 660 cone.
It's like 104 short is a sluggish Pro Mod start. I'm telling you, if he threw just a little bit more coal at that thing, it would be a Pro Mod bike.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if they potentially do that this next year. Blake really getting his feet wet, getting some great seat time both over in Texas and here at the Manufacturers Cup. A very clean operation, great people.
Especially with short times like that. That'll get you right into Pro Mod real quick.
Yeah, you betcha. Another Texas runner out of the strange lane, Larry Epperjesse, taking on Les Stymick. Larry's 0.46 on the bulb, and they definitely turned the wick up on that because they went 461 last night. So it goes 458.3 at 154 miles an hour to Stymick's 535 at 120. They both go 118 short.
Yeah, that's rather sluggish. $118, that's a little bit off the number.
Yeah, it is. Compared to the kind of class average, I would consider that off the number. But it's all about, obviously, the number at 660, not necessarily at 60. So however you can best get it done. Some guys like getting out really quick out of the hole. Some guys maybe definitely want to be a little slower. There's advantages to the second one, in my opinion. But it's up to each racer.
Here's David Biddle from Waxahachie, Texas. If Kirk Reeves is watching, he'll recognize that one, I'm sure. 1980 Kawasaki over there has yet to qualify on the strange lane. Papa Freeman, number 27 holder right now, 482.6 from Duncanville, Texas.
Pop on a really unique bike. That bike has got some body work on it that is, I believe there's less than maybe a handful in existence, and it's got an awesome color paint job as well. We'll see if it performs just as good as it looks, and it is not. It goes 120 to the 60. It definitely has some hiccups and goes 476 at 144 miles an hour. Biddle's going to need to work the bugs out of that bike, too, as he goes 545 at 123.
And it sounds like somebody got down there and spun the tire real hard and chopped the throttle.
Yeah, not stellar laps by either guy, but fortunately, they're going to get another look at the track here later today, and hopefully they go back, review some of their data, and come back stronger.
John Schwartz from West Seneca, New York, 61-year-old on the 2020 Kawasaki chassis. Recognize the name on the bodywork, but not the name on the leathers.
Yeah, I'm not sure who this entry is. It's definitely a Wheeler Machine Fabrication entry, simply by how clean it is. The Sean Wheeler and Michael Wheeler Jr. Really put together high-quality pieces over in the Kentucky area.
John Schwartz, your number 42 right now, 456.5.
Yeah, Schwartz has that FPG power plant inside the frame rails of that motorcycle, and it certainly, if I imagined, could probably almost go 420s I would definitely be a heavy better that it would go 4:30. So they are always quick. He goes 4:56 yesterday.
Whoa, look at the short time Summit side, 1:03.
Yeah, 1:03.8 out of the Wheeler bike, but fortunately gets closer to the number than I would anticipate when that bike leaves. Down at only 144 miles an hour, goes 292 to half track. Extremely quick, but chops the throttle down there and sticks it at a 458. Schwartz goes 470 at only 126 miles an hour. So I would imagine he was instructed by team over Calvin Blandon to get down there, make sure we qualify on the right side of the ladder, and that's why you see his mile an hour down by probably almost 30.
Here's Joey Brandgard from Northfield, Ohio, the 26-year-old Summit Racing side, current number 14.
Yeah, Joey very new to the 460 class. He goes 078 on the Christmas tree, and on the big end goes 454.
And everybody's fast.
Yeah, picked up almost a whole tenth from yesterday. Not exactly what they were after, I would imagine, but as I said earlier, as long as you find kind of both ends of your window, you can start tuning between both of them. And Ronnie Bones goes 485 at 142.
Hey, Bill Baxter, I've got your plugs up here. I think you're looking for me over there. Joey Brandgard not going to improve on the 465 from yesterday, but like you said, yeah, it seems like everybody's a tenth above where they were, or a tenth below where they were.
Yeah, if I had to guess, conditions probably are just a little bit better than originally anticipated because conditions were great last night as well. Obviously, nighttime racing, cooler air. I imagine the DA, although I did not look at it, had to be extremely low. But Harvey Hubbard here in the strange lane is going to get a single. Harvey had way too quick of a 60 yesterday. He goes 106.2, misses a little bit of a shift point, but goes 3 flat. He goes 464.9 at 147 miles an hour. Harvey's going to be real happy with that going from the number 30 spot.
With how that run looked, I didn't expect him to run 49 under or 49 above.
Yeah.
With how bad that run looked from the get-go, that thing picked the front wheel up high and spun the tire.
Yeah, that's a combination that he's definitely still trying to refine. And one truly because of the shift point error there that I heard at about 200 feet slowed him down enough to go 464.9. So
hey, if the rev limiter's there and you can use it to your advantage, might as well use it.
Amen. Amen. We got another single lap here coming up on the Summit Racing side. It's going to be Showboat Shane Epperjesse racing out of the Grothus Drag Bikes camp on a bike we affectionately call Chuck.
Trying to wrap my head around that one for a second. I know there's something behind it.
Yes, there is. Showboat 046 on the bold. Goes 305 to half track. And that bike is still slow. It goes 470 with the 9 at 146. I'm not exactly worried about the short time number there, but we need to be picking up more steam as we're heading down track, and it doesn't appear to be doing that.
Yeah, even the short number looks a little bit off. Only a 115 short. A lot of these guys are actually leaning more toward a 107 or 106 average.
Yeah, and that's all about how you're trying to apply your power. Some folks, like I said, really apply it early down low. Some folks apply it more consistently across the racetrack. We're not super far off for that first part of it, but we're missing something on the second half, and we're going to have to figure that out.
Brock Sanders, Summit Racing side. Columbus, Mississippi native, 22-year-old, your number one qualifier, 4.601.
Brock, another one of those youngsters who's got great genes and certainly a lot of passion for the sport, and it shows in his ability to ride.
Well, you see Doug Frierson running around down there, too. That's another name to be mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. Doug, one of the greats as far as motorcycle drag racing goes, and a name that is certainly synonymous with it.
That's why Rock Sanders is down there carrying the name the Leatherneck Express. That was the name that Doug's bike back in the day carried. Jason Buss from Glenwood, Louisiana, the 2005 Hayabusa strange side, your current 10 at 463.4.
Good correction there. Jason is actually from the great state of Iowa, but I do get on the tech card probably a little bit of misrepresentation between the I and the L. Good little race here. Brock Sanders, I would say, with the advantage, and goes 461.3. Jason, a little quick, going 457.7 at 145 miles an hour.
Yeah, Rock Sanders definitely a consistent machine, only running 12 numbers what it ran last night.
Yeah, very impressive. They both leave the start line at the exact same time with 0:46 reaction times, where Jason gets out there a little bit faster and continues to go faster and faster, and obviously why he goes under 460.
Here's Boo Brown from Potomac Falls, Virginia. 50-year-old, the number 5 holder. Right now, 461.4.
Yeah, Hollywood Broderick Jackson, a little bit of a side race going on here. Raced Ronnie Procopio last night and took him down. Ronnie Procopio with the uncharacteristic kind of a double step. Launched before the tree came down and the lights went green. So Boo Brown going to try to enact a little bit of revenge for his fellow East Coast racer. But Hollywood Jackson going to need to slow the bike down extremely.
Oh, yeah. Being almost a full 10th under, he ran 4.506 last night.
Yeah, Hollywood not typically going to be one that's going to be found in the number 44 qualifying spot. Boo currently in the number 5 qualifying spot. Much more similar to where he stands most often at 460 events.
Super Eliminator, you guys should be here. Super Eliminator, you guys should be in the lanes.
Broderick with the starting line advantage goes 0:33 to Brown's 0:37. And Broderick is going to take out yet another East Coast guy. Broderick 462.1 to Boo Brown's 463.5. Boo's certainly, I think, on a lap that he would want, but with a little bit of starting line disadvantage for him, is not going to get to the stripe first. And with this little bit of a shootout race, it's qualifying, but these folks put a little bit of extra money in on the side and kind of race 2 races within one.
004 would have put him only 014 behind if they had the same reaction time. But Boo Brown had to be, let me see, 9 or better to be ahead at the stripe.
Yeah, and that's if all things are similar down at the big end. Based upon that mile an hour of Boo's, I'm guessing he saw he was not going to get there and got out of it.
Yep, had to be 9 or better on the light to get around him down there. Here's Wes Hawkins from Catlett, Virginia, the 39-year-old on a Busa number 9 qualifier. And here's the racing lady, Megan Bowers. Strange side.
Now Wes drills her on the tree. Wes goes 0:32 to Bowers, 100 light.
Hey, still a nice effort off the trailer for Megan. 462.4, 152.14.
Yeah, they got a good bike that they'll certainly dial in, I assume, just even a little bit tighter come the next qualifier there. Wes Hawkins 463 is going to advance him further into this shootout race.
Once again, Super Eliminator, you guys should be in the lane. Super Eliminator, we need you here.
Yeah, current weather conditions certainly favorable for a lot of these 460 entries. Looks like the DA is at 936 with 76 grains of water. Not super stellar conditions, but certainly good ones. Ones that folks would like racing in.
Not too great for down here at South Georgia, but certainly nothing to turn your nose up to, especially with these guys from the Midwest that are used to racing in 5,000 feet air.
Absolutely. This will bring up Chad Otts, our last 460 qualifier here. He's 0:33 on the bulb, 469.8 at 145, and takes that one joyriding almost to about 1,000 foot before he decides to get out of it.
Yep, Chad Otts from Olive Branch, Mississippi. We see him a lot around the Midwest. He's certainly not afraid to go out there and have fun.
Yeah, he is, and they're going to need to find some added performance with that motorcycle. That team is fielding a couple of 460 bikes, trying to get as much data as they can throughout the weekend, and they're going to need to use it to try to pick up almost a 10th.
Howdy, Bradley Grothus, everyone, from Grothus Drag Bikes.
I'll be back up here before long. There's plenty of racing ahead. Hello to the folks back in Iowa on Motor Mania. I hope you're enjoying that broadcast.
Renaissance man. Great guy. Perry Paw on the Summit Racing side. Here we are in MTC Super Comp, round number 2 of qualifying. And it's Super Eliminator to the lane. Super Eliminator, you guys should be on your way up here. Marshall Hutchinson on the left from Columbus, your current number 23. 9 flat was his number. Perry Paw, your current number 43, 888 with a 6, 14 numbers under. Goes down there and will improve 30 numbers over, 8.930, 152.12. Marshall Hutchinson needs to tighten up the delay box a little bit. A 494 reaction time, 887 will not improve on his number 23 spot. Tom Varney on the Summit Racing side, the 1981 Kawasaki GPZ 1100. Number 33 qualifier at 9099. Damian Solis, 060 over, 896 last night for the number 17 on the 03 Busa. Once again, racers, we do not need to engage in staging competitions. Tom Varney's away down there, 865.5, 142.32, way fast. Damian Solis will also not improve. That's a 912, 145.31, will not improve on his number 17 spot. Carlo Testa from Akron, Ohio, the Testa Racing Engine Suzuki Hayabusa, the current number 49 qualifier, 8.804, 96 numbers under. Ronnie Trainham from Suffolk, Virginia, your current number 7, 8.920, goes 232 on the tree. Carlo Testa's 56 green. Carlo will go 8.970, 149.23, will put him on the correct side of the ladder. Ronnie Trainham's 894, 8, 48 numbers over, will not improve on his number 7 spot. Ron Arnold from Bowling Green, Kentucky. The 09 Suzuki GSXR 1000, current number 48 at 56 numbers under. Alex Kupitz from Portsmouth, Virginia, 33-year-old, number 45, 20 numbers under, 8.800. 47 for Ron Arnold, 87 for Alex Kupitz down there. But an 894.0, Alex will be placed very high on that ladder from his number 45 position. Ron Arnold goes 901, 150 miles an hour, just trying to get on the right side of the ladder. Jamel Dunbar from Augusta, Georgia, the 84 Kawasaki, rolling up here Summit Racing side. Looks like he's going to be pushing back. Problems with the carburetors. Trevor Schnitz, the 16-year-old from Decatur, Indiana. 2018 Suzuki GSXR 1000. 93 light. 570 at the half. 897 to 147.86 will not improve on his qualifying effort of 8.907. 7 numbers over. Hard to get past that one. Jamel Dunbar from Augusta, Georgia, getting that one lined out. The 84 Kawasaki, current number 38 at 916, 265 numbers over. Starsky Corum from Sterling, Virginia, the 2017 Busa on the strange lane. First effort. Has problems with the clutch, goes right through the tree, will not get a qualifying slip out of this one. Jamel goes down there, clicks off the clocks at 9:31, 132 miles an hour. Rodney Gant from Augusta, Georgia, the 2000 Kawasaki ZX7 Summit Racing side. Your number 41 qualifier, 374 numbers over the index, 927 with a 4. Blair Field, your current number 57 qualifier from Denver, North Carolina, the 1995 Suzuki body. number 57 qualifier, 263 numbers under the index at 8.637. Getting these guys staged up, ready to go. Super Comp is a deep, deep class. Over 70 entries. Big time class. 111 light for Blair Field, 165 for Rodney. Blair Field looks like he's right on. He's 550 with a 9 through the 8th mile, but goes 8.867, a little bit closer. That'll move him up a little tiny bit, but Rodney Gant not going to improve on the 9 at 27. Mike Likoski from Fleming Island, strange side, the 83 Suzuki. Current number 53 at 106 numbers under. Sonny Victor, current number 4, the 2012 Hayabusa Summit Racing side, number 4 qualifier, 8.909. 61 light for Sonny, 78 for Mike. Both guys go under. Mike Likoski actually going to improve on that. He's 004 under the index. 8.896 is where he's at. Sonny Vick goes far under, 8.874. Will hang on to the number 4 spot for now. Nathan Wall from Smyrna, Tennessee, the 21-year-old on a Suzuki Busa, 31 spot right now. 9:04.2 on the Summit Racing side. Opposite him on the strange line is Kyle Fulgham from Adel, Georgia, the number 60 spot holder at 422 numbers under. Nathan Wall. I just saw Gator say, hey, these guys need to tighten up on the tree. Well, there it is. Nathan Wall goes 008. Will not improve on his number 31 effort, however. 9:07.1 as opposed to a 9:04.2. Kyle Fulgham at least going to be on the right side of the ladder now. 9:27, 126 miles an hour. Vance Howdy Shell, strange lane, number 34 qualifier. 9:07.2 aboard the Kawasaki ZX-14. Summit Racing side is Joe DeSantis from Rootstown, Ohio, the 2008 Busa, current number 27 at 9.003. How about that one? Joe going to improve big time. 8.935, 151.90. That will stick him all the way up. Let me see Joe DeSantis, the number 11 spot. Super Eliminator, you guys should be in the lanes. Super Eliminator, I need you guys in the staging lanes pronto. Also, Wiseco Pistons Street Fighter. Wiseco Pistons Street Fighter. Go ahead and come on up to the lanes. Wiseco Pistons Street Fighter. And good news, concessions is open. Billy Barton, current number 27, looking to improve on the 8.99.3. Thomas the Turtle Cole from Davenport, Iowa. 0:43 light for him, 0:48 for Billy Barton down there. Thomas Cole, first lap of the weekend, runs an 8.95, 133 miles an hour off the throttle down there. Billy Barton will not improve on the 8.99.3, having run a 9.13.0. James Henson from Orlando, Florida, the 06 Kawasaki, number 38 position right now, 221 numbers above. Jason Hoffer from Ackworth, Virginia, current number 22 at 67 numbers above. 56 light for Jason, 198 for James. Looks like Jason will click the clocks first at 8.894. 146.89. That will not improve on his number 22 spot. 8.817 for James Henson. Several numbers under. Here's Pete Hubbard from Nesbitt, Mississippi. Good looking old Kawasaki down there, Summit Racing side. Current number 31, spot 9.024. Strange lane is Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida, 58, spot 126 numbers under. 48 light for Pete Hubbard. Dwayne Leachman goes a 144 light on the tree. 8.993, 143.86 will improve Pete Hubbard a little bit, not a whole bunch. Dwayne Leachman will improve just a little bit, 881.2 as opposed to the 877.4 he posted last night. Mike Wagner, Summit Racing side. Current 56 qualifier, Matt Smith leaves the line before the tree even comes down. .887.2, 131.19. That will scoot him up a little bit. Still under the number just a little bit. Here's David Fletcher from Plant City, Florida, the 1984 Kawasaki. He's your number 2 qualifier, 4 numbers above, 8.904. Another tough customer opposite him on the strange lane is John Spooky Markham. The number 16 qualifier, an uncharacteristic 8.944. About an 8.898, 002 under for John Spooky Markham. Will not improve on the number 16 spot. David Fletcher goes 9.006. Will not improve on his number 2 position, just out there taking the time trial, made a couple changes out there. Mr. MPS himself, Dan Rudd from Castleberry, Florida, Summit Racing side on the 05 Busa. Number 21 spot holder at 8.962. Artie White from Grove City, Ohio, the 45 qualifier, 419 numbers above. 931.9 his best effort yesterday. Going to certainly be better this time, but still on the bad side of the coin. 8.622, 162 miles an hour on the 1994 Katana. How many of you guys can say you've seen a Katana go that fast? Dan Rudd will improve a little bit on his number 21 spot, 8.953, 9 numbers better. Perry Paw from Bedford, Ohio, rolls through the tree. Since he wasn't staged, since his opponent wasn't staged, he can back up and do it again. But typically in eliminations, we would not allow this to happen. Gary Russell from Inglewood, Florida, your current number 17 at 894.6. Perry, your current number 36 spot holder at 909.0. Perry's 103 to the green side on the Summit side. Gary Russell is 065. How about an 8.917? 17 numbers above for Gary Russell. Perry goes 907, 138 miles an hour. Will improve a little bit on the number 36 effort of 909. Nicholas Harper from Ocala, Florida, the 37-year-old on the 1991 Kawasaki. Jim Mora on the strange side. That's the near side for those watching at home if you're just joining us. The far side is Summit Racing side. That's where Nick Harper is right now. Jim Morrow is on the strange lane from Deptford, New Jersey, the 06 Busa. Nick Harper going to push out with problems. Jim Morrow looking to improve on an 877 effort from yesterday. Gets down there with an 886.4. A little bit better, but still on the bad side of the ladder. Nick Harper going to push it out of the water box. Doug Fisher from Berrien Springs, Michigan, 60-year-old on a 1428cc GS motor. 52 position holder, 35 numbers under at 8.865. Mike Perry from Venice, Florida, the 59 position holder on the 1975 Kawasaki KZ900. Gorgeous, gorgeous motorcycle. 188 numbers below for Mike Perry yesterday. 37 for Fisher and 46 for Mike Perry, 123 short for both. Doug Fisher going to be a little bit fast at the 8, but look at the 8.913, 13 numbers above for Doug Fisher. 8.967 will put Mike Perry on the right side of the ladder now. In fact, Doug Fisher looks sitting pretty at number 6, the number 6 position. Mike Perry now in the number 24 with an 8.967. Ronnie Johnson from Mobile, Alabama, the 1974 Z1, number 46 position holder at 9.30 with a 7. Charlie Bishop, Fairhope, Alabama, the 1978 Z1R, number 28 holder at 8.989. Charlie Bishop not going to improve on the 28 effort, 8.99.5, 140 miles an hour. Ronnie Johnson goes way under 8.742, 143.51. Here's Mike Neerhoof on the Summit Racing side. Youngstown, New York native, 56 years old on a 1986 CX-10. The number 29 spot holder, 92 numbers above. Calvin Mason on the Strange Lane, however. Chickasaw, Alabama native, rounding out the top 20. Number 19 with an 8.951. .46 light for Neerhoof. Mason comes off with a 107. About an 8.927, 144 miles an hour for Mike Neerhoof. That's going to stick him all the way up to the number 11, actually, excuse me, number 12 spot. Greg Hayes on the Strange side from Dothan, Alabama, 65 years old on the 05 Busa, has yet to qualify. Let's pass off the trailer for him. Here's Joe Clemmy, Summit Racing side from Davenport, Iowa, the 89 Suzuki. 43 spot holder, 288 numbers above, a 918 is what he's looking for. Also, if anyone has found a Black Hills Tree Service hat this weekend, if you could please return it to the tower, that would be great. If you have found a hat this weekend, or anything for that matter, bring it on up to the tower. We'll try to get it back to where it belongs. Joe Clemmy going to improve on his number 43 effort of 918 to a 902. Daryl Perkins from Milton, Florida, the 06 ZX14, current number 61 position holder, 336 numbers below. Tom Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa, the number 56 position holder, 48 numbers under for 8.852. Tom Clemmy off with a nice short time. How about that one? 8.907. That'll stick Tom Clemmy all the way up to the number 4 position. Tying with Trevor Snitz at the 8.907. Chuck Hoover and Ronnie Woodall rolling up. Pleasant View, Tennessee native, number 39 position holder. 905 with a 5, the effort there. Chuck Hoover goes 903.2 last night. Ronnie Woodall going to improve a little bit. 9.007, 142.57. Dustin Lee goes 006 on the tree. Summit Racing side looking to improve on the 64 under effort. Will get it done, but just by a little bit. Landon Noble, however, goes 8.909. Will move up from the number 6 spot. Actually stick him around number 5. Rodney McFarland from Pensacola, Florida, your number 1 qualifier, perfect on the 890 index. Just another test session for him. Barry Pryor Sr., Summit Racing side, goes double 0-2 on the Christmas tree. Rodney McFarlane goes 879, 154 miles an hour, will stay number 1. Barry Pryor Sr., 916, improving on the 917 from last night. Sticks him in the number 45 spot. The razzle-dazzle himself, Dusty Brazel from Norman Park, Georgia, the 08 ZX14, number 50 position holder. 952.3. 20 light for Dusty. Kurt Sikora has yet to make a pass until now. And he will be on the backside of the ladder, taking the stripe by 31.10 thou, 882.9 to Dusty Brazel's 8.898. Dusty will not improve on his 952 effort from last night. Van Sant's over there on the strange lane. Marshall Hutchinson over here, Summit Racing side. The Van Sant camp doing a lot of racing this weekend. Marshall Hutchinson goes 22 red. Van Sant is 65 to the green side, but he spins the tire. 907.9, 142.12. Super Eliminator, you guys should be in the lanes. I also need a Wiseco Piston Street Fighter. And you know what? Let's go ahead and get Star Racing Top Gas up here. Star Racing Top Gas to the staging lanes. Star Racing Top Gas, you guys will be in lane number 5. Richard Crops from, well, that's not an Aruban. Summit Racing side. We certainly miss the Aruban presence. Spencer Claycomb, the Amish outlaw from Rockford, Tennessee, looking to do work down there. There was 896 with a 0, 150.41, but he will not improve on his now number 17 effort of 8.940. Pablo Gonzalez, Summit Racing side, all the way from Carolina, Puerto Rico. Number 9 qualifier at 8.918. Tommy Guzin from Missouri, Ohio. 1,428 cubic centimeters of Kawasaki power in the rails. 55 qualifier at 8.894. That'll put him on the right side of the ladder. Tommy Guzin goes 891 with a 1. 11 numbers above for Tommy. Get rid of that bad side of the ladder there. But right now, the top 10 of the ladder is separated by 18 thousandths. Roy Hagedorn going 29 green. Michael Smith going 7 red. Hagedorn, his first pass of the weekend here. Runs 897.1, 143.72. Michael Smith goes 888.5. If this were Crazy Eights, that'd be a damn good spot. But I'm telling you. Unfortunately, Crazy Eights being no more. Second round of pro qualifying, we're looking at 12:30. 12:30 for the second round of pro qualifying. Wiseco Street Fighter and Star Racing Top Gas. Need you guys to the staging lanes, please. Juan George from Kissimmee, Florida, the 14 Busa, number 12 spot at 20 numbers above, 8.920. Corey Washington on the strange lane from Palm City, Florida, the 1985 Suzuki, number 53 position holder. 102.8, 144.19 will not improve on the number 12 effort for Juan George. Corey Washington taking the hit at it right now, the 1985 Suzuki Super Eliminator. We're pulling you right now. If you're not here, you're late. Super Eliminator, if you're not here, we're pulling you right now. You are late. I don't have any tardy slips, unfortunately. How about this light from Corey Washington? 002 react time. 2 on the green side, 902 with a 9, 151.77. That will improve on his number 53 effort. 3.961 seconds above the index. All right, here we are in second round of qualifying for Super Eliminator. Joe Molyneux from Painesville, Ohio, the 1975 H2 750 triple. Current number 4 at 859, 145.78. Rick Steinhardt from Rochester Hills, Michigan, the experimental Kawasaki. Number 3 qualifier at 806.4. Let's see how they improve. How about an 804.6, 153.91 for Rick. Smokin' Joe goes 862, 150.33. Here's one of the world's fastest two-strokes. Jim Chongris from Mentor, Ohio. 789 with a 6, 158.89 last night. Couple two strokes coming at you here. Jim Chongris gets down there, goes 845, 141 miles an hour. Strange Lane having some problems with tire spin. Here's Dave Boyd, Summit Racing side, Georgetown, Texas native, 72 H2 750. Cloth from Bedford, Ohio, the 45-year-old on the 99 Busa. Dave Boyd, you're going to have to push it back. Up next, here's Alex Hughes. Trade side of the racetrack from Red Oak, Texas, 32-year-old on the Bill Baxter H2. The world's quickest Kawasaki H2 triple. .783 in testing the other day. Actually tied their own personal record. 114 short for Alex. Looking good, 795 with an 8, 165.86. All kinds of speed secrets going on over there. Here's Larry Zientek, Abilene, Texas, number 5 qualifier at 8.623. Mark Seeley from Austin, Texas, on the strange lane. Good looking 1972 Kawasaki H2 750. Got an 841 at 154 miles an hour for Larry Zientek. Mark Seeley feels something weird and shuts it off. Another pair of H2 two-strokes pulling up here. Steve Chandler from Edgewater, Maryland on the right, Summit Racing side. 924 his best yesterday. John Leffert from Georgetown, Texas, the 1972 H2 750. We'll take a moment to pause and I'll let you listen to these things. Very interesting sounding bikes. On a 921, 137 miles an hour for Steve Chandler will improve on his number 10 effort yesterday. Tom Varney from Cheektowaga, New York. 24-year-old aboard a 1981 Kawasaki. 81 Suzuki, excuse me. No, that is a Kawasaki. Got GPZ 1100 badges on it. Tech card says it was an 81 Suzuki GPZ 1100. 81 Suzuki, now I see the problem. What the tech card said. Chris Fastlane Brazil, Greensboro, North Carolina, 1200 Sportster. Can't seem to get it. Shift. 873, 142 miles an hour for Tom Varney down there. Will improve on his 894 from yesterday. Chris Raziel down there, still under power. So racers, it's very important that if you are under power, that you get off the racetrack as quick as you can. That's going to do it for Super Eliminator right now, but here we go, moving into Wiseco Pistons Street Fighter. Star Racing, Top Gas, we need you. Star Racing, Top Gas, the staging lanes, please. Howdy Shell pulling into the beams. Nathan Wall from Smyrna, Tennessee, strange side. Howdy Shell, your current number 13 qualifier at 970. 206 numbers above. Going to get down there around 962, 136 miles an hour. Only 120 numbers above this time. Nathan Wall will actually improve on his 945.4 effort from yesterday with a 971. 219 numbers above. Summit Racing side, not a name on file for him. We'll make sure to get that done. First pass of the weekend for them. Here's Terry T-Bone Singleton from Clarkston, Georgia. Number 19 qualifier, 959 numbers above yesterday. Terry Singleton going to improve a bunch on that one. 964, 144.24. 143 numbers above the index. Summit Racing side runs 945, 137.95. Going to go to the end of the ladder. Roy Johnson from Keystone Heights, Florida, the number 3 qualifier, 952.7. John Upgrove on Summit Racing side, Keystone, Florida, number 19 at 999 with a 9. 185 light for John Upgrove down there. Roy Johnson goes 054 to the green side, 948 with a 9. Will not improve on his number 3 effort of 952.7. John goes 976, quite a bit better than that 999 from yesterday. Actually stick him at the number 16 spot. Roy Johnson moves to number 3. Tyler Fisher from Buchanan, Mississippi. First gen Busa, number 24 effort yesterday of 047 under. Ron Arnold, 63 numbers above yesterday. See if he can improve on that. And a 955.6, 132.56, 56 numbers above for a good effort. Tyler Fisher will improve big time, 953, 142.54. Brian Rudisiel goes 006 red, 964 to 139.08. Nicholas Noble not going to improve on his number 2 effort of 951.9 yesterday. Brian Johnson, Summit Racing side, number 19 qualifier at 985.9. Wally Davis on the 05 ZX10. Number 15 spot at 968.6. Chris Rolls coming up from Lithia, Florida. Your number 15 qualifier at 967.6. Lemons Racing over there, Strange side of the racetrack. First time of the weekend. Chris is off the line with a 003 reaction time. It's down there, runs 959.3, 142.31. That will stick him number 9 right now. Here's Don Horta from Bradenton, Florida. '19 Suzuki Hayabusa Summit Racing side, the number 20 qualifier at 9.897. Jeff Nugent from Lafayette, Georgia. Number 5 qualifier at 954.4. Jeff Nugent goes under by a whole bunch. Don Horta runs a 963.7, much better than his 989.7. Barry Pryor from Chesapeake, Virginia. The 2009 Busa, number 23 qualifier, 26 number below. Barry Purnell on the Strange lane from Henderson, North Carolina. First pass off the trailer. Barry Pryor gets down there, runs further under than what he ran last night. 9:45, 139 miles an hour. Barry Purnell runs a whole bunch under, 9:40 with a 4. Jason Herron from Lexington, South Carolina, the number 11 qualifier, 9.606. Eric Nettles Jr., Tampa, Florida native, 23 years old on the 01 Gixxer 1000. Number 6 effort yesterday of 9.548. .66 light for Jason Herron. Good wheel stand almost all the way to the 330. 962 to 141.30. Will not improve on his number 11. Neither will Eric Nettles on his number 6. 956 to improve on 954. Michael Smith on the Hayabusa, 34 years old, number 29 spot right now. 629 numbers under, even under the Super Comp numbers. Tom Lagasse from Northport, Florida, the 2016 Busa number 16 qualifier. 966.2 yesterday. Michael Smith will be on the right side of the ladder now. 964.8, 142.09. Tom Lagasse gets down there, runs 944 with a 2 instead of a 966 with a 2. Dusty Brazel, number 27 qualifier right now, 924 on the 950. Pablo Gonzalez, number 23 qualifier right now at 948.2. Dusty with some issues out there. That didn't sound good. Pablo not going to be happy about that one. 9.492, 008 under. We'll still have him on the bad side of the ladder. Chauncey McKibben, Summit Racing side from Covington, Georgia. The 02 Busa, Summit Racing side. Duffy Freeman on the Strange lane. Both of these guys have yet to make a pass this weekend. .73 light for Duffy, 440 light for Chauncey. 957, 141.27. That will actually stick Duffy Freeman all the way up in the top 10 at number 9. Star Racing Top Gas should absolutely have you guys in the lanes right now. All right. I need Top Fuel, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, JE Pistons Pro Mod, and Nitrous Express Pro Open to the lanes. Top Fuel, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, JE Pistons Pro Mod, and Nitrous Express Pro Open to the lanes, please. John Spooky Markham, strange side, your current number 1 qualifier, 9.508. John Chavot on the Summit Racing side, Mount Carmel, Illinois native, number 25 qualifier right now. .952 with an 8, 135.88 for John Chavot. It's going to stick him way up north on the ladder. John Markham will not improve on his already number 1 effort and is still number 1 after round 2. All right, here we go into Star Racing Top Gas. Terrence Clark from Omaha, Nebraska, your current number 29 qualifier. 84 numbers under, 8.11.6. Craig Adams from Brunswick, Ohio is on the strange lane. Number 7 qualifier, 47 numbers above, 8.247 seconds for the number 7 spot. Craig Adams chopped that tree hard on him, 28 at the light. Terrence Clark only going 231. But look at that, 8.218, 160.10. That's going to stick Craig Adams right at number 5. Terrence going to be way under, 8.01 for some reason. Richard Holder from Jacksonville, Florida. Number 24 qualifier, 48 numbers under, 8.15.2 yesterday. Seth Buccieri, Loxahatchee, Florida native. 2007 Suzuki Hayabusa. Number 26 qualifier, Seth is 8.14.4. A 5.19 half for Richard Holter, 8.19.6. Will be closer to the right side of the ladder, but not a whole lot. 8.44.2, 173 miles an hour for Seth down there. Will get on the right side of the ladder. Harvey Hubbard from Sedley, Virginia. The 2000 Koenig chassis. 15 qualifier at 8.31.7. Shane Cunningham from Naples, Florida, the strange lane. 2014 Kawasaki ZX14. Your number 28 qualifier, currently 76 numbers under, 8.12 with a 4. $16 light for Harvey Hubbard, 58 for Shane Cunningham. Harvey Hubbard goes 8.31.4, will improve on his number 15 effort of 8.31.7. Shane Cunningham still way too fast, was number 28 for 8.12.4 yesterday, runs 8.16.3. Summit Racing side, current number 38, 10-8. Strange side, current number 13. Will actually improve on that. No, they won't. 001 off what they ran yesterday. Summit Racing side a little bit closer. 8:17, having run 8:10 yesterday. Juan Cintron from Hudson, Florida. Says he's not sure how old he is at this point. 1979 Kawasaki, having run 8:23 with a 2 yesterday. Number 6 effort there. Number 9 effort yesterday from the Strange side, with help of the Amish outlaw himself, Spencer Claycomb. 8:25 yesterday afternoon. .019 light for Juan down there. Gets down there and runs 8:54, 143 miles an hour. Will not improve on the effort yesterday of 8:23. Left-hand lane, gets down there, runs off the number, also 8:31, having run 8:25 yesterday. Here's Chad Otts from Olive Branch, Mississippi. Kawasaki power in the 7-inch small tire frame rails. Chad Otts, your current number 18, 8.501. Steven Fuentes from Orlando, Florida, the 05 Busa, number 25 at 8:17.8. Looking to improve on that and get on the right side of the ladder. Chad Otts gets down there top end, runs 8:51, 145.39. Fighting some chassis issue there, it looks like. Steven Fuentes gets down there and improves a big time, 8:28, 172 miles an hour. From the number 25 spot, George Jones from Hefzibah, Georgia. 1,500 cubic centimeters of Kawasaki power in the rails. 8:24.9 the current effort from him. Liam Martinez, Centerville, Georgia, the 06 Busa, first pass of the weekend there. .119 short, straight to the rev limiter for George Jones. How about Liam Martinez off the trailer, runs 8.204, 159.25. That is good enough for the number 3 position. Top 5 now separated by 13 thousandths of a second. Here's Robin Procopio from Wake Forest, North Carolina. Current number 32 qualifier with her effort of 8.091 yesterday, Summit Racing side. Carson Fields from Climax, North Carolina, the 16-year-old on the Suzuki Hayabusa. Number 22 effort at 8.661 currently. .115 short for Robin. She's going on down there on a charge. 8:13, 154 miles an hour for a couple of position and improvement. Carson Fields runs 9:25, a Bill 59 out the back. Pete Chongris from Mentor, Ohio. 2015 Suzuki chassis. Number 34 spot at 8:07. Strange Line, currently number 35 spot at 8:05. 113 short for the Strange Lane. Check this one out on the top end, 8.228, 150.30. That's an improvement. 8:24.9 for Pete Chongris. That'll stick him up high. Summit Racing side, it's Chatty Mac Townsend from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. 38-year-old from NT Performance. Lucas, hope you're watching, buddy. I miss you big time. Need to come back to the PMRA any once in a while. Taking on Tom Clemmy, the number 15 qualifier, 8:27.3. Let's see what's got Chad up in a bunch down there. 8:53.9, 152.62. Hoping to come out here and play in the top gas field. Clemmy runs 8:29, will not improve on his number 15 effort yesterday of 8:27. Here's Richard McManus from Hermitage, Tennessee. Kawasaki Power in the rails, number 5 qualifier at 8:21.3, 13 numbers above. Opposite him, Trevor Schnitz, Decatur, Indiana native, 16 years old on the 2018 Gixxer 1000. See Dave and Ryan running around down there somewhere. That would be Grandpa Dave and Dad Ryan. Dad Ryan's actually pulling up behind. Trevor Schnitz, your current number 4, 8.205. Trevor Schnitz gets down there 8:22, 159.44. Man, that bike is fast. Richard McManus runs 8:21.3 yesterday, 8:23.7 just now, will not improve on the number 5 position. Here's Charlie Farrer from Pleasant View, Tennessee, current number 36 qualifier, 123 numbers under the index, 8:07 with a 7. Charles Mackey, the current number 9, 37 numbers above, 8.237. $20 light for Farrer, $90 light for Mackey. 5:03 through the half for Charlie. Look at this, 8:11.5, 150.31. Yeah, with a 5:03 eighth mile, it's a little hard to slow that one down. Charles Mackey does not improve on the number 9 effort of 8:23, having run 8.284. Ryan Schnitz, strange side of the racetrack. Number 2 qualifier at 8.203. Summit Racing side, current number 20, 8.328. Both of them won it. Summit side was 002, Schnitz was 015. Ryan runs 8:17. Look at the speed, 181.30. Man, that thing is fast. Here's my question. If you're going 152 miles an hour, you turn around and look at 1,000. Your opponent's coming on with a charge of 30 miles per hour on you. How do you judge it? I want somebody to stick a GoPro on their bike if they line up next to Ryan Schnitz. I want to see that video. What it's like having Ryan come around you. Holy cow. .802, 160 on the Summit side, 830, 155 on Strange Lane. Neither will improve on that. Summit Racing side's number 38, currently 796 effort. Rodney McFarland from Pensacola, Florida, 48-year-old on the 09 Busa. Currently the number 28 qualifier, 7 thou under, 8.193. Ralph Medrano Jr. from Davie, Florida, number 14 qualifier right now at 8:26 with a 5. Look at Ralph, man, that thing is backfiring. It runs a good speed out the back, 171.38. Only runs 841 though. Man, that thing was popping and cracking and banging. Sounded like downtown Detroit, Michigan in there. Ricardo Marte from Orlando, Florida. Number 27 qualifier with Dustin Lee on the track. Morristown, Tennessee native on the Summit Racing side. 8:15.0 his effort yesterday. Dustin Lee's going to get down there. How about an 8:28.3, 153 miles an hour. Look at it this way. He's on the right side of the ladder now. Once again, I need my pros to the staging lanes, please. Pro bikes to the staging lanes, pronto. Barry Pryor from Chesapeake, Virginia. Number 1 qualifier, 8.202 currently. John Carter from By the Woods, South Carolina. Number 13 qualifier right now. Barry Pryor with problems out there. 8:27.7, 156.12. I'm telling you, gonna be hard to best that, 8.202, but here's a couple guys that can do it. Pulling into the water box. Brett Blue from Knoxville, Tennessee. 1,500 cubic centimeters of Kawasaki power in the rails. Summit Racing side, first pass of the weekend for him here in qualifying. Mike Boilia. Strange side. The 06 Kawasaki, 805 the effort yesterday for number 35. 91 light for Blue. Mike goes 131 on the tree. There's a good one to get started, 824, 151.73. Here's John Markham, Bowling Green, Kentucky native. Got the 36 spot right now at 813.8. John Markham goes 019 on the light. Strange side has to shut it off to complications. 823 with a 353.25. That will stick him right in the number 8 position. Corey Washington from Palm City, Florida. 33 qualifier right now, 9 numbers under. David Clark from Bedford, Texas. Having to push it out. Looks like he might have locked up. 7 light for Corey Washington. 114 short, goes 510 half, 130.82. Out back, it's 816.4, 157.34. Knew he was going to be fast with an half track like that. So while we have some quiet time, need my pro bikes to the lanes. We've got a test session going on here, set to take place at 12:30. So while we have the downtime, we're going to get Ozzie Moya and Sidney Marshall out there doing their thing. But Pro Bikes, bring them up when you can. Pro Bikes, starting that session at 12:30. So that being said, the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals being presented by Wiseco. It's a good time where we can say, hey, thanks to all of our sponsors. First is Hawaii Racing, APE, Shinko, Western Power Sports, Nitrous Express, Growth Drag Bikes, Star Racing, Schnitz Racing, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, PR Factory Store, TC Engineering, Worldwide Bearings, Wiseco Pistons, JE Pistons, D&G Chassis, MPS Racing, Liska Racing, Dunnigan Racing, Data Cycle, Roaring Toys, DME Racing, Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gast, Manhill Garage, Kibblewhite Precision Machine, Cometic Gasket, Advanced Sleeve, Web Camshaft, Kenny Motorsports, Robinson Industries. Heard they're putting some good money up. Number 1 qualifiers, especially in our sportsman categories. Monster Race Products, Rob Bush Motorsport, and Hawaii Racing. Our series sponsors here for the Manufacturers Cup, and
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome one and all to the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals here with the Man Cup Motorcycle Drag Racing Sanction presented by Wiseco. We are at South Georgia Motorsports Park, as we are every year at this time of year for the World Finals. And what a day of racing we have in store for you. All the teams are locked and loaded and ready to go out there, and it is going to be a day to remember, I promise you. We've already seen the Spider-Man in the fives. We've already seen our Pro Mod record smashed. We know we fully expect to see our record in Shinko WPS Real Street to be smashed as well, and God only knows what other records. In fact, in speaking... We'll look at our 2019 champions, and we'll talk about where we are in points with all of our various classes. And we will be honoring our 2019 champs tomorrow during opening ceremonies. Larry McBride is the winner in Fuel. In Pro Fuel, our Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel champion from last year is Preston Bartlett. The J&E Pistons Pro Mod sponsor class, Mr. Paul Gass. Nitrous Express Pro Open champion Gene Gosselin. Gene is from Canada and can't be down here due to travel restrictions, but we know he's listening in and he's with us in spirit, and believe me, we love you, buddy. We're looking for you. APE Pro Street Class, the champion from last year is Mr. Chris Edwards. Shinko WPS Real Street Class, Mark Hilton. Growthers Ultra 460 champion is Tony Mullen. We will see the Mullen brothers this weekend and compliment them. We will gift for them as well for their championship winnings in 2019. MTC Supercomp champion, we're going down into our sportsman classes here. MTC Supercomp, Spencer Blakeham. Wiseco Street Fighter champion, Pablo Gonzalez, who won in not one but two classes. Pablo from Puerto Rico was our winner in Wiseco Street Fighter, also in Liska Racing Street ET last year. In Star Racing Top Gas, Ricardo Marte. MPS Pro ET champion from 2019 is Mr. Gary Russell. And the Vance and Hines Racing V-Twin class, Vance Hodyshell. You will see him in the thick of it all weekend. In our current situation here with points coming into this event, we are looking at, in Top Fuel right now, Mitch Brown is leading the class with 99 points. And I want to point out this time that by default, Man Cup in our rules states that whenever we have a 5-6 race season, whatever the case may be, if our season is abbreviated, if a race is dropped due to weather or whatever the complications may be, like this year we had races canceled because of COVID, but anytime our scheduled races are interrupted and we don't have a race, then the World Finals will automatically default to a double points event. And this being the World Finals, whoever is racing in whatever class, double points are going to be applied across the board. Currently leading in Top Fuel points, Mitch Brown with 99. In Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, we have Jim Martin with 177, Rocky Jackson 155, Sam White 136 points, and Walter Holonsky with 112 points. In J&E Piston sponsored Pro Mod class, Mr. Paul Gast has 208 points leading the pack. Jeff House is next in line with 124. Terry Wynn, 88 points. Ashley Owens, 77 points, and 56 points for Eric McKinney. In Nitrous Express Pro Open, Shane Eperjesi is leading the pack currently with 217 points. Rob Garcia has 134 points. Mark Rendler, 134, tied right there, Rob and Mark. Keith Brown, 68 points. Leading in points in APE Pro Street is Rocky Tinker. In Shinko WPS Real Street, Mark Helton is leading. In Grothis Ultra 460 class, Chad Otts leading the pack with 151 points. John Schwartz, 119 points. Hollywood Broderick Jackson with 116 points, and Tim Shelton with 102. In Star Power Top Gaps, Craig Adams is leading with 116 points. Robin Procopio right behind him closely with 107. Pete Chongris 90, and Alan Fields 86 championship points accrued so far. In MTC Supercomp, Mr. Matt Smith is 155 points. Carlo Testa 149. Tommy Guzan 125 points. Jason Herron 114. Those top 5 races, any one of them could snatch that title this race. In Wiseco Street Fighter, Tyler Fisher has 107 points, and he is tied with Pablo Gonzalez, also 107 points. Jim Swanger 86, Jason Herron 83. Pablo Gonzalez is leading in points in MPS Pro ET with 174 points. Alexis Brianna Baker, 148 points. Craig Adams, 135. Mark Colson, 129. They're all in shooting distance. Let me tell you, in MPS Pro ET, with close to 10K on the line this weekend, we have well over 100 plus bikes in Pro ET. They are going to go round after round after round, and it is going to be tough. It'll be sometime Sunday night before we crown a champ in MPS Pro ET. In Liska Racing Street ET, Ken Kobe is leading the pack with 180 points. Patrick Vaughn, 164. Rick McWaters, 148, Jerry Vaughn, 147. In Vance and Hines Race Shop, B-Twin Racing, Ken Kobe with 203 points. Rick McWaters, 164. John Ard, 150. Brian Peterson, 5. So those are our points champions leading right now coming into this event. With double points on the line, this is going to be a dogfight. I would want to put a big congratulations out to our 460 racers who have done a phenomenal job of showing up and supporting the sport, supporting this event. We have in excess of 40 plus bikes just in 460. The showing is just phenomenal, and the racing is so close. We watched a 460 with a 5 come up on the board last night, knowing that would initially be number 1 qualifier, and Mr. Bradley Gothis and I were talking about that. And we had a little side bet that, and in agreement I must say, that number would not survive 3 rounds of qualifying. It didn't even survive the 1 round of qualifying before someone snuck in under that. So that's how tight the racing is. Thousandths of a second separate these guys. It's really, really close class racing. When we come out today in Top Fuel, you'll see Larry McBride out there doing his thing. You will also see Sam Wills and Mitch Brown, Rob Goss, and also in, we've got a couple big tire Pro Mod type bikes that have slid into Top Fuel that are racing with them this weekend. And we look forward to having at least a 7 bike, if not an 8 bike field. We'll see who else comes in this weekend that we can sneak out there, shoehorn into the program, get them out there. And speaking of Top Fuel motorcycles, the Top Fuel motorcycles are coming into the lanes now. Sam Wills has got his bike out there in place. And we know Larry and the rest of the crew will be out here shortly. A big thank you to Motormania TV for live broadcasting the event this weekend. If you go to the World Wide Web and look for Motormania TV, you'll see our event listed there, the Fuel Tech World Finals. Tell family and friends, just get them all involved. Just if you want to tune in, and we have racers and family and friends worldwide in the UK, Sweden, Australia, all across the world, people from Japan as well. Jack and his crew, they're all going to be watching to see who accomplishes what in what class here. A big thank you to those sponsors who have stepped up to pay for this live feed, keep it going. Platinum Fleet Repair, Mr. Ralphie Navarro, the Manhill Garage, who is sponsoring us year after year after year. Thank you so much. The same can also be said for Fast by Gas, Paul Gast, Dave Schnitz and the Schnitz Racing Crew, Rob Bush Motorsports, Robinson Industries, John and Dave Morgan with J&E Automotive. Thank you. You've been with us all along. It has been such a great ride. Thank you. MTC Engineering, who are in the house and on our midway right now. If you have clutch questions, Eric Hochstetler of MTC has got answers. He's down there. You just go on down. Whatever your question is, we can get it answered. Vantine Imaging, Dave Vantine, Robert Perella, Rick Perry Masonry, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, that's MRE, Jay Reagan's outfit. And thank you to Mr. McKinney and McKinney Motorsports for your support and sponsorship of this live feed as well. And I would add that with McKinney Motorsports, Scott McKinney, who is a collector and supporter of some very fine racing memorabilia, Mr. McKinney was nice enough to bring a Top Fuel motorcycle with him of vintage form, something that folks just don't normally get to see. It's not every day you get to see a 3-motored Top Fuel motorcycle. That's right, we have a triple in the house here this weekend with us. And this particular motorcycle was crafted, put together by Bob Davis of Ohio. And chassis was constructed by John Dixon at Supercycle Engineering. John Dixon is here working with Larry McBride this weekend. John is in the house. This chassis is a creation by John. And the motorcycle was assembled and built, raced by Bob Davis back in the 1970s. It's a triple engine injected Kawasaki Nitro, all 12 cylinders with Hillborn units on it, and it is a work of art. It's a beautiful, beautiful motorcycle. That motorcycle was on display in the AMA Museum out in Ohio, and it has left the museum, is out in private collection now. Mr. McKinney owns it. Was nice enough to bring it down here so we could photograph it, put it on display. You'll see a full feature story with the history of the motorcycle on dragbike.com in the not too distant future. Fantastic motorcycle. Our thanks to Mr. Davis's family who are watching and listening on the live feed. We thank you very much for your support of us and helping us to answer some questions and gather some background on the bike, because that's a pretty significant motorcycle. A big shout out to Russ Collins Jr. Collins' legacy and machinery alive. The Atchison Topeka Santa Fe is the one that everybody thinks about when they think about a Top Fuel triple. That motorcycle is being fully restored. It was on display here last year at this event. So that's 2 triples in 2 years. That's a triple double. How about that? So we're going to have both of those at some point on display for everybody to see. It's quite a trip to look at that bike with 12 injectors sticking out of it. And it is such a big, ponderous motorcycle. That's a whole lot of beautiful there, I'll tell you. More Top Fuel motorcycles are making their way into the lanes. The Vantine Motorsports bike is out there ready to go now. Dave and his crew are in place. Out on the racing surface on the 1320. The reverse tire rotator is working away, putting down some extra rubber right now. Ozzy is out there as well, checking on things, making sure everything's just right. The amount of grooming and effort in prepping this racetrack is just monumental. Not a bad way to describe it. I've been here on the facility grounds now since Monday afternoon, and they have been working on this track since Monday. They are still working on this track, and will continue to do so throughout the event to make sure that the teams have the best racing surface available under the circumstances at hand, and they certainly are doing that. Big shout out to the various media companies covering this event. Mr. Tim Haley of Eat My Ink is in the house. Happy to be passing through the tower right now. Jack Porpella at Cycle Drag, dragbike.com. JT Norton is here. A big thanks to all the media companies coming down here, covering this event, giving it the amount of coverage that it truly, richly deserves, as it is indeed the biggest motorcycle drag race in the world. We hold it here every year in November at SGM. And we've been doing so with Man Cup sanction for 10 consecutive years now. Man Cup picked up where drag bike sanction ceased, as sanctions do come and go. Give you a little background on that. AMA Pro Star. Pro Star began back in, right around 89, going into the 1990 season. If Pro Star existed throughout the 90s into 2000, and on or about somewhere around 2006, sanction was sold. And shortly thereafter, Pro Star evolved into becoming drag bike, which is kind of a salute and throwback back to Tom Laughlin's old sanction drag bike. Drag bike itself, as a sanction, originally began in '76 and went right up until about '91, when Tom Laughlin's sanction finally ceased in the early '90s. And shortly thereafter, when that evolved, but long after that went down, Pro Star evolved into drag bike, and then drag bike went right up until 2010. And in 2010, in June of 2010, when drag bike could no longer exist as a business entity, they closed up shop in June of 2010. And then from that point on, it was where we're going to go with this for all of motorcycle drag racing, without a place for the top fuel bikes, the big pro fuel teams to go racing across the board. And what became of that was Jay Reagan and Dave Schnitz and Paul Gast, George Bryce, and a whole bunch. There were 9 major manufacturers who came together. We called them the Nifty Nine back at the time. These 9 manufacturing companies all pooled their money and said, let's have a race. And South Georgia Motorsports Park stepped up and said, we could do that here if you want. And the whole plan formulated between June and September of 2010. And as that evolved, there it was. They said, okay, we're going to do it. We're going to do it in November. And that is how the very first Manufacturers Cup event came together, with 9 manufacturers pooling their money and getting us our first organized full-on drag race once again, after the demise of the other sanctions that evolved over time. Every business evolves, so some survive, some don't. They change shape, they change names, they change hands. That's all part of business evolution. And what became here ultimately is Man Cup. Manufacturers Cup started off with 9 people on the board of director. You know how hard it is to get 9 people to agree on stuff? 9 people became 5, and then 5 manufacturers became 4, and 4 manufacturers became 2. And the long and short of it is Dave Schnitz and Jay Reagan partnered, and together they ran Man Cup for quite some time. And a couple of years ago, Dave stepped back and folded his interest in the business, and Dave went on with his business entity itself, Schnitz Racing. And Dave has been with us all the way, and he's still with us. He still supports us, still sponsors and helps us as much as he can He's in the house today. We wouldn't be where we are without these 9 manufacturers. They've all been with us through the whole thing. Cannot thank them all enough. For those of you watching at home, the major equipment on the racetrack to buff and polish things and groom the racetrack are off of the racing surface. They are laying water down in the water boxes. That's a good thing, because as soon as you see that, you know the teams are getting ready to roll forward. Now in the right lane, Sam Will's bike is poised and ready to go, and Sam is suiting up now. He's doing the pre-race routine. Every Top Fuel pilot does. He's got his leathers on. He's going for the helmet now. We'll see who suits up for the left lane. Mitch has got his bike in position. Johnny Red Ray of Paratech Services is up there to help Mitch, and Mitch has put his jacket on. So the Dennis Bradley Top Fuel motorcycle in the left lane is getting ready to go with Sam. We're getting ready to go racing. A few words about Sam Wills while we're at it. Sam, man, what a history he has. Sam Wills went down to his buddy's motorcycle shop in 1971. He went down to visit his buddy, Bo Brockner, and they both bought Kawasaki's KZs when they first came out in 1971. And both Sam and Bo started street racing with street bikes in 71, doing some bracket racing and learning motorcycle drag racing. And within 4 years' time, in 1974, Sam and Bo had evolved into very serious motorcycle drag racers, racing in the upper faster classes, like Super Eliminator at that time, and Top Gas. And Sam built a B-Fuel Kawasaki. He decided he wanted to go nitro racing. Sam took his Kawasaki and learned how to TIG weld while working at a chassis shop out in Los Angeles, 74. And Sam built his own chassis, his first one there, and he took that chassis and stuffed a Cowie into it with a Hillborn injection unit. And that motorcycle became a B-Fuel class Kawasaki. B-Fuel would indicate that it wasn't huge in displacement. It was closer to 1,200 cc's versus a 1,400 or larger big block. But even at 1,200, or if it was an original 900, that made it B-Fuel with nitro. And that was 3 gears, foot shifting it, mind you. And Sam was running 8s with that bike at about $160 and won a bunch of races. And that B-Fuel bike impressed everybody tremendously. Sam was getting known real quick as a good nitro pilot. And now here we are some decades later. Sam is still building Top Fuel bikes and still racing in Top Fuel. God bless him. What a racer. What a career he's had. And that career continues today. Sam is now on the bike, all suited up, ready to go. Mitch Brown is driving the Dennis Bradley Top Fuel motorcycle in the left lane. They're getting ready to fire that bike. And we are getting ready to go racing. This is going to be our second qualifier. There are 3 qualifiers for the pro classes. This is Q2 now in Top Fuel. Sam Wills on the orange, almost a bronze-colored motorcycle in the right lane. Mitch Brown of Monster Race Products in the left lane. You hear that distinctive angry bee sound that comes from these motorcycles. That's just the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. Wait till they whack that throttle. We'll show you what over 1,000 horsepower looks and sounds like. All right, Sam's ready to go. So is Mitch. Here we go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Nitromethane and a lot of horsepower. A lot of it, too, that nitromethane. These pumps on these bikes are putting out somewhere around 18 gallons a minute. Wouldn't surprise me if somebody has one even bigger than that out there. But I know there's somewhere in that neighborhood. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you exactly what they're using because I know better. I know these guys really, really well. And they know me, and I'm not going to violate their, well, we just don't go there. But suffice it to say, many gallons per minute nitromethane. Each team has their own combination. While they are all top fuel Puma motors here right now, we'll talk a bit about Puma and Mr. King's great contributions to the sport. But nevertheless, some run straight nitromethane, about 95, 96% nitro. Some run 86%, with part of that nitromethane tempered with methanol. Everybody has a different combination, every single team. And no, they will not tell you exactly what it is. Of course not. All right, Mitch Brown out of Clearwater, Kansas in the left lane. Sam Wills. Both bikes away hard. They are trucking down that lane. Left lane, Mitch Brown. 638, 187 miles an hour for Mitch Brown. Sam Wills, 614, 221. Very, very stout numbers, both bikes. They stayed lit the whole length of the racetrack. You could feel the ground rumble. I had to do a double take to make sure somebody wasn't rattling the tire. The vibration of the ground, the vibration of the tower here was so great. But I don't see any marks out there indicating tire shake. It was just the thunder on nitromethane that I was feeling. That 614 by Sam Wills puts him in the number 3 spot right now. We still got more bikes rolling downtown shortly here. But right now, in the number 1 spot, Larry McBride with a 584, Van Tine with his 599, Sam Wills 614, Chongris with a 630. And we are firing up our next pair. Dave Van Tine has fired. Larry is suiting up. Larry's helmet is going on. And this being indicated, it looks like Dave is going to solo. And then Larry will. Apparently. We can work with that. Of course we can. Dave Van Tine of Van Tine Imaging. Van Tine Nitro Sports in the left lane. All right, he's laying down a number out there, so keep an eye on him because he's one of the top 5 on the world GOAT list. And I'll tell you a little bit about the GOAT list right here. GOAT, greatest of all time runs in top fuel motorcycle. Larry McBride's at the top of the GOAT list with a 552.64. Flying Phil from Greece, 566 on the Gulf Oil bike. Congratulations to King Racing and Flying Phil. You guys are just amazing. Team Svensson, Peter Svensson and his brother Soren. Your 570 and 212 is still sitting in the number 3 spot. And look how many years it took everybody to surpass that from 2012. Fantastic. Dave Van Tine's number 4 on the GOAT list with a 571. Corey Hogan with a 578. All right, Van Tine in the left lane. He clipped 5 yesterday. Let's see if he can break that number even deeper today. Dave Van Tine. No, tire started to break loose shortly after launch. His initial launch was a 107, but right after that 60-foot, maybe even just before it, is where the bike suddenly broke traction. And as soon as it did, Dave got out of it. And the reason they have to get out of it like that is because they don't want to hurt the motor. It is too early in the race to risk hurting the motor. When a top fuel motorcycle breaks the tire loose, they're no longer under heavy load from acceleration. When the motor is not under load, then they can't burn the nitro. If you can't burn it, you've got liquid in the cylinder. If you've got liquid in the cylinder and you're compressing it and it's not lit, that's how motors hydraulic. That's how heads get blown off motorcycles. That's something they never want to do. Once they know they've got a hole out and the tire breaks traction, they're going to get out of that throttle every time. You will see an exception to that rule on Sunday race day. They should never pedal these bikes, but when it comes down to fighting for who's going to win a round of racing on race day, yeah, they'll bend and break the rules if they need to. And you may or may not see a 2-piece motor if that happens. And we have seen that. Ladies and gentlemen, in the right lane, tremendous horsepower. Well over 1,400 and then some. Larry McBride has fired up his motorcycle. Mike Chongris in the left lane on a turbo bike. Mike is going to hold back while Larry does his burnout. Once Larry starts to be pushed back from his burnout, that's when Mike Chongris will do his burnout. But it takes a while to do a burnout with a big top fuel bike and then push the thing back. Spider-Man leaning into it. And I've noticed this weekend so far, Larry has been doing his burnouts abbreviated to what he sometimes does. You'll notice that he did burn it to the start line, but only rolled as far as about 40 feet beyond the start line. Now he's being backed up, and it's time for Chongris to fire. Something is not right in firing up. I think their starter cart is malfunctioning. I see people running at high speed looking for a starter cart. They need to fire him right now, because Larry's motorcycle cannot idle and just sit there. Once a top fuel mic is fired, it has to do its thing in a matter of seconds. They don't have a lot of time to do whatever they want to do. As soon as Chongris' bike fires, he immediately does a burnout, pulls right up. He knows Larry's under the gun. That was the fastest fire up and burnout I ever saw. All right, Spider-Man in the right lane, Chongris in the left. Larry is pre-staged. Chongris is now in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Larry McBride, Newport News, Virginia, cycle specialist motorcycle, right lane. Larry's in, and here he goes. Drifting to the right. Larry's bike does not normally do that, but it did this time. And it was not his fault, not in any stretch of the imagination that I could see. Chongris went rocketing down the left side with an excellent 627 and 184. When Larry left the starting line, his bike just plain started drifting to the right, and it was going almost with a mind of its own to the right in the right lane. And that's a bad combination, because that retaining wall is not that far away. Larry very wisely got out of the throttle and let that bike coast. You notice he didn't come anywhere near the wall. Spider-Man handled that motorcycle perfectly. But Larry's 584 that he ran in Q1 is still standing. So currently Larry McBride is sitting in number one spot with a 584, Van Tine 599. Sam Wills with a 614, Mike Chongris with a 627. And we have Terry Schweigert in the water right now. And Tommy Sachs. Terry Schweigert's big turbo bike has absolutely been flying. Where's my 730 number? Where is he at? We've got him listed as 70. He went 632 at 183 yesterday. And that motorcycle, both of these motorcycles, they can carry that front tire all the way to half track easily. These things are rocket ships. They normally run in PXM and Pro Mod. You can even see them in Pro Open sometimes. They have entered in Top Fuel at this event. So these are our two remaining contestants running in the Top Fuel class right now. Tommy Saxon and Terry Schweigert. Rob Garcia ran in this class yesterday, but Rob had a tire come apart on him on the top end. It chunked, and it came completely apart. It tore his tailpiece on his motorcycle to shreds. And he had all he could do to keep the bike contained, and he did, of course. Rob is okay. The bike is injured. Whether or not he can effect repairs and make it for Q3 or make it for Sunday, I'm not sure. I hope to hear from Rob on that. But right now, we have Tommy Saxon in the left lane, Terry Schweigert in the right. Schweigert from British Columbia. Both bikes side by side, storming down that track, looking good on the big end right lane. Terry Schweigert, 637 at 200 miles an hour. Tommy Saxon, something wasn't quite right, so Tommy had to roll out of it. He went 743 on that pass. And we are seeing a cloud of I don't know what on the top end. See this? I do have a motorcycle in the right lane up there, and our track staff is going up to address that right now. And that was our final pair in top fuel, qualifying, this being Q2. We're getting ready to carry on with second round of qualifying with Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel next. Out at the base of the tower right now, the next two motorcycles ready to fire. I see Sam White's bike ready to go in the right lane. And I see Walter Holonsky with the long and short racing team over there in the left lane ready to go. Preston Bartlett, who has won a #1 plate with Man Cup on more than one occasion, last couple of years running really. Preston has stepped back from Man Cup competition to race with other sanctions, and his partner Walter has agreed. Walter's taken over racing with Man Cup, and Walter is currently, I need to check my notes on this, call if Walter is third or fourth, but we'll find out quickly here. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Walter is in fourth place right now in points, but he's in the thick of it. Jim Martin's in the #1 spot with 177 points. Jim Martin will be out on the next pair against Rocky Jackson. But right now it's Walter Holonsky versus Sam White. That's a great matchup too. That is a great matchup. 120 cubic inches of Harley-Davidson V-twin style motor with a carburetor. It is mandatory that they run one carburetor. It's also mandatory that they have no transmission. These are direct drive. These are direct drive motorcycles. No tranny involved. So what you're going to witness here is what we call the stab and steer crowd. They're going to stab that throttle and steer it down the racetrack with body English, not with the front tire, because the front tire is going to be dangling in the air like the whole length of the racetrack. These nitro bikes are amazing. Walter Holonsky, very long and tall. He's the long and short of it. He's the long. Preston Bartlett's on the short side. There they go, front end in the air. Well past the 60-foot clock. 0:25 reaction time for Walter. Laps times here, 7:47, 165 miles an hour for Sam White. And it's 68 for Walter. Now, Walter Holonsky is sitting in the #5 spot qualifying right now. Sam White now sitting in the #3 spot. Martin leading the pack with a 7:42. He's about to make a pass. Let's see where Jim is out here. I've got out here right now, I'm seeing the Rockstone in the right lane. And Jim Martin in the left. He's ready to go. Both racers look at each other and give it a thumbs up. And they're both going to fire now. They reach down with the priming can and shoot some methanol right smack into the carburetor. Give the motor something to light as soon as they spin it over. And once it gets rolling, gravity and fuel flow do the rest. The fuel tanks for these motorcycles are located up high underneath the front air dam. So just forward of their hands on the handlebars, that's where the gas tank is located. Figuratively speaking, there's no gasoline involved, it's nitromethane. And these guys tip the can a lot. And by tip the can, I mean straight nitro right out of the drum. Rocky Jackson, right lane, out of Louisiana. Jim Martin, out of Illinois. Side-by-side burnouts by the pros, putting the heat to the tire. They do burnouts for two reasons. Number one, they want to clean off the tire, anything that's on it. And number two, they build heat in the rubber so it makes it a little more hot and sticky to grab that racetrack. All right, Both motorcycles are pre-staged and ready to rock and roll. Now they're in all the way. Jim Martin going in last. Both bikes away clean. Martin's front end came up quick, looking good there. Good short time by Martin as well. Jim Martin, 7:31 at 169 miles an hour. And a 7.57 at 160 for Rocky Jackson. And you can see the difference in the tune-ups there. They're both running basically 160 miles an hour, yet Martin's so much quicker. That's all about how quickly that clutch comes in. And does that tire grab the racetrack? In motorcycle drag racing particularly, throughout drag racing, you could say that it's all about the combination. And that's so very true. But when it comes to motorcycle drag racing, when you've only got one tire to work with, you better have it right, son. You're going home. It's one tire, it's one combination. You get it right, or you're going to have a short race day. David Larson, Larson Motorsports motorcycle firing up next. Larson will be the final motorcycle in our Pro Fuel class. Then we will move on to J&E Pistons Pro Mod next. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel action coming your way. Johnny and Leanne, thank you so much for your sponsorship in this class and your continued support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And good luck, Mr. Kerrigan, and that new build. We're thinking of you, Johnny. Larson Motorsports in the right lane. He's out of Topeka, Kansas. They're wiping the water out of the water box off the front tire. As the bike thunders through its burnout, Larson doing a very good job on that. David Larson snaps that throttle open, and there he goes. His initial launch was good. The 60-footer was a 121. But even though the 330 reads 335, he was out of his tune-up well before the 330. That bike was about 100 feet down track when he had to back it down for whatever the reason may be. I will not speculate as to why. But be that as it may, Mr. Larson had a great burnout, a good launch, and whatever his challenge is with his tune-up, he's going back to the pits to find that and work on it. So we're moving on to our next class here. J&E Pistons Pro. Now, the Pro Mod bikes are an eclectic mix. They have long wheelbases, big wheel bars, big tire. Some of these are nitrous bikes, some of these are turbo bikes. You're going to see whatever comes across the board here. But yes, it's a very eclectic mix. Big power. Big power. This is 8th Mile Racing. Our Pro Mod national record was a 399. It's not anymore. Ashley Owens crashed it, destroyed it last night with a 397. Let's not use the C word, shall we? Ashley Owens, our #1 qualifier with a 397. We'll see him before this round is out. Right now, Mentex Thompson and Connell Smith are going to go at it. Thompson in the left lane out of Decatur, Illinois. Connell Smith out of Lenox, Georgia. The 2006 Kawasaki in the right lane. Mr. Corpello, Psycho Jag, right out there with Connell Smith, keeping an eye on the action. Streaming stuff live out there as well. big thank you to Eat My Ink, Cycle Drag, dragbike.com, all the news media outlets that are here with us this weekend. Thank you. Mantex Thompson. Left lane. They're both pre-staged. We're waiting for them to pull in. Now we got them both in all the way. There they go. There they go. 0:57 short time for Mantex. He goes 4:18 at 166 miles an hour. 60-footers are so critical when you're racing 660 feet. That's an eighth of a mile. So those first 60 feet are so vital, so vital. If they can't launch with a 1.0 or better, it ain't happening. They have to have that kind of power and hookup to be competitive. And I'll give you the numbers right off the monitor as soon as the 4.0s unravel, and they will. They will. You may see one now. Rick Perry in the left lane, Tyrone Lemons right lane. Both of these bikes are capable of generating a 4.0 or better. Ashley Owens with a 97, Mr. Gas with a 99, an 07, an 07, an 08. And those are the first 5 bikes. Running in the O's. Okay, fully staged. JD Pistons Pro Mod bikes coming your way. Rick Perry left lane. 103 60-footer goes 4:15 at 163 miles an hour in the 8th mile. This is 8th mile racing. Rick Perry laying it down. Perry Racing with a legacy of speed. Let me give you the names from the MTC Top 5, the MTC 5 Second Club. There are 8 bikes. Larry McBride in 01, Jimmy Brantley 05, Tom Perry 208. Corey Hogan ran it in 2008. Jeff Pollard entered the 5 Second Club in 2009. Chris Hand in 2013 and Ian King in 2014. Those are your 5 members of the very prestigious MTC 5 Second Club. There are many top fuel motorcycles globally. Only a handful can run in the 5s. Ricard definitely in there with them. Others in the European theater, definitely 5-second machines. They're all motorcycles to be feared and revered, definitely respected. Terry Wynn, left lane, Jacksonville, Florida. JP Maddox, right side. Terry Wynn, 102, goes 4:18. JP Maddox, 4:17. Side by side, glued going down that racetrack like a couple of rocket ships. How in the world do they fit 5 shifts into a 4-second pass? You got me on that. That is so impressive. These motorcycles are monsters. Chris Garner-Jones in the water in the left lane. Jeff House, Keller, Texas in the right lane. These amazing machines continue to go out there and lay down the big numbers. Thanks to Team Grothus, Walter Timberland, Pete Brown, all the chassis makers who make these amazing machines. Man, you got some fine work out there. Chassis that really, really work. And they have to for the horsepower these bikes put down so quickly. Amazing stuff. Waiting for the heads up to fire here. Up on the top end, we have an examination on the race surface going. I think we just swapped out a timing block up there. See one of the track maintenance service vehicles up there in the left lane. As soon as the track is clear, we'll get the word to fire up. Right now, JD Pistons Pro Mod is running. Nitrous Express Pro Open is next. You should be ready to roll out of lane 5. Robert Tull Pro Stock, you should be in lane 6. APE Pro Street, you should be in lane 7. Shinko WPS Real Street Bikes, you should be in lane 8. We are going to march forward with the entire Pro Q2 session. You should all be where you need to be at this time. Very important. We're waiting on word on the top end. Attention in the pits, Grothus Ultra 460. Come to lane 1, please. Grothus Ultra 460 to lane 1. If you have a golf cart or a scooter in lane 1, please move that vehicle. That is not a parking spot. The lanes are for the motorcycles to stage in so they can go racing. If you have a golf cart, that green golf cart and the red golf cart and all the scooters in lane 1, please move them now. Grothus Ultra 460. Bring your bikes up to lane 1, please. All right, next pair. Jeff Howe's right lane. 016 reaction time goes 4:07 at 173 miles an hour, and a 4:01 for Chris Garner-Jones at 174. And I watched Chris Garner-Jones make 2 test passes, and they were both 4.0s. And he ran yesterday in Q1 with a 4.0, and now he's running Q2, and he's put another 4.0 up there. And that's why I call that man 4.0 Jones, because boy is he. What a great racer. JD Pistons Pro Mod rocking the house. The man, the legend, Mr. Paul Gast. Yes, he's over 70 years old. No, his reaction times are not. Age may be a number, but watch what he can do with it. What a great racer, Mr. Gast. He's an inspiration to all of us and continues to be. Travis Davis in the right lane. Always a strong performer, always in the thick of it. Travis currently qualified in 6th with a 4.08. We'll see what he can put up this time versus Paul Gast, who was in the 390s again last time. All right, up on the limiter. They're ready to rock. Here we go. Both bikes away. Gast out first with an 013, gets to the stripe. 398 for Paul Gast, 4.0 for Travis Davis. That 398 with a 6 would have been under the record for Paul. But things as they are, the 397 by Ashley Owens trumps that. Paul Gast with a 398 with a 6, now sitting in the number 2 spot in JD Pistons Pro Mod. As we prepare for Richard Gadsden and Kenny Hill to come up next. Kenny Hill putting the boots to that bike. Strong burnout. Now Richard. Richard Gadsden. A great legacy of speed. The Gadsden family. My, what you have brought to the table. Richard, Ricky, your entire family. All you've brought to us. Thank you. Tremendous. Jerry Cooper out there behind the Cooper Performance Pro Mod. Tall gentleman right smack in the drag slick straight behind Richard. That is Jerry Cooper. That is his pro mod sitting on the starting line with Richard in the hot seat. Something not right with the motorcycle, so they are taking it away and calling for a solo for Kenny Hill. Something was not right with the bike, so they just shut it off, and they're going to back it up. They'll take it down to the pits and find out whatever they need to find out. Rocketing hard down that left lane, running a number. Kenny Hill, 429 at 167 miles an hour. And that concludes our qualifying session for J&E Pistons Pro Mod. We are now moving into Nitrous Express Pro Open. Bill Vose is in the left lane on the Williford Racing built bike. I believe that is Aaron Litton's machine, or was at one point. I'm not sure the particulars on that right now, but I'm certainly going to find out before the weekend's out. But Bill Vose is sitting in the hot seat of that big turbo bike in the left lane, and in the right lane, Mark Rendelock will be piloting the Wedman Motorsports motorcycle with the basic Air Force paint job that is absolutely stunning. Paint job may be stunning, but the bike is just amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Out walking the starting line, checking it out carefully, is Mark Rendelock with the Bones leathers. Them Bones. Billy Vose seated on the Williford Racing bike.
All right. Attention in the pits. If you have a J model third gear, input and output. It's an input, and we need an input and output gear. We need an input and output side third gear for a J model transmission. If you have one, bring it on up here to the tower.
All right, so we took care of our racer in need. We'll clear that up. We'll also clear up whatever other particulars are necessary. And we will move on with our race program accordingly when the time comes. We've got a whole bunch of Pro Open bikes getting ready to run here right now. And behind Pro Open, we will also be moving into Robert Tull Pro Stock. They're ready in lane 6. APE Pro Street in lane 7. Chinko WPS Real Street in lane 8. 460 Growthus bikes. 460, we have called you to lane 1, please. 460 to lane 1, please. All right, moving forward with the program. Pro Open is rolling at this time. Bill Vose doing his burnout. Mark Rendelock doing his burnout. J&E Pistons Pro Mod has concluded their qualifying session. And now rolling forward with Pro Open. Billy Vose is looking to put that motorcycle in the fives. He wants to run as deep a 6 as possible on this pass, preferably a 5. That has not happened yet with a turbo bike, but we know we're going to see it one day. Only a question of when. Grendelock away clean. Billy Vose on a number. They had that right up there, but something went wrong right after the shift. And up on the big end, Mark. Grendelock 668, 166 miles an hour. Billy Vose 206 miles an hour. Booming mile an hour on that pass. 672 number. Bill knows he can pull a much tighter one out of it. Something happened after his initial gear shift and the bike slowed. But it still registered 200 mile an hour on the big end. Pro Open continuing. Rob Giard of Tennessee in the right lane. An old showboat himself, Shane Epper-Jesse, in the left lane. Rob Giard is going to single at this time. And then we'll bring up our next pair. All right, Rob's going to set himself there. He's a former champion, #1 plate holder here in this class. The very first year of Pro Open, Rob was the champion. Puma power underway. Rob Giard with a 113 60-footer, 298 at the 330. He had a 463 at the 8th. His ET 738 at 107 miles an hour. And Rob completes his run as we prepare the next pair. All right, the Cooper Performance Machine, whatever was wrong has been evidently been corrected, hopefully. And now we've got a run in the left lane. Shane Epper-Jesse. And the Cooper Performance bike is going to stay stationary for the moment. And Mr. Epper-Jesse is going to single. .460 motorcycles, Grothus Ultra 460. You should be in lane 1, please. Grothus Ultra 460 to lane 1. MTC Supercomp to lane 2, please. Ouch. Shane Epper-Jesse launches 04 and 050 reaction time. He had a 107 60-footer. And something, there was a snap and a pop, very audible. The bike immediately shut off, and it is coasting. Got a lot of kinetic energy. That thing is still going down there. So he is rolling off the racetrack on the big end. So Shane is able to get his motorcycle off the racing surface, and we continue on here. Cooper Performance bike is going to make a pass. Richard Gadsden at the controls. One of the most talented drag bike pilots in the game today. Richard Gadsden away clean. 0:44 reaction time. Goes 4.0 at 171. Which would put him in the number 4 spot. We are getting ready to go pro stock motorcycle drag racing here, ladies and gentlemen. Tell you a bit about the Robert Tull Pro Stock bikes in just a moment. Yes. All right, that is our next class coming out now is Pro Stock bike. Robert A. Tull Pro Stock motorcycles are now coming into the water. They will run next. Angie Smith of Matt Smith Racing is in the right lane. We get ready to send this pair down. Looking at the rest of our field, I see Ryan Oler out there, Greg Underdahl. All the bikes are lining up. Chris Bostic. Engershwin. Some very talented NHRA Pro Stock motorcycle racers here. Matt Smith is out there with his wife, Angie. Angie's in the hot seat of the bike right now. Matt is well qualified, sitting in the number 1 spot with a 675 at 200 miles an hour on his first hit. So Matt being well qualified, he is not engaging in qualifying today. He's going to concentrate on helping his teammates. He knows his bike and his program is where it needs to be, so he's concentrating his efforts on the rest of his team, trying to raise them up to his level. That's what good leaders do. Absolutely. Steve Johnson in the left lane. There seems to be some challenge with Steve's bike in the left lane. And he indicated to Matt Smith Racing to fire. These are NHRA Pro Stock motorcycles, and they are running NHRA Pro Stock rules here with Man Cup. Robert Tull. Robert Tull Plumbing and Contracting sponsoring the NHRA Pro Stock class here with Man Cup. This is Man Cup Pro Stock motorcycle drag racing. Now Steve Johnson has his bike lit. Matt Smith checking Angie's bike. She is going to stage now. So Johnson will do likewise in the left lane. So Man Cup comes right out of the gate with a 675-200 as our standard. That's our number 1 qualifier, Matt Smith, right now. We'll see what Angie can step up and come as close to that as she can. She is a member of the Denso Sparkplugs 200 mile an hour club. Angie away quick, 110 60-footer. Angie in a good tuck, rocketing down the big side. 687 at 197 miles an hour. Angie Smith knocking on the door of the 200 with a 197 pole on her shot. Steve Johnson's motorcycle malfunctioned and died shortly after launch. Steve's bike is over by the wall in the left lane. So we need to get a team member of Johnson Racing. Please get down there and help that gentleman get that motorcycle from the racetrack. We will push on with Robert Tull Pro Stock qualifying. It was an amazing and a very big important step that Robert Tull Plumbing and Contracting just stepped right up and said, "You're going to bring Pro Stock bikes? I want to help." They called the motorcycle racing sanction, Man Cup, and said, "How can I help?" And here it is. Now we have a sponsor for the class. They have a purse to race for. And now we've got NHRA quality motorcycles out here, and I hope to see this again and again as the years unfold at the World Finals. This is a great class to have and include in our racing program. We're very, very, very happy to have them with us. Rothus Ultra 460, you should be in lane 1. MTC Super Comp, you should be in lane 2. Let's load the lanes up and let's go racing, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep this show on the road here. Mark Ingerson, left lane. Motorcycle number 370 out of Findlay, Ohio. And Chris Bostic with the Bostic Racing Machine in the right lane. Chris Bostic, 61 years old, from Ohio. Been racing a long time. Rocketed on that starting line. We are getting ready to put them in the beams, and indeed we have. Here we go. Great launch by Ingerswin. An 0:28 reaction time. Just like a rocket ship. Zoom out of here. See ya. 696 at 191 miles an hour for Ingerswenson. 698 at 189. Bostic with a good number as well. Bostic now sitting in the number 6 spot. Ingerswenson now in the number 5 spot. And we pull our next pair. Chris. Nope, that's David Barron. All right, in the right lane, David Barron of Dallas, Texas. In the left lane, I've got a crowd between me and that motorcycle, so I cannot see the competition number of the bike very clearly. Pretty sure I've got Charlie Poskew in the left lane right now. But until the crowd clears, we'll concentrate with Mr. Barron and work with that right now. Barron Racing, right lane. Robert Tull, Pro Stock qualifying, session 2 in progress. There we go. Look at that reaction time. That 077 is such a stretch ahead of a .392. He goes across the finish line with a 7:52 at 155 miles an hour. And even though his opponent was quicker with a 7:42 at 189, there's such a hole shot involved there. That was the disparity in distance between the two machines. See Greg Underdahl making his way through the crowd down there. Veteran Pro Stock racer himself. So Matt Smith is sitting in the number 1 spot with a 675. Angie Smith, number 2 spot with a 687. As Smith Racing makes their imprint quickly. Ryan Oler in the left lane. The right lane, again, I'm obscured by the crowd on the starting line, so I can't see that racer and identify the proper. But that's Flying Ryan in the left lane. And he is flying. Ryan Oler left lane. 691 at 194 miles an hour for Flying Ryan. Attention in the pits, we have a racer in need. And by the way, that concludes qualifying for Robert Tull Pro Stock Motorcycle. We're getting ready to bring the Pro Street bikes out next. APE Pro Street will be out next. We have a racer in need. Mr. Seeley has a sprocket that needs welding. If you have a TIG welder, or if you have capacity to do TIG welding here at the track, or if you have a shop very close by, we have a racer in need that has a sprocket that needs to be welded. Please contact Mr. Seeley. He is located down by the scoreboard in the pits here. And we'll see if we can get that taken care of. Thank you. Racer in need. A TIG welder, or if you know somebody who has a TIG welder here at the track, or a shop that can perform proper TIG welding procedure nearby, spraying operations going on right now. I want to talk a little bit about track prep. While that happens, we are about to bring out the APE Pro Street bikes, and following them we have Shinko WPS Real Street motorcycles coming out. Spencer Claycomb is right at the head of the line for that. We may see record-setting performances there today. In the lanes, I have a great collection of Sportsman bikes ready to go. And we're going to put them in lane 3, too, because lane 1 and lane 2 are occupied. Lane 1 is, of course, our Growthers Ultra 460 bikes. Lane 2 is MTC Supercomp. Lane 3, time to load them up. Super Eliminator to lane 3, please. Super Eliminator motorcycles to lane 3. And Mr. Hutchins, if you would love to join us up here for that session, we'd be very happy to have you on the mic and talk about these unique motorcycles and their combinations when that happens. Let's continue on with Q2 for our sportsmen. For those of you who are watching and listening at home, to the magic of the World Wide Web, there are 2 professional qualifying sessions. We're almost finished with Q2. There are 3 sessions total. We did Q1 on Friday. Q2 is in progress right now. Once we conclude Pro Street and Real Street, that will conclude the second qualifier. The third qualifier later today is at 4:30. So if you're wondering when the pros are coming back out, when are you going to see them top fuel bikes again? Sometime around 4:30. That's the long and short of that answer. Right now, we are waiting to include our track prep so we can pull our APE Pro Street bikes out, and then the Shinko WPS Real Street bikes will follow. Track prep. What you just saw was the staff here at South Georgia Motorsports Park putting down some JP1 Again, it could have been VHT, whatever the case may be, whatever the track uses. There are many different manufacturers of traction compound. And what's interesting about that is each manufacturer, of course, has their own process, and they are different chemically speaking. And that's extremely important because they use different compounds depending on what time of day, how hot that track is going to be or not be, will determine which chemical combination they may reach for. And they can reach for any one of a half a dozen different ones. In fact, they can even tailor it, not so much by combining the compounds, but traction compound is meant to be cut with methanol. So sometimes they will add an X amount of methanol per gallon to a mixture in order to temper the traction compound. Straight traction compound is like human flypaper. It will, I don't care whether you spend $25 on your Walmart sneakers or $125 on Air Jordans. A well-prepped racetrack is an equal opportunity destroyer. I don't care how much you spend on your sneakers, it's going to rip them right apart. You'll have two-piece sneaks in no time. It's that sticky out there. And sticky time is now. For here we go with this session of APE Pro Street. Frankie Stotts and Rudy Sanzatera get ready to mix it up. Frankie has had some amazing performances on this bike and on this racetrack. And Frankie Stotts with his dad, Kent Stotts, everybody in Pro Street knows this bike is a force to be reckoned with. Frankie in the hot seat, Kent Frank tuning and servicing the bike. This father-son team is as tough as it gets. They really are. They're very tough to race against. Gadsden and Mummert, Teasley and Sawyer, Mr. Ettinger, all these teams, they are so tough. But Frankie can surprise you on any given day. Don't ever take him in that bike lightly. Don't do it. They will. As I said, the racetrack's very sticky out there, as you can see. When they put the glue down, they're not kidding. They get ready for these bikes. These motorcycles generate in excess of 600 horsepower, probably closer to 800. And these motorcycles can run mid-sixes at well over 210 miles an hour. So, here we go. Starts away quick. Sanzatera broke a chain in the left lane. Frankie Stotts, 677 at 198 miles an hour for Frankie Stotts. We have a drive chain laying on the racetrack in the left lane. I know the track staff saw it as well. They'll take care of that. But Rudy shed his chain just after the 60-foot clock, and when the chain came off his bike, we got that multi-link Alabama black snake laying out there. We'll take care of it. Chain choices on these motorcycles. 630 link is a thing of the past. 530 links are made so well now. The 500 series chain has become the standard again. Motorcycle chain manufacturers have done a great job of stepping up. And making these chains so that the guys don't have to run the big heavy 630s. Very alert track staff here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. They know that when that chain came off the bike, it's not just a chain. The very dangerous question is, where did that master link go? Because the master link is out there somewhere with two prongs sticking up and a side plate and a spring clip. And they're already fishing up the extra parts. They're doing a very good job of cleaning up out there. That's the kind of staff you want to have. Folks who are wise enough to know that that's a problem and go looking for it before it becomes a real problem. because you don't want anybody running over link parts like that. And then somebody pop a tire, and that would not go well. Hats off to the South Georgia Motorsports Park crew for being wise enough and sharp enough to go out there and pick up the links as well. I like seeing that. Safety, baby. Safety, safety, safety. All right, Frankie Stotts completed his pass, and Rudy shed a chain. We're moving on to our next motor vehicle. Growth is 460. You should be in lane 1, Super Comp lane 2, Super Eliminator lane 3, please. Super Eliminator. Lane 4 is clear, so we're going to load it up. Wiseco Street Fighter to lane 4, please. Wiseco Street Fighter to lane 4. Super Eliminator to lane 3, please. Ronnie Bonateus, left lane, nice power wheelie right back down onto the racetrack. Great control of that motorcycle. Ronnie on the big end, 738 at 179 miles an hour. And that puts Ronnie currently in the ballpark. There he is. My screen has changed already over to Real Street. So we're going to run with that. I have Spencer Claycomb and Ricky Gadsden coming out next. Ricky Gadsden is going to take the right lane. Spencer Claycomb is headed over to the left lane water box right now. Now, you heard me announce Richard Gadsden earlier, and now we have Ricky Gadsden. Ricky Gadsden is one of the great legends of motorcycle drag racing. He's been at it for decades. He's won everything there is to be won out there. He's still at it, still fitting his old leathers, and he's just as deadly today as he ever was. Ricky Gadsden in the right lane. Spencer Claycomb on that throttle hard in the left lane. When Richard Gadsden was a little guy, he used to watch videotapes of his uncle, Ricky Gadsden, racing. Richard watched those videotapes so many times, those VHS tapes in the 1990s. He wore him out. He wore him out. That's how often he used to watch those VHS tapes. He always wanted to be just like his uncle Ricky. And he's all that, then some now. Great racers, both of them. Great racers, both of them. Spencer Claycomb, left lane. 140 on the 60-foot. 763 at 190 miles an hour on that real street bike. 190.65 was our mile per hour record. Spencer Claycomb just went 190.94. So he has exceeded the. Now, he would have beaten the ET record, but he broke traction during the first 60-foot. His 60-foot was off. I saw it right away. But you'll see him again. He's not giving up on this. Richard Gadsden, right lane, puts in his number, a 927 at 117. Mike Sancho, left lane, 862 at 167. So Ricky Gadsden on that pass at 763 with a 5 puts him in the number 1 spot. Spencer Claycomb with a 763, but with a 7 is now sitting in the number 2 spot. Annabelle Merced, 770. Competitor 011 with a 778. Jamie Lopez with a 783. And Mike Sancho, 862, sitting in the number 6 spot for Real Street. And I'm looking downtown to see if I have any further those motorcycles rolling out. We are getting ready with Sportsman Q2. I know over in lane 1, I've got my Growthus Ultra 460 bikes getting ready to come out. And MTC Super Comp is in lane 2. I've called Super Eliminated to lane 3. I've also called Street Fighter to lane 4. And as soon as lane 5 is clear, I'll be calling Star Racing Top Gas bikes up as well. Races are on the ball. I see my lane's pretty full out there. I'm looking forward to seeing all my Super Eliminator bikes in lane 3. I got 1 or 2 up there now, but I need more. Super Eliminator motorcycle to lane 3, please. Super Eliminator. Wiseco Street Fighter to lane 4, please. Wiseco Street Fighter, lane 4, please. Concession stand is open. If you are hungry, make your way to the concession stand at the rear of the tower here. Just come to the tower to race control and go directly to the back of the building. You'll find yourself facing the concession stand. Chicken tenders are great, so the chicken tenders and fries are an excellent combination. Sweet Tea's Barbecue is available. Sweet Tea's Barbecue is available on the left side over on the opposite side of the racetrack. You slide on over there, Sweet Tea's is located. You'll see the flags flying over there just behind the winner's circle here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. And their food is good. Oh, pulled pork sandwiches are incredible. Make your way over to Sweet Tea's and enjoy yourself some good Southern barbecue. We have concluded our Real Street qualifying. Get back to you in just a moment, please. We are quiet for the moment, but not for long. Quiet at a drag strip means something's about to go down. And you know that's true. We have a lot of legends in the house this weekend visiting us. Old timers who raced, been there and done that. John Dixon is here. Superbike Mike is here. Got some no-time action coming your way right now. Red bikes. Now, when they run, I will not be making any announcements or calls on them. No-time bikes put nothing up on the clocks. They generally race for a wager of some sort between contestants or between teams. And whatever that contestant may be, well, that's between them. Because it's on the down low, they don't want anybody knowing how quick their bikes really are, clocks are shut off. So there's no time. You will not see any numbers on the scoreboard. It's whoever gets to the finish line first. That's who wins. Drag racing. Drag racing in its purest form, perhaps. Both bikes leave the starting line at exactly the same time, and whoever gets to the finish line first wins. That's the bottom line when it comes to no-time racing. Motorcycle in the left lane has no extra bodywork, no extra anything on that bike. Talk about the naked truth. There it is. You're looking at it. That is John Hall in the right lane on a Pro Stock motorcycle. John Hall Racing. Okay, some no-time action. Who you like, left or right? There they go. Oh, Hall left him in a hurry. Oh, baby. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you ever wondered what the word hole shot means, you just saw it. That was a hole shot. Just left him in the hole, lonely, all by himself there. That was horsepower. You can hear it. You don't need to know how big the motor is. You don't need to know what that thing can do. You can hear that power. You can feel it. That is a monster. So the No Time Bike's doing their thing, and then we're going to go right into Grothis Ultra 460. Mr. Grothis, you are welcome to join us here in the tower if you are so inclined to do so. Grothis Ultra 460 is going to roll out of lane 1. MTC Supercomp lane 2. Super Eliminator lane 3. Wiseco Street Fighter lane 4. Star Racing Top Gas to lane 5, please. Star Racing Top Gas. Come to lane 5, please. The lanes are now clear of their respective classes. If you have a golf cart or if you have a scooter that's just sitting in the lanes, please move it. We need those lanes for the motorcycles. Lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 must be occupied by drag bikes in competition. Must be. Thank you. Next pair is getting ready to do their thing as we move into 460. So you keep hearing me repeat the term 460, 460, 460. What does that mean? Okay. This sportsman category of racing is based on a national standard. It's what we call an index. And the index for this class is 4.60 seconds. When these motorcycles leave the starting line, what they are trying to do is leave that starting line and get to the 8th mile finish point in 4.60 seconds. Their goal is to run as close to that number or right on that number as humanly possible. If they go quicker than that number, they've gone too quick. The idea is to turn in a 6.0. Mr. Grothis, what do you think about that?
I'm pretty darn excited. Butch Million, after a couple looks at the racetrack, has been doing just that. He's improved ever so slightly to the number 13 position and hoping, I imagine, to get into at least the top 10 here. A little backfire on the big end, and look at that. He does. He goes 462. If I remember right, I think he went 66 Q1, 62 on that lap. He's going to be happy.
Bradley, how long has Grothis Drag Bikes been in existence now? Tell us a little bit about Grothis Drag Bikes briefly.
Yeah, it's been in existence for quite some time. I was born in 1994. My dad and mom, Judy Clemmy,
wow.
My Uncle Tom and Joe Clemmy are here racing this weekend.
94.
Yeah, so they started even prior to when I was born, back in the late 80s, touring quite a bit with, I believe, IDBA as well as a little bit of Pro Star action. Retired after I was born, and my oldest brother Brunson started riding a little bit after graduating from college, and here we are, full scale, about 10,000 square foot later, so multiple CNC machines and a lot of great products.
What a legacy of speed you've brought to us all. Thank you so much for that. And, you know, your sponsorship of this class is so vital, and look at what we've got for a field.
Absolutely. In the Summit Racing Lane, Thomas Gunn on one of the turbocharged entries goes a little quick, 4:57.8 out of Gunn. Joey Brandgain also goes 4:57.8. That was a great race from start to finish. They're both about 0.80 on the bulb, and they run the exact same ETs.
Another thing that amazes me about 460, and many things do amaze me about 460 classes, you'll notice that that pair was down the racetrack, and before they were even across the 60-foot line, 8th mile mark, we already had our next pair doing their burnout. Everybody moving with efficiency and a purpose here. These racers are moving with a purpose. I love it.
Yeah, these are very serious racers, and when you have the number of entries that we do at the World Finals, that's very vital to keep events moving. And speaking of great racers, we've got Jason Booth, another fellow Iowan, 0.55 in the bulb in the Summit Racing lane. Goes pretty quick to 3:30 and just under the index goes 4:58.8. Durwood Rawlings, a really, really consistent 460 racer, and it's showing 4:61 at 146.
That 4:58 with an 8 is so close to that 460 number. And I'll put the folks at home to understand, they missed running a 460 there by only 0.02 of a second.
Yeah, Jason's going to be. Yeah, he's going to be thrilled with that. Obviously, these guys have had 2 solid looks at the tree for qualifying alone. Multiple racers here testing on Friday, even some on Thursday, and certainly some even more professionals here on Wednesday. It makes for a very long weekend, but the more looks they're getting at the track, it's showing right here in ETs.
Scott Samich out of Georgia in the left lane. John Schwartz, right side from West Seneca, New York. We have racers from all over the USA, Puerto Rico, and all over at our event this weekend. I cannot thank you all enough for traveling as far as you do to come here and be a part of this prestigious event, the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals. Here we go.
Schwartz definitely got out of the throttle close to the big end last lap. That's why he's qualified at a 470. They expect it to be a little bit closer here, and it's 4:58 with a 6 for Schwartz. Just again, kind of like Jason in the exact same lap there. Really close to the number. He's got an aggressive race day tune-up.
All right, next pair ready to rock and roll. David Davis and Bill Tomre.
Bill in the Summit Racing lane getting a lot of help out of the Chongris camp. This is a bike that Mike Chongris actually used to campaign a little bit. Bill is a super comp racer, really skipped the top gas steps, and right into 460 he goes. And not afraid to go quick. Qualified with a 4:55.8, puts him in the number 45th spot. If Mike Chongris had anything to say here, or his brother Jimmy, I got to imagine they're wanting him to try to get down there and slow it down if it feels like he's really on a run.
How many G's do you think they're getting in the butt when they launch that thing?
On these bikes, I imagine it's upwards of around 2. I know on our Pro Nitrous motorcycles, we're about 3.5, and that's going about 1 flat 60 is fairly consistent. These guys, anywhere, as we've seen this weekend, from 103 to 115, if you're going to try to cover the number.
60 footer is very common in this class. David Davis, Cedar Hill, Texas, left lane, 109.4. Goes 4.60 with a 9.
Yeah, David Davis making a really great improvement there. He was qualified in the number 39 position with a almost super comp number 5:59.2. Definitely found something there. That bike, it's not a new entry by any stretch, but one that they have been working on all weekend long to get figured out. And you see a lot of high fives as they're walking back towards the water box there.
All Bones himself out there in the right lane right now. Ronnie Bonateus, Montez Thompson, left lane. This will be a good matchup.
Yeah, expect high mile an hour from the Summit Racing side, one of the turbocharged entries. And Montez Thompson, 4:69.9, a little off pace for them. They run a lot of 460 events. If I had to bet here, he's going to be pretty close to the number 109.960, 464.2. He definitely picks up and improves, probably not quite as much as he'd like, but Ronnie Bones, 465. I tell you what, that would have been a really great drag race if it was first round of eliminations.
I see our 40-something contestants has grown to 45 now in 460.
Yeah, I know the folks on Motormania can't see you and I up here right now, but the smile on our faces from a class such as this that just continues to grow, and not only grow with just multiple bikes, but grow in the level of competitiveness as well. We don't see just bike after bike getting in this class and not really being able to compete. It's looking impressive. We got Jeff House coming up in the Strange lane and Dan McCartan in the Summit Racing lane.
Dan McCartan in the right lane out of Wonder Lake, Illinois, 465 with a 347 miles an hour in that pass, 459 with a 7 for Jeff House. House 0.003 of a second, a little too quick. And remember, whenever a racer goes too quick, they go under the index. That shuffles their number to the back of the pack.
Yeah, Jeff House really picking up where he needed to. He was in the number 10 spot with a 462. He turns the wick up just a little too much, though, and goes the 459 with the 7. Dan McCartan is really stuck in the middle 460s right now. I know he just put that bike together after having a lot of motor damage and was able to find the high 60s. Right there, he goes the 65. The round 4 before, he goes the 64. He's definitely going to want to pick up just a little bit on race day, and if I was a betting man, he will.
I'm not a betting man, but if I was a betting man, I'd be willing to say that Ronnie Procopio had a horrible light last night, isn't going to have one now.
I would agree, and it's going to be tough to improve on his last lap. Sitting in the number 2 qualifying spot in the Summit Racing lane with the 460 with a 0.
0.51 reaction time.
No worries. Papa Freeman does what Procopio does yesterday, goes extremely red, and just not a great lap for the Duncanville, Texas crew. 5:47 in the strange lane, but Procopio definitely a little slower out of the hole than he'd like. Goes 4:62 with a 9. Relatively close to the number. Will compete, but he expects more out of that motorcycle.
Yeah, he's going to tighten that up. I don't have any doubt about that. The Procopio family, all of them, they're very stout racers. Very, very stout racers.
Yes, they are, and they do a lot of racing too. You'll see that the folks that are the best are making lap after lap, multiple different sanctioning bodies, and we're certainly happy to have them down here at the Manufacturers Cup.
All right, now we have Larry Epperchesi in the left lane out of Lake Dallas, Texas, and Curtis Briggs, Monroe, North Carolina, in the right lane.
Larry's been all over the number this weekend. 461 with a 5. Last lap he went 458. If he can just squeeze right between the two here, and he's not going to. He's going to be on the slowest lap of the weekend. 463.7 at 152.5 for the Lake Dallas, Texas-based team. And Curtis Griggs goes 465.2 at 151. Neither of them too aggressive out of the starting line areas, even when the tree drops. But Curtis going to be sitting in the number 32 spot as of right now.
When the 460 racers are watching the numbers, and of course they watch them very, very closely, what number do they look for most often when they're concerning with themselves? Is my power starting to fall off? Which number do they watch most closely?
Well, honestly, it's a combination of all of them, simply because there's so many different ways to try to go 460. Compared to, say, Pro Open or Pro Mod, you're really trying to get going really down low and all across. These bikes, since there's so many ways to try to hit that number with, say, a turbocharger or a nitrous bike, they're really going to be at a combination. I know ourselves, we're really looking about mid-track if things are going to be falling off the way our tune-up's built. Simply because if we're not taking power there, we're certainly not going to make it the second half.
The skills necessary to be a racer.
Yeah, they are wide and plentiful, that's for sure. David Tybert had some issues last round. It appears that they may still have some issues plaguing them. The starter card is getting run back up to the line. The bike is shut off. Morris Ball, the opponent in the Summit Racing lane, showing good sportsmanship right now. This is a bike, like I said, that was raced prior with Gordon Johnson, and if you saw the burnout that it just did, you'd think Gordon Johnson was still in the seat. Tudo is famous for the long, smoky burnouts, and I guess it's not just the rider that does them. It may just be the bike, apparently.
They're going to have to fire that pretty quick, or the starter's going to boot them. He's over there telling them right now, get it lit, get into the beams. Okay, here we go. Both racers are...
Yep, David Tybert.
Nope, something's not right in the left lane. The starter is shutting him off. The starter is calling for a solo right lane. Morris Ball right lane will solo on this one.
Morris on a good-looking lap here goes 0.67, but as you can tell there, the difference coming up on half track, he was making too much steam. The 152 mile an hour isn't necessarily too indicative in the fact that it was going to be too quick, but when you're looking at the 330 number already being below 3 flat, paired with that mile an hour, it's just a recipe for a breakout.
Attention in the pits. I need my racers up there into your appropriate lanes. I need Super Eliminator to lane 3. Wiseco Street Fighter to lane 4. Star Racing Top Gas Spikes, I need you in lane 5, please. Bring them up, bring them up. This Ultra 460 with over 45 contestants right now. We are making our way through the field. Remember, to get on that racetrack. So this is going to happen pretty quick. That's 20 pairs. We can do 1 or 2 pairs in almost a minute when everybody's clicking and doing their job right. It's this high-speed ballet on the track and behind the starting line as well. Once everybody gets in sync and does what they need to do, things can go so quickly.
Yeah,
One of the things I love Street Fighter, how well. Boom, boom, and next thing you know, they're done.
You betcha, you betcha. So Randy Butler with a long, beautiful smoky burnout there here in the right-hand lane, the Summit Racing lane. The Tennessee-based team taking on the Pella, Iowa, Van Sant Trick Tools-based entry with Chase Van Sant, a young talent.
I've been seeing that Van Sant name for a long time, sir.
Yes, you have, and they're great people. Come from the heartland. An awesome tool business called Trick Tools, but having some issues with bikes, and that is very uncommon to see with that team. I'm guessing it's having some shifting issues. They fought it a little bit last year and seemed to have the bike dialed in, but that's an uncomfortable feeling right there. He goes 5:27. Randy Butler, though, does make down the 660 pretty well, going 4:58.
Tommy Saxon in the right lane, Blake Harvey left. Harvey out of Montgomery, Texas. Saxon out of Bogart, Georgia. A couple big Suzukis.
Yeah, very large. Blake Harvey on a 2019 Growthis drag bike. They really, really have to slow this thing down. They're qualified right now with a 4:57.8 in the number 45 qualifying position. I think they went 1:03 to the 60-foot timer last lap, and they're going to need to slow that down quite a bit if they're going to try hitting that 460 number any closer. They slowed it down to a 1:05, but they are still incredibly quick as the 4:57.5 pops up on the strange side.
I'm noticing some of the reaction times aren't where they could and should be from some of these racers. And wouldn't hurt to take a tip from the book of the MPS per ET guys about being consistent, keeping those numbers tight on the tree at all times. You really can't let it slide, or it's going to bite you when you at least need it to happen.
Yeah, totally agreed. Every single lap, whether it's qualifying, whether it's testing, whether it's eliminations, you have to have the exact same approach. I'm certainly wondering if some of these folks here are maybe settling in. You know, they're not quite as amped up when they first got here. It's obviously been a shortened race year. They're maybe getting a little complacent. This is the third qualifier. They've seen the tree a little bit, but you really got to keep that same intensity and that same focus every single time you roll up there.
Mullen Racing in the house. It's good to see the Mullen brothers here. Can't talk about 460 and not smile about the Mullen brothers.
Yeah, absolutely. Great, fierce competitors there, but Bob Foster in the Summit Racing lane goes 5:16 at only 116. In the Wheeler Fabrication, we still don't have a rider name for who was in the Strange lane. Slows to a 4:85.9. Our one and only no-bar entry coming up in the Summit Racing side. It's going to be Chris Parker, currently qualified in the number 30 spot with a 4:73, and taking on David Biddle from Waxahachie, Texas. I'll tell you what, the Texas boys, they may not come over to the Man Cup very often, but when it's World Finals time, they certainly show up. David Biddle's team from the Lone Star State has been plagued with some issues so far this weekend, currently sitting in the number 42 qualifying spot. Almost a full second away from where they need to be. Chris Parker almost just about a tenth away from where he needs to be. Guys looking to improve here. They've watched a lot of laps ahead of them, and we'll see what they're going to be able to lay down here over the first 660 of South Georgia Motorsports Park. David Biddle leaves before the tree comes down. Will not even get a time here. Certainly will get a little bit of data. Did not look quite quick enough for 460. Chris Parker able to maintain his composure and not leave when his opponent does. He will get a time, but it's not going to be anywhere near as fast as he'd like it to be. Parker goes a 4:86 at 145 miles an hour.
Oh, Showboat.
Showboat Shane. He may be a Texas boy, but he's part of the Iowa Mafia, the Van Sants and Grothuses and Clemmies that are down here, Jason Boos, David Griffith. There's a good showing here. The World Final certainly seems to attract them far and wide.
He race. Man, he race. I mean, and another thing I've always loved about the Upper Jesse bike, especially because, and the bike come out of your camp, is they're always so immaculate. They're so beautiful.
Yeah, we do take pride in how they look, but I'll tell you what, I'd rather have an ugly bike in the winner's circle than a pretty bike not in the winner's circle sitting in the trailer. And that one, it's a pretty bike, but man, the performance is just not there right now. 473 at 146 for Upper Jesse. Jeffrey Hill, the son of Kenny Hill, who's racing in Pro Mod this weekend, goes 475 at 143. bikes that are going to have to pick up over a tenth. That bike owned by Jeff Ross, or affectionately known as Chuck, is typically all over the number, but right now we're missing it somewhere.
45. Attention in the pits, gas shack is open, but only for another 45 minutes if you need gas. Gas shack here is located by the entry to the pit area. Make your way down there. We'll see what we can do to help you out with that. You got another 45 minutes to do that. Harvey Hubbard, right lane. 108 reaction time on that goes 5:25.
Yeah, Tiny Noble goes 5:18.8 there to Harvey Hubbard's 5:25. Both mile an hour, clearly very far down. This round, we're having more malfunctions than we were during the second qualifier. As a whole, I certainly can't really attest that to being a bunch of parts attrition, albeit these bikes do go through parts. They are incredibly fast, but that is one of the draws of this class compared to, say, a lot of pro mod racing is ideally you're not wearing out equipment quite as much.
Okay, rocking it out on the line right now. We are continuing on with Megan Bowers. Megan racing left lane and right lane.
This is going to be Charlie Farrar on the old prosthetics pro stock motorcycle campaign by Weeks Performance out of Florida. They're certainly qualified in the 37th spot with a 499.
That Weeks racing bike is gorgeous.
Yeah, that's been a great looking bike since it campaigned in the NHRA, but they're going to need to find a lot of performance on race day as they are able to pick up, but they only go 494. Megan Bowers, a pretty good lap outside of the starting line area. She's 113 on the tree, but goes 457.4 at 152.
And our next pair rolling up, good to go here. Smoking Joe Rodney and Boo Brown.
Yeah, a couple beautiful blue bikes here on the starting line.
Oh. Boo's motorcycle is so immaculate. I love that thing. That is a gorgeous motorcycle.
Yeah, he's got a couple real beauties. And he's a racer through and through, a guy that you'll see traveling far and wide, whether that be more to the central Indiana for races, whether he stays in Maryland or Virginia or comes down here. Certainly appreciate his support here at the Man Cup. I know this isn't necessarily his home organization, but really, really happy to see here the Potomac Falls, Virginia-based team down here.
All right, here we go. Our next pair all queued up, ready to rock and roll. Smoking Joe gets away.
They're away about the same time. Smoking Joe 045 on the tree to Boo Brown's 043, and Boo Brown, he is consistent. 461.9 at 150. Will not improve upon his 461.4, but he is throwing darts at that 460 number. Smoking Joe Rodney definitely slows and qualifies himself on the right side of the ladder. He goes 466 at 145. Gets off of the 458.8 he was qualified in.
MTC Supercomp motorcycles, you need to be in lane 2 right now. We're going to start rolling you out. MTC Supercomp, you need to be in lane 2 right now. Super Eliminator, you should be in 3. Wiseco Street Fighter, lane 4. Star Racing Top Gas bikes in lane 5. Bring them up, bring them up.
Richard Gadsden in the strange lane here on a solo. Qualified the number 30 spot with a 470, and he's going to be quicker than that, I'll tell you that right now, and he is. It's a 458.7.
He'll be happy with that. He knows he can take it down a notch when he needs to. He's
right gonna
there.
be
always competitive, Richard.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, he'd like to qualify a little bit higher than 30th on that motorcycle, but heading into race day with a bike that you know can run the number, and as long as you do your job on the starting line and at the stripe both, he should certainly be going rounds tomorrow.
Some amazing numbers in qualifying. We'll go over that in a minute, but right now we're getting ready to welcome Hollywood Broderick Jackson over there in the left lane, and Wes Hawkins are going to duke it up. We just flipped over the monitor here to look at our qualifying numbers. I see Rock Sanders in the number 1 spot, 460 with a 1. Ronnie Procopio, 460 with a 1. Durwood Rawlings, 460 with a 5, a 460 with a 9 for David Davis. And look at that. How tight is that?
Yeah, incredibly tight. I tell you what, if you want to be even in the top 8 of this field, you're going to have to go 461 with a 5. I tell you what, very, very impressive performances and only getting better as we see our our final two pairs here in Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460.
Man, Tom wasn't kidding. This field's tighter than that racetrack is, I'm telling you.
That racetrack is pretty sticky, I'll say that. This is our last four bikes right now as part of the shootout. So a race within a race. We got Wes Hawkins taking on Broderick Hollywood Jackson. Hawkins has always been in the right lane. Certainly as you watch him more and more, you wonder if he gets comfortable in that lane as you're trying to take notes.
And it's not only the fun of 460, but if you look on the sidelines of the racetrack, the amount of side betting that's going on, especially in Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460 alone, it's rather crazy.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of action going on up here on the starting line. Both guys qualified quite well here. Jackson sitting in the number 10 spot with a 462.1. Hawkins not too off in the number 14 spot, also with 462, but sticks it with a 9. These two.
Let's see what Wes Hawkins has to improve on that number 14 spot. Hollywood Jackson sitting pretty comfy at a 462.1.
Yeah, this one may come down to the reaction timers, and it's going to be Wes Hawkins away first, 049 to Jackson's 070, and Hawkins 462.7 to Jackson's 453.9. I tell you what, that is a very, very quick motorcycle, and when you give up so much on the starting line there, as Jackson did,
right,
there's not a whole lot of room down there.
No, sir. Took 67 stripe down there, man. He was hungry for that one.
Yes, he was. And these are very quick motorcycles. I'll tell you what, when this class really kind of came to its inception, there were some conversations that, man, that may be too quick to be able to kind of be looking at the stripe and trying to drive it. Now, fortunately, that may not necessarily be the case as there's more and more bikes being built, and we have not seen any massive accidents racing this quick. But our last pair here for the race within a race is going to be Chad Otts in the Strange lane and Rock Sanders in the Summit Racing lane. Rock sitting in your number 1 qualifying spot. He's stuck at 460 with a 1Q1 and has not been dethroned.
All right, Rock Sanders shaking his head about something. Not sure if he doesn't like how the bike sounds or there's something going on.
A couple boys from Mississippi here fully staged up as the tree drops. It's going to be Rock Sanders 006 to Chad Otts' 070. And the winner here, give it to Rock Sanders. 463.3 at 143. Chad Otts goes 466.4 at 146. I tell you what, that one was pretty well over from the starting line. Sanders 006 to Otts' 070. Otts a little uncharacteristically late. I don't anticipate seeing that on race day from him. He'll use that as a little added motivation, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So, that being said, here we go with Jason Hoffer and Gary Russell. Yep, looks like we're moving into MCC Super Comp with this one. Bradley Grothus up here.
Yeah,
with the commentary.
Happy to join you. The field is certainly strong in Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460, and it's going to set up for a great race day.
Absolutely. You know, like I said, field as tight as this racetrack, and I'm telling you, I think it's 11 or 17 separating that field right now.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of exciting competition, and definitely looking forward to it.
Here we move on to MTC Super Comp. Also, my friend Craig Collins from all the way in Sunbury, Victoria. There's a package here for you at South Georgia Motorsports Park. For some reason, that's dated this time last year. Jason Hoffer from Ackworth, Virginia, getting down there, 911. 886 from Gary Russell. Here's Carlo Testa from Akron, Ohio. Testa Racing Engine, Suzuki Hayabusa on the Summit Racing side, number 30 qualifier, 897.0. On the Strange lane, it is Tom Varney. Cheektowaga, New York native. 81 GPZ 1100 over there. 96 light for Tom, 64 for Carlo. All right. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I am watching the live feed. If you have any questions or comments, please leave them in the live chat. I'll do my best to get to them. Dusty Brazel, your number 54 qualifier right now. The third round of MTC Super Comp qualifying. About an 8.909, 149.46 for Dusty. That will put Dusty Brazel tied for 5th position 3 times over. He's sitting number 7 with 8.909. Michael Smith, Summit Racing side. 2007 Busa, number 18 qualifier, 894.0. Marshall Hutchinson, the Columbus, Ohio native. Number 37 qualifier with a 9-second quarter mile. .892.8, 127 miles an hour for Marshall Hutchinson. A nice run for him. Michael Smith, not quite sure if he's under power or not. Gonna make sure he gets off the track before we send this next pair, which is Damian Solis from Hudson, Florida, Summit Racing side. And Greg Hayes from Dothan, Alabama. Greg Hayes, your number 55 qualifier. A 21-second run down the racetrack. Damian Solis, number 27, 896.0. .917 for Greg Hayes. That'll bump him up a little bit. 146.34. Trevor Schnitz from Decatur, Indiana. 16 years old, the current number 3 qualifier at 890 with a 7. Perry Paw, Summit Racing side at number 17 qualifier, 893.0. 893 with a 6 will not improve on the number 17 spot. Trevor Schnitz is going to stay number 3 right now. 893 at 149. Charlie Bishop on the right goes red. Dwayne Leachman leaves before the tree is even active. Charlie Bishop going to improve on his 898 run to an 896.7. Blair Field from Denver, North Carolina, the 1995 Gixxer, number 59, currently 8.867. Facing Rodney Gant on the strange lane from Augusta, Georgia, the 2000 Kawasaki ZX7 body, 53 position, 374 numbers above. .903 at 119.54 down there. He will improve on that number 53 position. Blair Field just getting on the right side of the ladder there. Mike Perry from Venice, Florida, the 1975 KZ900. Number 30 position holder, 896.7. James Hinson from Orlando, Florida on the strange side. The 06 ZX14 holding the number 49 spot. James Hinson with some problems out there. Look at Mike Perry running 892 with a 9, 145.21. Will improve on his last position of number 30. He's going to go all the way up to number 17. Here comes Craig Adams, Summit Racing side. 2015 Busa, number 5 qualifier, 9 above, 8.909. On the strange lane, it's Sonny Vick from Rossville, Georgia. The number 19 qualifier, 35 numbers above, 8.935. It's a 39 light for Craig Adams, a 102 light for Sonny Vick. 889 with a 4.006 under for Craig Adams. Sonny Vick goes 66 numbers under with an 844. 884. Excuse me. Roy Hagedorn, strange side. Summit Racing side is Nathan Wall. 35 and 45 spots respectively. They're dead even off the Christmas tree. 27 apiece. 894 with a 5 will improve on the number 35 position. That takes Roy Hagedorn all the way to number 25, and Nathan Wall's 895.9 will move him up to number 29. Marty White, the 94 Katana Summit Racing side, currently number 56 on the ladder. Mike Likoski from Fleming Island, the 83 Suzuki, currently number 57, 004 under, 8.896. Last ditch to get on the right side of the ladder for Mike Likoski here. There it is, 8.909. 143.63 miles an hour. Marty White goes 888 with a 5. He will remain number 56. Starting from the tail end of that big line. 8.909, that sticks Mike Likoski in the number 8 position. The top 10 are separated by 11 thousandths. Rodney McFarlane currently number 1. Trip Zip, perfect on the dial. Spooky Markham, strange side. 13 light against James Hampton's 200 light. Markham going to start from the number 25 spot, 888 with a 7. Cannot better that 894.4 effort earlier. James Hampton will get his first pass in at 906 at 137, a 200 reaction time. Calvin Mason from Chickasaw, Alabama, the number 27 spot right now, 8.951 Summit side. Jamel Dunbar, strange side, the 84 Kawasaki, number 52 currently, 9.165. 78 light for Jamel, 17 for Calvin Mason. It's looking good. There's 898.6. Calvin Mason will start from number 27. Jamel Dunbar will not improve. Actually, he does a little bit, I believe. Let me see here. Fish through here. Jamel Dunbar will start 52nd, 9.159, his best effort. Pete Hubbard and Joe Clemmy coming at you. Pete Hubbard, your number 39 on the Summit Racing side, 8.99.3. Strange side from Davenport, Iowa's Joe Clemmy, number 43, qualifier 9.028. Clemmy's 42, Hubbard is 41. About 8.915 for Pete Hubbard, looking a whole lot better at 144 miles an hour. Joe Clemmy will be starting from number 43. 9.028, his best time on the right side. Up next, we have Matt Smith on the Summit Racing side. Cordova, Tennessee native. Strange lane is Dan Rudd from Castleberry, Florida, the MPS Racing 05 Busa. Dan Rudd currently number 29. This is Matt Smith's first run in MTC Super Comp this weekend. Matt Smith goes 8.918 off the trailer, making the field even tighter up top. 8.885, 153 will leave Dan Rudd stranded at number 29. 8.953, his best effort on the good side. Tom Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa on the Summit Racing side. My fault. My goodness, I'm all tied up. Number 4 qualifier that Tom Clemmy is. 8.907. Starsky Corum from Sterling, Virginia, the 2017 Busa, making his first trip down the track in MTC Super Comp. Tom Clemmy goes 8.89, 147 miles an hour. Will remain number 4. Starsky Corum goes an 8.94.9. 49 numbers above. We'll have to tighten up on that one. Ron Arnold, the 09 Gixxer 1000 Summit Racing side, number 42 with a 9.013. Jim Morrow on the Strange side goes 0.26. Arnold is 0.51. Morrow is number 60 right now, 36 numbers under his best. And will stay 36 numbers under for number 60, where he will start from. Ron Arnold will also remain number 42, going under by 47 numbers. Thomas the Turtle Cole from Davenport, Iowa, number 30 qualifier, currently 8.957, Summit Racing side. Daryl Perkins, the Strange lane, number 33, 8.962. Thomas Cole goes 002 red. Gets down there, runs 8.878, 136.83. He will remain number 30. However, Daryl Perkins improves on his 8.962, takes it down to 8.930. Landon Noble from Zachary, Louisiana, 17 years of age on the KZ 1000 Summit Racing side. Current number 6 qualifier, 8.909. Strange lane, it's Rodney McFarland from Pensacola, Florida. The number 1 qualifier, dead on the index. Look at the front wheel hanging in the air there. How about 8.873, 143.52 miles an hour for Rodney McFarland. Summit Racing side is Billy Barton from Keystone Heights, Florida. Number 39 qualifier, 93 numbers above. On the ZX14, David Fletcher is on the Strange side, the 1984 Kawasaki. Current number 2 qualifier, 8.904. $23 for David, 45 for Billy. Billy goes 8.916. That will move him up a whole bunch. David Fletcher going to stay number 2, save the parts. Billy Barton's 8.916 moves him up from the 39 spot all the way to the number 12 spot. Now the top 15 separated by 0.20. The top 5 separated by 0.009. Mike Neerhoof on the Summit side, Youngstown, New York. Number 18 spot right now, 8.927. Vance Howdyshell from Vero Beach, Florida, the Kawasaki ZX14, currently number 39 with an 8.971. Neerhoof goes 016. Howdyshell is 182 on the light. 8.948 will leave Mike Neerhoof at the number 18 spot. Vance Howdyshell will remain number 39 for now. Ronnie Trainham on the Strange Lane, number 15 qualifier from Suffolk, Virginia. Not sure who we've got on the Summit Racing side. Their first pass of the weekend in MTC Super Comp to qualify. How about an 888.6, 147.70, so they'll be going to the tail end of that line. Ronnie Trainham does not improve on his 892 and goes 896.8. Chris Van Sant, Strange Engineering side. Number 27 qualifier at 8.943. Mike Wagner from Mentor, Ohio, the 82 GS 1100. Gets out there, runs 9:08, 116 miles an hour. Will not improve. Actually, he will. He's on the right side of the ladder now. Chris Van Sant out there. But up next is Brian Miner on the Strange Lane. Fruitland, Maryland native. Suzuki, looks like a Kawasaki ZX14 down there rather than a Gixxer 1000. Summit Racing Lane is Doug Fisher from Berrien Springs, Michigan. 1,428 cc's of Suzuki power in the frame rails. Number 10 qualifier at 8.913 goes 011. 011 on the tree. Going down track, here's an 8.803. Brian Miner will have a nice position, 8.920. Hutchinson Racing over there, Strange side. Number 47 qualifier at 9.063. Kyle Fulgham from Adel, Georgia, current number 56 at 9.271. All right, having some issues over there with Kyle Fulgham's machine. We're going to go ahead and shut him off. Mr. Hutchinson gets down there, runs 10.25 at 125 miles an hour on 3 cylinders or maybe less. Up next on the Summit Racing Lane will be Freddie Frazier. Has yet to make a pass this weekend. There's Tyler Lowe on the Strange Lane from Whitehall, Ohio. Current number 37 spot at 8.968. So while we've got a quiet moment here, just want to say welcome everyone to South Georgia Motorsports Park or the live stream on MotorManiaTV.com. You can find MotorMania TV on YouTube, Facebook, and also their website at MotorManiaTV.com. All right, moving into Super Eliminator here. Smoking Joe Rodney's Summit Racing side of the racetrack. Rick Steinhardt on the strange side. Smoking Joe over there from Painesville, Ohio, the 1975 H2 750. Here's your number 5 at 859, 145.7. Rick Steinhardt on an experimental Kawasaki. Watch that thing move, it's quick. Alex Hughes, Summit Racing side from Red Oak, Texas, the 1972 Kawasaki. Number 1 qualifier, 786, 167.99. Let's see what Alex has up his sleeve. .50 light, 114 short for Alex. That bike's on the move. 797, 160.08. Steve Chandler from Edgewater, Maryland, the 72 H2 750. Number 10 at a 921 right now. Dave Boyd from Georgetown, Texas, number 6 at 871. Dave Boyd does not launch, but he takes the tree. 917, 138.67 on the speed. Fairly consistent motorcycle. Chris Raziel, the 09 1200 Sportster, Summit Racing side. Perry Paw from Bedford, Ohio. Number 8 at 899.3 on the 99 Busa. Here's Jim Chongris, the second fastest two-stroke. Ran 789.6, 158.89 alongside Alex Hughes last night. John Leffert from Georgetown, Texas, the number 14 at 1021 right now. Jim Chongris on a move down there, 822, 148.44. Scott Allen from Wheeler, Alabama on the Summit Racing side. Mark Seeley's on the Strange Lane from Austin, Texas. Mark Seeley runs 965, 146.67. And the last person to wrap this one up will be Tom Varney. Then we're moving into Wiseco Street Fighter, so that tells me I need Star Racing Top Gas. Star Racing Top Gas, you guys should be in the staging lanes. Star Racing Top Gas, you guys should be in the staging lanes. All right. So once this round of sportsman qualifying is over, let's get the 2019 champs together. We're going to do an awards ceremony on the starting line here. Once again, all the 2019 champions, if you guys are in the house, once this round of sportsman qualifying is over, we're going to do the awards ceremony on the starting line. Here we are in Street Fighter, the 950 index. All right. Wiseco Piston Street Fighter right here. Third and final round of qualifying. Don Chavot looking to improve on a number 5 effort of 9.528.
All right, we're doing a sound check here on the remote system. We got a little work we got to do here in the future. So just in line with that, I'm going to be out here walking a little bit, but we're good to go. That sounds like it's going to work just fine. Thank you.
Terry T-Bone Singleton from Clarkston, Georgia, the 2017 Busa, looking to improve on a number 18 effort, a 9.643. Nicholas Noble from Zachary, Louisiana, looking to improve on his number 3, 9.519. There we go. 9.502. Nicholas Noble going to the top over John Spooky Markham. 002 off the number. That's how you do that. Barry Purnell from Henderson, North Carolina, the 03 Kawasaki ZX9. 96 numbers under. Chauncey McKibben, number 24 right now, 509 numbers above. Barry Purnell, 10-13, does not improve on the 940. Chauncey McKibben, 10-18, 135 miles an hour. Roy Johnson from Keystone Heights, Florida, the number 4 qualifier. 9.527. $975, 138.02 for Don Chavot. He will stay 952.8. Number 5. Number 4 is where Roy Johnson will start from. Joey Stevens from Portland, Tennessee, the 03 Busa. Number 16 right now, 963. Dusty Brazel currently number 26. Got whatever it was going on with his bike fixed. Runs 941, 129. He'll start from the 26th spot. 949.6 says Joey Stevens starts from number 16. Summit Racing Shine, we have Steve Usher. Number 30 spot right now, 945, 041 under. Vance Howdy Shell on the Strange Lane from Vero Beach, Florida. 60-year-old on the Buell EBR, number 14 qualifier at 9.620. .98 light for Howdy Shell. 204 for Usher. He better wake up down there. 969.4 will not improve Vance Howdy Shell from 14th. Steve Usher on the right side of the ladder now, 963 as opposed to a 945. Here's John Markham looking for redemption after Nicholas Noble takes him off the throne. Looking for a 902 or better, 9502 or better. $956.7, 143.16. John Markham will not get it done, starting from the bridesmaid position. Michael Smith, number 20 position right now, 9.648. Tom Lagasse on the strange side of the racetrack. 966.2, the current number 21. $14 light for Michael Smith, 897.4, 147.52. Way too fast. Here comes Tom Lagasse. Now number 2 from number 21, 9.506. Chris Rolsey from Lithia, Florida, the 06 Busa, starting from the number 13 spot, currently 9.593. Tyler Fisher looking to improve a 9.538. Star Racing Top Gas. Lead you guys to the staging lanes. Also the 2019 champions, the 2019 Man Cup Series champions. Need you guys to the starting line here pretty soon for an awards ceremony. Immediately following Star Racing Top Gas. $13 red for Ron Arnold. Will slightly improve on the number 10 effort, a 9:55.6 to 9:54.5. Pablo Gonzalez getting it done down there, 9:51 with a 1. It sticks him up pretty high. In fact, number 4. Jason Heron and Nathan Wall are 26 apiece off the Christmas tree. 9:64.2 will not improve Jason from his number 15 spot, 9.606. Nathan Wall will slightly improve from his number 24 spot, 9.691, originally 9.719. Don Horta, the number 20 qualifier, 9.637, the 2019 Busa Summit Racing side. Barry Pryor from Chesapeake, Virginia on the strange lane, 26 numbers under for 9:47.4. .982, 115 miles an hour. Just going to get down there and qualify on the right side of the ladder. Don Horta will stay number 20 at 9.637. All right, here we go into Star Racing Top Gas. All right, here we are in Star Racing Top Gas. Oh, yes. I'm not a pepperoni guy, though. I'll say that much. And you had wings and didn't invite me. Man. Come on, Sydney. I'm a wing guy. Juan Cintron, Hudson, Florida. 79 Kawasaki, number 8 qualifier, 8:23.2. Goes 8:24.6. Will not improve on that. Summit Racing side, number 14 qualifier right now, 8:25.0. Nothing wrong with that. But we'll stay the number 14 with 8:25.0. Joey Brandgard. Strange side of the track, the current number 20 qualifier. David Clark, Summit Racing side from Omaha, Nebraska. .52 light for Brandgard. Clark goes 122, 115 short, 502 half. He's fast. 807, 154 miles an hour. Joey Brandgard goes 829, 155.83. Strange Lane currently number 34, 29 numbers under. All right, just checking things out, making sure everything's all right now. Saw a couple of questionable things out there. Looks like everything's all right. Summit Racing Lane is 54 after tree. Strange line was 009, but look at that. 8.206, 145.47. It's Bruce Sampson down there. That sticks him number 6. Charles Mackey from Paducah, Kentucky. Number 11 spot right now at 8.237. Summit side. Shane Cunningham from Naples, Florida. Number 35 spot right now, 8.163. Shane Cunningham improves a little bit, but he's still on the wrong side of the ladder. 8.184, 160.84. Charles Mackey will not improve either. Qualified 823, runs 825. Liam Martinez, Summit Racing side, number 3 at 8.204. Chad Otts, number 28 at 8.501. Liam Martinez showing, hey, I'm consistent. 8.216, 156.81 will stay number 3 for now. Chad Otts improves big time. 8.292, 158.24 from the number 28 spot. Chatty Mac Townsend, the Oklahoma City, Oklahoma native. Number 30 qualifier right now. 8:53.9. Carlo Testa from Akron, Ohio. The number 20 qualifier right now, 8.276, 165.72. Chad Townsend runs 8.501, 152.30. Trying to figure that one out. Summit Racing side, we've got Jones Racing down here. First pass in Top Gas for now, for a qualifier. Robin Procopio on the Strange side. Number 36 currently with 8.139. .35 light for Robin. She's 5'12", 131 through the half, having an 8.18.4, 158.28. Couldn't get it on the right side of the ladder. Now here's one to watch. Ryan Schnitz on the Strange side of the racetrack. ...2020 Suzuki Hayabusa, currently qualified number 2. Ralph Madrano from Davie, Florida, Summit Racing side, 2 of the fastest bikes in Top Gas right now. 8.241, 180.02. Look at Ralph Madrano. 8.201, 174.21 takes him to the top. P1 for Ralph Madrano right now, 001 under. David Clark, Summit Racing side. Bedford, Texas, the Suzuki TL 1000. Craig Adams from Brunswick, Ohio. 51 years old, number 8 qualifier right now, 8.218. Strange side, Craig Adams making the trip. 8.205, 166.23. David Clark not under power. Craig Adams sitting pretty at the number 6 spot right now, tied up with Trevor Schnitz at number 5. All right, on to our next pair will be Carson Field, Summit Racing side. Seth Buccieri from Loxahatchee, Florida. '2007 Suzuki Hayabusa. Buccieri, 009 on the tree. Looking for better than number 29 qualifier. Carson Fields is 26. Got an 8.18.7. Seth Buccieri can't get it down on the top end. Will stay number 29. Carson Fields improves on the number 32 effort of 8.66.1 to 8.31.7. Trevor Schnitz from Decatur, Indiana. 16 years old on the 2018 Gixxer 1000. Shane Epperjesse, the 2020 Growthis Drag Bikes Kawasaki. 21 reaction time, 126 short, 827.1, 155.20. That'll put Shane Epperjesse in a good spot. Trevor Schnitz goes 828.2, 153.68, remains number 5 for now. Richard Holder from Jacksonville, Florida, the 2016 Suzuki chassis. Summit Racing side. On the strange lane is Richard McManus from Hermitage, Tennessee. Kawasaki power in his frame rails, number 8 qualifier right now, 8.213. Richard Holder just barely under by 004, 8.196. Also, guys, don't forget about the champions meeting. We've got an awards ceremony. We've got an awards ceremony happening here at the starting line before the start of Pro Q3. So if you were a champion in the year 2019, please meet us up here at the starting line directly following Top Gas. Richard Holder goes 8:26.7. We'll get on the right side of the ladder there, 152.88. Richard McManus running a few numbers off. Nick Noble, Summit Racing side, Zachary, Louisiana native, 19 years old on the car tire bike. 40th position right now. It's down there, runs 8:96.9, 156 miles an hour. Brett Blue goes way fast. 8 flat with a 2. Will stay number 13, mind that. Steven Fuentes from Orlando, Florida, the 05 Busa number 25 spot right now, 8:28 with an 8. Doug Fisher from Beaver Springs, Michigan, the 60-year-old. Number 19 spot right now, 8.269. .26 light for Fisher, 60 light for Fuentes down there. Fuentes gets down there, runs 8:16.1, 175.52. Doug Fisher goes 8:19.2, 156.05. Neither of them will improve there. Here's Ricardo Marte. Current number 28, spot holder, Summit Racing side. Charlie Farrer from Pleasant View, Tennessee, goes 0:10 in the strange lane. About 8:10 with an 8 for Ricardo Marte. He will stay number 28, but Charlie Farrer finally slows it down and gets it on the right side of the ladder. 8:24.7, 139.29. Here's Pete Chongris, number 16 qualifier right now, 8.249. Tom Clemmy on the strange lane, number 22 qualifier right now, 8.273. Separated by 30 at the finish line. 8.22, 160.56. Pete Chongris moving up a little bit. Tom Clemmy, 8.262, 161.19. He will also move up a bit. Harvey Hubbard from Sedley, Virginia. Number 30 spot holder right now, 8.314. Rodney McFarland from Pensacola, Florida on the strange lane, number 36 right now. Almost a whole second off the number. Harvey Hubbard improves a little bit, 8.282 from an 8.314. Rodney McFarland with issues down there. Here's Dustin Lee, Summit Racing side. Number 26 qualifier at 8.283. John Markham, strange lane. Number 12 qualifier, 8.233. Also, for those of you who don't know, the strange lane is the near side if you're watching at home, and the Summit Racing side is the far side, or the right-hand lane if you're watching from home. Racers are apart by 006. Markham is 20, Dustin is 14 on the tree. How about Dustin Lee, 8.204. 160.38. That puts Dustin Lee right at the number 5 spot. The top 5 and Star Racing Top Gas are separated by 004. The top 10 are separated by 021. Starting to tighten up a little bit. Corey Washington, number 37 qualifier, 8.191. Summit Racing side, 11 red out of Corey. Barry Pryor, 020 to the green side, number 2 qualifier. But look at Corey Washington, 8.208. That puts him at number 9. Now the top 10 separated by 013. John Carter, Summit Racing side from South Carolina, the number 20 qualifier. On the Busa, Bruce Acuff from Knoxville, Tennessee, his first qualifying session this weekend. John Carter will not get a time slip out of this one. He figures number 20 is good enough. Strange Lane, 8.251 out of that. All right, need my 2019 champions to the starting line, please. My 2019 champions, please come to the starting line for our annual awards presentation. David Clark finally gets an ADB pass in. Qualify in the field. That will wrap up the Star Racing Top Gas third round of qualifying. My 2019 champions, I need you guys down here. But real quick, we've got some business to settle. Where's all my 460 fans at? By show of hands, whose favorite class is 460? Just show me. Whole bunch of guys down there, they like that 460 class. How many of you guys got side bet money on this going on? So real quick, Growth is Drag Bikes Ultra 460 is not only the quickest index class out there, it's the only class of its kind. It's brought out so much more in the sport. It is incredible what kind of attention we started getting, especially with the introduction of Growth is Drag Bikes Ultra 460. I was thinking to myself, man, 460, that's a high standard, very high standard. that round of qualifying. Number 1 is Rock Sanders. 4.601. Following that is Ronnie Procopio, also 4.601. Durwood Rawlings is number 3, 4.605. Also, speaking of qualifying orders, for all 5 of our sportsman categories, that is Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460, MTC Super Comp, Super Eliminator, Wiseco Street Fighter, and Star Racing Top Gas. Bill Robinson has put up a $300 bonus up for every single number 1 qualifier. So Bill Robinson, if you're out there, thank you so much on behalf of every single one of us here at Man Cup. Every single person here on this property. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Bill Robinson. $300 bonus to every single number 1 qualifier in the sportsman categories. Another incredible turnout for Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460, 45 entries. Yeah, talk about a handful. That is incredible. And when it comes to MTC Engineering Super Comp, currently 65 there. Star Racing Top Gas, 39 entries as of the last round. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. So while we have some downtime, I need the class champions of 2019. Class champions, need you guys up at the starting line. So 2019 champs are Larry McBride, celebrating number 20. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel was that man right there, Preston Bartlett. J Pistons Pro Mod was Paul Gast. John Goslin, who we are sorely missing this year for Nitrous Express Pro Open. Chris Edwards won APE Pro Street. Mark Hilton was in Shinko WPS Real Street. Tony Mullen, another tough customer for Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Spencer Claycomb, the Amish Outlaw for MTC Super Comp. Pablo Gonzalez, all the way from Puerto Rico for Wiseco Street Fighter. And Lisco Racing Street ET, might I add. Ricardo Marte won Star Power Top Gas. Gary Russell was in MPS Pro ET, and Vance Howdy Shell winning Vanton Hines V-Twin ET. So anyway, that being said, Here we go in Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Got a whole bunch going on down there, I'm telling you. Wes Hawkins from Catlett, Virginia, the 2018 Suzuki Hayabusa. GS power in the frame rails there. 460 the index here. For all the marbles. The ultimate bragging rights. Rock Sanders on the strange lane. Real quick, before they get this bike started, who's got their bet on Rock Sanders? Anybody for Rock Sanders? How about for Wes Hawkins? Anybody got Wes Hawkins? Put $5 on Rock Sanders. All right. Yeah. Rock Sanders, your number one qualifier right now, 4.601. Up on the pipe, it's Wes Hawkins and Rock Sanders. 6 light for Wes Hawkins. Down track, Hawkins has got issues. 465 too. Oh man. All right, got to pay the piper here. All right, Ozzy. All right, man, there you go. Man, Wes Hawkins on the whole shot win. 465 too, 150.31. Rock Sanders 035, a 464 on the 460 index. Man. What a race. So that being said, Wes Hawkins taking the V in the Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460 shootout. But once again, I need my 2019 champions to the starting line, please. We're doing a quick awards ceremony. All right, guys, attention in the pits. If you are sitting on the walls, we can't be having that. We cannot have anyone standing or sitting on the walls. All right, a little bit of nitro action going on in the pits. But while we have a quiet moment toward the Motor Mania TV end of things, we want to thank Ralph Navarro, Platinum Fleet Repair, Manhill Garage, Fast Bike Ash, Snitch Racing, Rob Bush Motorsports, Robinson Industries, J&E Automotive, and John Dea Morgan, MTC Engineering, Vantine Imaging, Robert Varela, Rick Perry Masonry, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, and McKinney Motorsports. Thank you to the live feed sponsors. Look at Larry McBride doing a burnout on the ruckus. Hey, you got to have some fun any once in a while, right? All right. Moving up to the starting line, we've got our 2019 champions moving in. See the Spider-Man having some fun. Preston Bartlett and crew are mixed into the mess there. There's Vance Howdyshell. We're still missing a few of our champions. Those would be Larry McBride, Preston Bartlett, Paul Gast, John Gosselin, Chris Edwards, Mark Hilton, Tony Mullen, Spencer Claycomb, Pablo Gonzalez, Ricardo Marte, Gary Russell, and Vance Howdyshell. If I said your name and you're on the property, you should be up at the starting line right now. If not, you are not on the property. We are sorely, sorely missing you. There's a few overseas guys on this list. It's definitely noticeable. We're still having a blast here at the Manufacturers Cup. 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Wiseco. But there is certainly, most certainly a void when it comes to the international audience. Especially, I want to hand some massive props to my guys from Aruba. We're missing you guys so much out here. It's so much fun to have you guys here. Almost feels like a different race without you.
Tom who? Sound check, test 1, 2. That sounds like it's coming through loud and clear. That's a good thing. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have some presentations we're going to be making down here. I'll be turning the microphone over to Mr. Jay Reagan, the lead man with Man Cup Motorcycle Drag Racing Sanction here shortly. This association of racers you see here on the starting line right now, we're going to be honoring our champions from the 2019 season with Man Cup. If you are a 2019 Man Cup champion, you need to be down here on the line with us right now as we're getting ready to make those presentations. We'll be starting with Liska Racing Street ET, and we'll work our way up through the ranks on that. All the way to Mr. McBride. I'll turn the mic over now to Mr. Jay Reagan.
Thanks, everybody. We have a moment to honor those guys and gals, actually just guys this time, that had worked all last year to win the championship. We would have done this at the season opener in Orlando, but COVID got in the way of that in our second event, so we deferred it to here because we have everybody here. We'll start out with our Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin ET champion, and that is Vance Howdyshell again. Vance has won again. Vance, the Slayer. He is a bad man. Yeah, Vance, if you don't know him, he is a Slayer. Rides a Buell, gets out there and gets it done. Vance Howdyshell, picture. Vance Howdyshell, your champion, 2019 champion. Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin. Congratulations, Vance. Next up, we have Puerto Rico's favorite son, Pablo Gonzalez. He is our Street ET champion for this year. Pablo, you might not even like his photo that we got him. It's a memory of thicker times. Come on over here. Up in the middle. Pablo is from Puerto Rico. Comes out, races. Great racer, great family. Pablo Gonzalez, Liska Racing Street ET champion. Congratulations, Pablo. Next up, all the way from Vermont, Gary Russell. He won our MPS Racing Pro ET Championship. Gary comes all the way from Vermont. Been doing this a long time. I didn't realize quite so long. He's got pictures almost as old as I do. Gary, congratulations, MPS Pro ET champion. Gary Russell. Yeah. We move into Street Fighter, and that's going to be a common theme. Pablo Gonzalez is due back up. Pablo, once again. If you can tell by the picture, Pablo's been dieting due to COVID. He forgot to eat. Pablo has definitely dropped some tonnage, and he is a repeat champion here, Wiseco Street Fighter. He's won 2 championships. Congratulations, Pablo. Bayamon's favorite son. Next up in Super Comp, the Amish assassin, as he's known, from the TV show. I don't even know if he comes from there, but Spencer Claycomb won our MTC Engineering Super Comp Championship. Spencer races hard, also in Real Street. Congratulations, Spencer, on your championship. Great job, well deserved. Congratulations. Next up, also from Puerto Rico, Ricardo Marte in Top Gas, Star Racing Top Gas. Ricardo, coming all the way from the island. El Jefe. Jefe. Congratulations, Jefe. Great job in Star Racing Top Gas. Ricardo Marte, everyone. Jefe. Patron. We move into 460. Tony Mullen, a 3-time champion in Growthist Drag Bikes, Ultra 460. Tony has won the championship the last 3 years in a row. Tony, his brother Jimmy, well-known racers, tuners. Congratulations, Tony, on a three-peat. Tony Mullen, 3-time champion in Growthist Drag Bikes, Ultra 460. We move into Real Street, and I do not believe that Marcus Hilton made the trip from North Carolina. So Marcus, unfortunately, did not make the trip. Some people opting to stay home, their local regulations. Chris Edwards, also from North Carolina, I believe he did not make the trip either. Chris Edwards, our APE Pro Street champion. And also another rider who's not able to make the trip, but we do have his team here to accept for him, Gene Gosselin from Canada. Gene runs out of the Grothis drag bike stable, and Gene is Canadian. He could not make the trip. His border is closed. He could not make the trip down, but Bradley Grothis drag bikes, where Gene's bike is based, will accept the award. Congratulations, Gene, if you're tuning in. Well deserved. We hope you're able to be back with us next year. Gene Gosselin, Nitrous Express Pro Open champion. The ageless one, Paul Gast, winner of J.E. Piston Pro Modified Championship. Paul Gast is doing this at the ripe old age of 62. Oh, that was like 2006. Paul, congratulations. Job well done. Very well done. J.E. Piston. Pro Modified, Paul Gast, your champion. Thanks, Jay.
Hey, I want to thank everybody for coming out here to the Man Cup. Valdosta, it's awesome here. The track's on the point, and Man Cup's got it going on. Thank you.
The words of the immortal Mr. Gast. He is truly something. I do mean that in a positive way. All right, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, another three-time champion. We have got Sam White representing Hawaii Racing here. Sam White does a lot for our sport, but the champion right here, Preston Bartlett, 3 times in a row as well, just like Mullen. A 3-time champion. He and his team. Preston Bartlett. I'll stay down here with the better looking end of the team. This is the long and short of it right here. Congratulations again, Preston, 2019 champion in Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel.
Got something I'd like to add? Take that.
I got it. Go on.
Nope, no. None of this could be possible without this whole entire team you see here. And I'd like to present my partner and crew chief, the #1 tuner, 17, 18, 19, and a jacket as well.
Long and short of it, they know how to have fun. And we've got one more championship left to hand over, and he's very, very good at accepting them and earning them. This time last year, Larry set the world on notice, 5.50 at 264. Not satisfied with that, he and his brother went to work on their machine over the winter, making changes, trying to drive it even lower. There's no question, that opportunity is there. Larry McBride, your 2019 Top Fuel champion. Larry McBride, your champion in Top Fuel for 2019 and the last 2 decades straight, I believe.
We'll start with, I want to thank everybody out here that came out here during these hard times for 2020. We really appreciate y'all supporting the Man Cup, and I'd like to thank Jay Reagan for what he's done and a great job that he's done this weekend, and we're real happy, and we're going to raise hell in 2021, so y'all come to the Man Cup race, and I'm going to lay some numbers down. I'm hoping I'm going to do it for you here in about 30 minutes. I'm going to try to lay you one down.
Thank you, Larry. Well, as I said before, do not give Steve McBride too many shots at a racetrack. Steve will take you out. That's all of our champions. We're going to move into a brief amount of track preparation from South Georgia Motorsports Park. As you can hear, that's Larry's bike starting up without him. They don't even need him down there for it. And we will return, hopefully right around the 4 o'clock hour, with the third and final qualifier in Top Fuel. Thank you, one and all, for coming out to these Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Wiseco.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations to the 2019 class champions of the Manufacturers Cup. Also, real quick, hey, Greg Underdahl, I need a number on your motorcycle. Greg Underdahl, I need a number, a competition number for your motorcycle. It is not listed on your tech card.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you one and all for participating and watching the ceremony and take care of that. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, one more time for our 2019 champions. Hands together, please. 2019 champions, thank you. We are sending them back on their way, and we're getting ready for our next round, our final round of qualifying. They'll be coming out here in short order. I'll make my way up to the tower and check with all the powers that be. And as soon as I can call all those pro teams to the lanes, we will do that. As far as I know, we are still on schedule. I'll keep you posted. I'll be right back to you shortly. Thank you.
All right. The next no number I have is in MTC Super Comp. Super Comp, I have Chase Van Sant. I need your competition number. All right. Chase Van Sant, I need your competition number so we can get your tech card in. But right now we're going in on some lane loving. A good time to visit the concession stand while you have a moment. Also, Sweet Teas is open. I figure I'd throw them a plug. And yes, they have sweet tea. And yes, it is the bomb. Huge thanks to everybody out here at South Georgia Motorsports Park, including all of our sponsors. We've got sponsors on hand. And if I haven't done it enough, here's another time. Bill Robinson has put up $300 of his own money for 5 different classes. So 300 times 5, you do the math. Just think about it like that. That's how much money Bill Robinson's thrown up for this race. Bill Robinson from Robinson Industries. I can name at least probably 30 of these motorcycles out here that have a Robinson billet transmission in them. And I watched one of them go into the engine cases. Bill creates nothing short of a work of art when it comes to the transmission. So Bill, thanks a bunch. Also a big thanks to everyone at Motor Mania TV. All the sponsors out there are Ralph Navarro, Platinum Fleet Repair, Man Hill Garage, Fast by Gas, Schnitz Racing, Rob Bush Motorsports, Robinson Industries, J&E Automotive, John and Dea Morgan, NTC Engineering, Van Tine Imaging, Robert Varela, Rick Perry Masonry, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, and McKinney Motorsports. So those of you watching at home have those people to thank. But also some more thanks are out to Hawaii Racing, APE. What's up? Finishing up the thanks that are due, it's Hawaii Racing, APE, Shinko, Western Power Sports, Nitrous Express, Growthless Drag Bikes, Star Racing, Schnitz Racing, MRE, PR Factory Store, MTC Engineering, Worldwide Bearings, Wiseco, JE Pistons, D&G Chassis, MPS Racing, Liska Racing Street ET, Duddigan Racing, Exoticycle, Roaring Toys, DME Racing, Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gas, Man Hill Garage, Kibblewhite Precision Machine, Medic Gasket, Advanced Sleeve, Webb Camshafts, McKinney Motorsports, Robinson Industries, Rob Bush Motorsports, Monster Race Products, and Hawaii Racing. So, where we stand on the schedule is that we are due up for the final round of pro qualifying. Already got Sam Wills sitting back there. Up next, after that, we have elimination round number 1 of Street ET, B-Twin ET, and Pro ET.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome one and all to the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Wiseco here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. For those of you who can't pick up the PA broadcast, well, please go to 97.1 FM. Those of you watching live on the internet on Motor Mania TV, thank you for tuning in and welcome one and all to the show. We are getting ready to come out with Q3, our final qualifying shot by all the pro classes, which will begin with Top Fuel. Top Fuel motorcycles are making their way to the lanes right now. All professional classes to the lanes at this time, please. Top Fuel, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, JE Pistons Pro Mod, Nitrous Express Pro Open to lane 5. Robert Tull Pro Stock, please bring them up to lane 6. APE Pro Street Motorcycles, please come to lane 7. Shinko WPS Real Street Bikes, bring them up to lane 8. It's time to bring them all up and get with the program. We are just rolling on past the 4 p.m. hour here, and we are getting ready to really hit it and hit it hard. We just did a presentation out on the starting line to all of our 2019 champions. And a big congratulations to all of them at this time. Our 2019 champions last year, who we just honored on the starting line. Larry McBride, and in Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Preston Bartlett, JE Pistons Pro Mod, Paul Gast, Nitrous Express Pro Open, Gene Goslin. We know you're listening from Canada. We miss you, buddy. APE Pro Street, Chris Edwards, Shinko WPS Real Street, Mark Hilton, Growthus Ultra 460, Tony Mullen, who was here, the Mullen brothers, 3 years champs, 3 years in a row. Tremendous accomplishment in Growthus Ultra 460 for the Mullen team. MTC Super Comp, we honored Spencer Claycomb. Super Eliminator, Rick Stenoid. Wiseco Street Fighter, Pablo Gonzalez, who also won the championship in Liska Racing Street ET. Star Power Top Gas, won by Ricardo Marte. MPS Pro ET, Gary Russell. And Vance and Hines Racing V-Twin, Vance Howdy Show. Congratulations again to all of our champions from last year and this year, being that this is the final race of the 2020 season. This is a double points event because we had an abbreviated season this year, and points are mighty close. It is very, very important for those who are working it. In Top Fuel, Mitch Brown is leading with points on the Dennis Bradley Top Fuel motorcycle with 99 points. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Jim Martin with 177, Rocky Jackson 155, Sam White 136, Walter Holonsky with 112. Remember, these are double points this weekend, so any one of those races can win. J&E Piston Pro Mod led by Paul. I could call him Progast, even though his name is Paul Gas. Paul Gas, 208 points. Jeff House, 124. Terry Wynn, 88. Ashley Owens with 77 points. Eric McKinney with 56. Nitrous Express Pro Open. Current point leader in that championship series is Shane Bergessi with 217. Rob Garcia with 134, and he was racing in Top Fuel this weekend. Mark Rendeluck with 134. Keith Brown with 68. We're sorry to hear the Brown Racing Machine is under the weather and can't make it. We hope to see it again next year. APE Pro Street led by Rocky Tinker. Shinko WPS Rail Street led by Mark Hilton. Rothus Drag Bike Ultra 460 class. Current points leader is Chad Otts with 151 points. John Schwartz 119. Hollywood Broderick Jackson 116. Tim Shelton 102. Star Power Top Gas led by Craig Adams with 116 points. Robin Procopio 107. Pete Chongris with 90. Alan Fields 86 points. MTC Supercomp is led by Matt Smith with 155. Carlos Testa 149. Tommy Goosen 125. Jason Herron 114 points. Wiseco Street Fighter currently led in points by Tyler Fisher with 107. Pablo Gonzalez tied with him at 107. Jim Swanger 86. Jason Herron 83. MPS Pro ET Pablo Gonzalez with 174 leading the way. Alexis Brianna Baker. ABBs with 148 points. Craig Adams 135. Mark Colson 129. And Liska Racing Street ET, as well as Vance and Hines V-Twin, are being led by Ken Kobe. And Liska Racing Street ET, Kobe with 180, Patrick Vaughn 164, Rick McWaters 148, Gary Vaughn with 147 points. Vance and Hines Race Shop sponsored V-Twin Series, also led by Ken Kobe. He's got 203 points there, and 164 by Rick McWaters. John Ard, 150. Brian Peterson, 95 points. Those are our points leaders right now coming into the weekend in our men classics. While we were honoring the champions from 2019 out there, Mr. Larry McBride, when he received his award for his championship, his 20th Top Fuel championship, I might add, Larry pointed out that it's a great honor to be where he's at, and he means that sincerely. And he loves you all very, very much, very dearly. And Larry said, and I quote, "I'm going to lay a number down for you." So he's telling you right now that when the bike comes out right now for this round of qualifying, better have earplugs. He's swinging for the fence. Keep your eye on the scoreboard when Larry makes his run. He ain't playing. No, he is not. He is serious. So when Larry runs, we'll have a little something to watch for out there. And that being said, the track staff here at South Georgia Motorsport Park are certainly going the whole 9 yards in prepping this racetrack. There's a full spray underway right now, the entire race surface. They are laying the glue down. And some of you may wonder, why do they lay the glue down that far down the racetrack? And the answer is they need it down there sometimes even more than they need it down here, because those motorcycles have got to have that kind of grab on the top end so that they can slow down. Remember, it's just that one little skinny tire up front, and they can't just grab a handful of rear brake up there, because that rear tire is one big marshmallow, and it'll just bounce up and down like a beach ball. They don't ever do that. They rely on that parachute and the front brake and their intuition and driving skills, and it takes a lot of years to learn how to drive these things, pilot them properly. You'll notice that all the Top Fuel pilots out there have a little bit of snow on the roof. There are no teenagers. There's no kids racing in Top Fuel. It takes years to learn the skills necessary how to race these motorcycles at this level. Yep, takes a lot of experience. There is no substitute for seat time, ladies and gentlemen. You can buy all the go-fast parts you want. Someone who is a millionaire with endless amounts of money could buy any motorcycle and have build whatever they want. That doesn't mean they could go these speeds. Not at all. There's only one Larry Spider-Man McBride, and everybody else wants to be there. But then again, the decades that Larry's raced, there's a reason why he is where he is. And he's this old. Took him that long as a warrior to get there. He's got company, too. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. Bankston, Ian King, the greats from across the pond, and the younger guys, Flying Phil, Rijkaard Gustafsson. There are some great racers worldwide racing in Top Fuel who are quite capable of keeping Larry company. But then again, they haven't exceeded his time. Let me tell you a little bit about that. Let's talk about the GOAT list. The GOAT list is not a record book, and it's not meant to be a record list. What the GOAT list is, it's the greatest of all time runs. So these are the quickest and fastest. And while I don't have an updated GOAT list per mile an hour, I do have one on elapsed time. And I can tell you that the quickest pass ever in Top Fuel motorcycle, which was run here on Thursday night last November, was Larry McBride with his 5.50. That is the quickest pass ever made by a Top Fuel bike. Flying Phil from across the pond, Mr. Phil, racing with the Gulf Oil team of the Gulf bike, 5.66. Peter Svensson, 5.70. Dave Vantine, 5.71. And Corey Hogan, 5.78. Those are your 5 top numbers ever run in Top Fuel motorcycle. And those of you who are big fans of Top Fuel motorcycle, you've got a vintage Top Fuel motorcycle here on the grounds, courtesy of McKinney Motorsports and Scott McKinney. And Mr. McKinney, we can't thank you enough for your support of Man Cup. You can find that motorcycle on display at the Man Cup registration tent, the triple engine Kawasaki Top Fuel motorcycle. And if you're wondering what kind of times it run, well, from interacting with the family and one of the builders of the bike, we know that that motorcycle was running somewhere in the 770s and somewhere close to 180 miles an hour when it last ran in the mid-1970s. That's how old that bike is. And it's in fantastic condition. All 3 Kawasaki engines, all fed by nitromethane, Hellborn injection, 12 injectors. My God, what a masterpiece. Love to hear one of those again. And while I won't hear Bob Davis's bike run, I will hear a triple run, probably in 2020. Probably 2021, if not 2021, then in 2022, the Atchison Topeka Santa Fe will be back on its feet again, and we will hear that motorcycle. Congratulations to Mr. Collins and his associates for putting that bike back together. Big shout out to APE, Jay Eschbach, the folks out there at APE Engineering. Thank you for supporting this sport and for sponsoring APE Pro Street for as many years as you have, and for getting behind the build on Russ Collins' projects as Russ Collins' son, Russ Collins Jr., restoring those motorcycles to their full glory. Not only the ATF machine, but also the Sorcerer. They're both going to come back to life, and that is exciting. While I'm on the topic, I'll tell you, we need to spend some time at some point, those of us who are the elder ones who've been in the sport a long time, where can we put a motorcycle drag racing museum? We need to put our money, our intentions, and our hard work together, and we need to come up with that one museum and that one spot that everybody can go to and visit once a year and honor our champions past, present, and future. We should have our own motorcycle drag racing museum. We should have our own motorcycle drag racing Hall of Fame. We need a big warehouse building to start this museum with and create our own Hall of Fame to honor our champions. Out on the 1320, racetrack preparations continue. Sydney is working away out there, working with the tire rotator. For those of you who are wondering what that machine does, it works in reverse rotation with those tire slicks, and everywhere it sets down and starts laying down rubber, it's depositing an even layer of rubber across the racing surface. The difference between the tire rotator and the tire dragger is that a tire dragger will have a tendency to take rubber off of high spots and deposit it in the low spots, giving you a billiard table type flat surface when it burnishes the surface. Any rubber deposits laid down by the scraper, it takes them off the high spot, puts them in the low spot, and that's what that one does. This particular machine out on the track right now, that's the tire rotator, and the rotator just puts down rubber deposit everywhere it goes. So they're two different machines with two different purposes. You notice they were out there spraying earlier. They have different compounds they use at different times of day to enhance traction. Right now with this type of cloud cover, the bad news is we don't have as much heat as we'd like to have at a track, even though we've got a great surface out there. We really don't have a temperature problem at all right now. Beautiful, beautiful balmy temps out there. Looking at about 70 degrees right now. Very nice. So the ambient temp is nice, but the important thing about the sky being flat like this is that the temperature of the track is now even everywhere, all across it. So they don't have any hot and cold spots, which we do have with bright sunshine. Because when the sunshine starts to get down behind the concrete building on the left side of the racetrack, over on the west side of the racetrack, once the sun starts to set and shadow casts across the track, the shadow on the first half of the track makes it one temperature. Then on the other end of the racetrack, where the sun is bright and shiny, then it's very hot up there. So you got two different track surface temps. So they have two different levels of traction, and that kind of makes it a challenge for the tuners who are setting up the tune-ups on these bikes to be able to accommodate that. Right now, Top Fuel Motorcycle is in the lanes ready to go. Let's go down to our pro list again and make sure we got them all out there. Top Fuel Motorcycle is ready to roll. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, you're going to be right behind them. J&E Pistons Pro Mod, you should be in lane 4. Nitrous Express Pro Open, you should be in lane 5. Robert Tull Pro Stock, you should be in lane 6. APE Pro Street, we need you in lane 7. Shinko WPS Real Street in lane 8. We are getting ready to commence our third and final qualifier with our pro classes. Tire rotator is being parked. I'm going to watch my crews out there very carefully now to see if we are about to get the green light for our start. Now that the big rotator is off the racetrack, we should be able to move right into our qualifying round. And I can see that Sam Wills looks like he's going to be first out for the left lane in his team. And the Dennis Bradley Top Fuel Motorcycle, piloted by Mitch Brown, is going to be coming out in the right lane. Mitch is currently leading in points in Top Fuel. Then the next pair out, I see Dave Vanton ready to go. Stand by for action. Okay, I just got the official word that we're going to put Top Fuel bikes in the water at 4:15, which is only 4 minutes away. We're at 4:11 now. So fans are making their way into the stands and getting the best viewing locations possible, and it's great to see the amount of fans that we have here. Thank you all for social distancing and keeping your distance. We appreciate that. Anybody who needs a mask, please seek one. You should apply and take care of all state regulations, comply with those. South Georgia Motorsports Park has done a great job of helping us stay to that all weekend, and we will continue to do so. Sam Wills is suiting up. The helmet's going on now. Mitch will be doing the same here. All right, Top Fuel teams, we're getting there. It is time, my friends. Mitch is now putting on his helmet. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to go racing. Get your cameras ready. Line up your cell phones, earplugs, headphones, whatever you need. It's about to get loud and proud out here. All the photographers are making their way out to their shooting locations as well. If you are not a photographer with credentials, you do not belong on the other side of the wall. Do not go where you don't belong, please. Chief Starter out there has given the hands up. Top Fuel teams, I need you to roll forward. We have been given the green light. It is time. Sam's gloves are going on. That's the last thing to happen. Mitch is all set. He's ready to fire. This motorcycle rolling out in the right lane here right now. Sponsored in part with the Force Wear Group. Monster Products racing on the leathers. That is Mr. Mitch Brown. He is the Top Fuel pilot for the Dennis Bradley Top Fuel motorcycle. Clear my monitor and square this away. After 2 rounds of qualifying, we are moving into our 3rd round of qualifying now. After 2 rounds, Larry Spider-Man McBride to the number 1 spot with a 584. Dave Van Tine with a 599. Sam Wills with a 614. Mike Chongris with a 627. Terry Schweigert with a 632. Rob Garcia, 637. Mitch Brown with a 638. Tommy Saxon with a 697. We got a full 6-second field with a couple of 5-second monsters out front. And Sam and Mitch are about to light those bikes right now. Let's see who can change positions in the qualifying field right now. Sam Wills of Edmond, Oklahoma in the left lane, that copper-colored motorcycle. And a beautiful root beer and silver paint job motorcycle in the right lane, piloted by Mr. Mitch Brown. Oh, I love that sound. I can close my eyes at night and still hear that, and I do. Oh, how I do. All right, ladies and gentlemen, stand by for some action. This is where we get to it. Sam really stepping into that tire in the left lane. Mitch Brown did a very good job as well. Each team has their own routine and their own way of approaching a burnout with the Top Fuel bikes, but they have to do the same thing every time is the most important element of that, because they don't want to put too much heat in the motor or in the clutch. It's all about the preparatory phase. You must do the same thing the exact way every single time, otherwise they cannot predict how it's going to launch. And these racers do this so often, they know exactly, they're on autopilot when they do their burnouts. They just automatically do what they do. Mitch Brown, a very accomplished machinist, spent a lot of time working on Haas machines and other CNC marvels. If you've ever seen a Monstar head, there's the man that machines them up right there. He worked with George Brights of Star Racing to come up with that configuration. We'll talk about that another time. Let's go Top Fuel Racing right now. Both bikes are pre-staged. Mitch is in. Here comes Sam. And we are going downtown with some power now. Here we go. Sam is on it. A 1-0 short time for Sam. Sam goes across the line under power with the candles lit. 628, 210 miles an hour for Sam. Sam's incrementals. A 105 at 277 at the 330, 410 in the 8th at 189. 1,000 foot for Sam, 524 with an 8. His elapsed time, 628 at 210. And as you saw with the Dennis Bradley bike with Mitch Brown piloting, he broke the tire loose right on the launch, and he had to get out of it. And that's all she wrote on that one. The reason they have to operate the motorcycles that way, ladies and gentlemen, when they do a burnout, if they break the tire loose, what happens with the motorcycle is that it's no longer putting the motor under load. The tire is spinning, the motor is freewheeling, and that's when you see all the liquid start squirting out of the pipes. That is bad. That is very bad. It does what they call, it puts holes out. All this liquid flooding through the motor is flooding, literally flooding the motor, and that liquid has nowhere to go. They can't burn it. So because of this, they got to click it off. Otherwise, they could fold up a connecting rod or blow the head off it. All right. You're hearing top fuel power from the Dave Vantine Nitro Sports bike. Oh, I love that Mad Hornet sound of that bike. Oh, it sounds so much like Elmer. I miss him very much. It doesn't have Elmer's cackle, but it's got the buzz. Great motorcycle, tuned by Mr. Pollard. Jeff Pollard. Dave Vantine on the pipes hard. Good burnout. Terry Schweigert doing his burnout now. Greg Pollard has done a great job tuning this motorcycle for Dave Vantine. That 571, that's amazing. That's the 4th quickest pass in the history of the sport. They would love to equal that or exceed it. The reason the Nitro bike did the burnout first is because when the Nitro bike does the burnout, it has to go across the center line, across the finish line, starting line, which is easy for you to say, but not me. And when the bike goes across the starting line, it has to be pushed back. Takes longer to do that. So Terry Schweigert held back as a courtesy, did his burnout last. And now they're both ready to stage together in concert. Big block turbo horsepower left lane. Being tuned by Dan the Man. Terry Schweigert's motorcycle. In the left lane. Right lane, Dave Vantine. Turbo versus Nitro. Top fuel racing in progress. Here we go. Schweigert gets away like a shot. And it seems some putts come out for Dave Vantine's bike in the right lane. I think we got a belt laying out there right after the 3:30 clock and a pulley as well. And in the left lane, Terry Schweigert motored all the way down there, and he's up on the top end. Both motorcycles are off the racetrack, clean and clear up there. I've got a good set of binoculars. Thank you, Long and Short Racing. Thank you, Nar. Yep. Both motorcycles are off the track on the top end, but they are fetching parts off of the racetrack at the moment, as that happens sometimes. So Dave Vantine's 599 is just sitting in the number 2 spot. Mr. McBride's 584 is still sitting in the number 1 spot. And Larry is getting ready to make his next qualifying pass. He might just rotate the earth if he can. He's sure thinking about it. He said he would. He's going to try, ladies and gentlemen. He told you he would try to lay down a number for you. And look at all those fans lining the fences, waiting to see the Spider-Man do his thing. What an honor to have you all here. And I promise you from the bottom of my heart, Larry's going to give it his best shot. He always does. One of the greatest quotes I ever got from a drag bike pilot in an interview was an interview I did with Larry McBride. And I asked him the question, what does it take to run 5 seconds? And when I put that question to Larry, and I put that question to several other Top Fuel pilots who've run 5s as well, the very first answer that Larry gave me on what does it take to run a 5 is, first you have to surround yourself with the right people. That tells you an awful lot about Larry McBride and about his team. And the man's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. It's the people around you that work with you. It's your team that will rise you up. It's all about teamwork. Can't have any mistakes. No loose parts, no loose wires, nothing. Everything has to work in concert. Drag racing is all about the combination. Mr. King and his accomplishments over the years. Look at that team around him. Morris, Mr. Bookman, all of them. There's so many talented people, all working in concert. That's what it takes. All right, so we're going to see more of that while we're waiting for them to collect parts off the big end. I'll tell you a little bit about Larry as he's seated on his bike. What he's doing right now is he's getting inside his own head. He's wearing his Elmer t-shirt. He wears one every pass. He wears a t-shirt with Elmer tread on it, as he has ever since 1996, September of 96, when we lost Elmer. Larry, every pass he makes on a Top Fuel bike, he does it with an Elmer tread t-shirt on. And he still talks to Elmer. He thanks him. He asks him for guidance. He asks him for counsel. Because Larry knows he's got some tough decisions to make on that bike. Nobody else goes the speeds. Nobody else goes the ETs that Larry does. And he puts everything he's got into it. His crew around him, his older brother, Stevie McBride. Stevie came on board with Larry's operation, his Top Fuel operation. Larry actually started racing Top Fuel motorcycle in the late 1970s. Larry was at that time dirt dragging down at Surrey and Greens in Virginia, doing the Southern Circuit out there, dirt bike drag racing. And it was clear that Larry had a talent for going fast. And this man that had a fuel bike and dirt dragging, a man by the name of Squeaky Bell. Squeaky Bell asked Larry if he wanted to go fast on a nitro bike. And Larry said, sure. And Larry throws leg over anything that's fast. The faster it is, the better he likes it. So Larry started dirt dragging for Squeaky Bell. And between roughly 78 through 79, 80, right in that neighborhood, during Larry's dirt bike dragging Top Fuel times, they had great success. They had their moments with struggle, as every fuel team does. Larry got to see something that most other pilots don't get to see. His right femur sticking through his leathers. You got to understand that you can't race these motorcycles indefinitely and not pay a price. It takes a lot to race these bikes, and part of that is the sacrifice of what it takes to go out there and pay your dues and earn your way up the ladder. Larry recovered from that, continued racing, and a racer who was racing on asphalt in the NHRA and Top Fuel motorcycle in 1980 by the name of Danny Johnson. Danny got on in years and couldn't ride his Top Fuel bike anymore, so he asked Larry if he would like to get on. Danny Johnson had gone from double-engine carbureted nitro to double-engine nitro injected, and then he built a single, Big Cowie, with a blower on it. And then that was the motorcycle that they took to the U.S. Nationals in 1980. And Larry debuted in Top Fuel NHRA motorcycle drag racing in 1980 at the U.S. Nationals. Now, when Larry made runs at that race, that big top fuel bike was kind of a. You have to understand that the technology in 1980 is so far from where we are today. Those bikes were going 7.0, just getting into the 190s at that time. And occasionally one of them would go 194, 195. Russ Collins went 199 and change. Scared everybody and wasn't able to replicate that run again. But Larry in 1980 at the U.S. Nationals, when he was going down the Indy race surface, the announcers for NHRA at the time, I've spoken to Mr. Mack, Mr. Dave McClellan, one of the great announcers of all time in our sport. And Mr. Mack said he couldn't really remember if it was him or Steve on the mic, or might have been Bob Fry. It was one of those guys who was working the U.S. Nationals that race. Larry was going down the right lane at a motorcycle, and you could see him moving back and forth quickly left and right, trying to make course corrections going down the track. And he looked like a spider crawling all over the motorcycle out there. And that's where the name Spider-Man came from. That was when the legend of Spider-Man began, 1980. And since then, he's always been known as the Spider-Man. His riding technique is far more advanced and refined now that we are some 4 decades down the road, as you would expect. But Larry has stuck with it. That's the most important thing of all. I asked Elmer in an interview one time, how did you learn to become so fast and so quick? Because Elmer was the king of Top Fuel from 1977 all the way through to 1996. For the better part of 20 years. Elmer entered Top Fuel in 1975, and from 75 through 95, he was the man to beat. Elmer, entering the class in 75, he set his first world record in 79, and then from 79 forward, everybody followed him. Where's Elmer? What's he doing? More often than not, Elmer was the quickest, fastest motorcycle in the world from 1979 forward. Just never looked back. Elmer was always the innovator, always trying new stuff, always trying to go faster, quicker, better. And I asked him, how did you get to that point? In an interview in the early 90s, and Elmer said, I broke everything there was on that bike to break, and once I figured out how to keep it together, we just started going fast. That and the fact that you have to stick with it. And those were the things Elmer drilled into me during that interview. And he's absolutely right about that. Nobody ever won by quitting anything. You have to stay with it. You have to stay with it, and you have to figure it out. And that's how he got as good as he did. All right, racers, we are 1 minute away. We are literally 1 minute away from getting back to the action. Grateful to have a chance to talk to you a little bit about the history of the sport. But it's even more important that we get back to racing. All right, Larry knows the 1 minute call has gone out. His team has told him he's in constant radio contact with them. Larry's putting his head in his A game. That's what he's doing right now. Every racer has a routine, and they have to do things just right before they get on the racetrack. When they suit up, right glove first, left glove, helmet, radio, etc., etc. Every racer has their own way of doing that. And it drives Ian King nuts. Put your gloves on and let's go racing. Yes, Ian, we hear you, brother. We do, sir. Oh, how we miss our British contingent. Mr. Cannon and the rest of you, we wish you were all here. All of you. COVID-19 kept a lot of our international racers at bay. You'll see that in a whole different light next year at this race. You'll see them. They'll all be back. All right, the racing surface is now clear. And you're going to hear that sound. And you'll also notice that when you hear Larry's bike fire up, it sounds completely different from anybody else's. Larry Spider-Man McBride of Newport News, Virginia, the cycle specialist team. They are in the left lane. In the right lane, Tommy Saxon bringing his big Suzuki up. big turbo bike going into the water. They're in no rush. They know Larry needs time to do his burnout and get pushed back. All the way down the racetrack, that's Chuck Stewart. And his dad's on the starting line, Roland Stewart. Great top fuel bike pilot in his own right. Larry does his burnout. And now Chuck is going to grab that front end to push Larry back. His brother Stevie is guiding him left and right, put him in his own tire mark. Time for Tommy Saxon to fire up here. Bill Vose assisting. Major turbo power in the right lane. Saxon and his crew fire up that big turbo monster. Do a quick burnout, and they're ready to go. Saxon is just waiting patiently for Larry to come up and get to his pre-stage point. That is Roland Stewart kneeling down in front of Larry, lining up Larry exactly where he needs to be. Now the Spider-Man goes into his launch routine. His head is completely in that bike and what he needs to do. I'll give you the incrementals as quickly as I can. Larry is pre-staged. Tommy Saxon is pre-staged. All right, here we go. Larry's in. Bye. 104.60 foot, 262 in the 8, 5.70 with a 4. A 5.70 with a 4. 260 booming miles an hour. Larry Spider-Man McBride said he was going to lay one down for you, and he ain't lying, my friends. 5.70. You can add the 4 to that if you like. 260.26 miles an hour. That 5.70 equals Mr. Svensson's 5.70 from 2012. So that pass is clearly almost the equivalent of Mr. Svensson's run from 2012, and that was a record that stood a very long time. And Mr. McBride now deep into the 5s, 2 consecutive passes. They're all going to feel better when they tune that bike and clean it up tonight and get it ready for tomorrow's eliminations. There will be happy faces under the big white tent after that one. All right, we are getting ready to go into Pro Fuel now, ladies and gentlemen. You got nitro power coming your way. Keep your earmuffs and earplugs handy because you got a pair of nitro Harleys coming at you next. Walter Holonsky in the right lane getting ready to fire up his bike, and they're watching Sam White in the other lane. They're both ready to fire. They're just waiting for the nod from the starter. Sam's looking in as well as Walter. All right, they agree on it. They're good to go. Here we go. Both bikes are lit. Ladies and gentlemen, these are high gear motorcycles, no transmission, 120 cubic inches, straight nitromethane for the most part. 1 carburetor on each motorcycle, and that's mandatory. Those are the rules of the class. Sam White in the left lane, Walter Holonsky, long and short racing, right lane. Preston Bartlett, 3-time Man Cup champion on the starting line, ready to line up Walter. Oh, I love that sound. Both motorcycles ready to rock and roll. Speaking of rocking, Rocky Jackson has his bike up on the work stand ready next. And I see David Larson and the Larson Motorsports team, they're ready to go. Jim Martin going to run last. All right, the pair out on the line right now. Sam White in the left lane out of Chapin, South Carolina. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel motorcycle creation. Thanks to Mr. Vickers and company. Mike carrying the front wheel downtown. They're going right down Broadway. Sam is pulling away. 761 at 170 miles an hour for Sam. 765 at 170.49 for Walter. 2 stout runs there. Sam White currently sitting in the number 3 qualifying position with a 747. Just ahead of him is David Larson with a 745, and the number 1 qualifier coming into this session is Jim Martin with a 731 at 169. Attention in the pits, Street ET. Liska Racing, Street ET to lane 1, please. Liska Racing, Street ET to lane 1, please. V-Twin, you will follow. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. 3rd and final qualifying session in progress right now. The Rockstone in the right lane, Mr. Rocky Jackson from Louisiana. David Lawson out of Topeka, Kansas. Left lane. Yes. Yes. Pre-staged on the right side, the very first light lit by Rocky Jackson. David Larson goes in all the way, and Rocky comes in, and here we go. Both bikes away clean. Rocky pulling away hard on the big end. 739, great number. Great number by the Rockstone. 739 at 163. David Larson's bike started very well. Somewhere around 200 feet out, it just started to go flat on him. The Rockstone moves into the number 2 qualifying position at the moment. His 739. That was a great pass by Rocky. He worked so hard with that motorcycle, and man, he is a character. Oh, is he ever. We all miss Larry Drums Brancaccio, but thank God we still got Rocky. In Pro Fuel Motorcycle, believe me, characters are welcome. These guys fit the bill. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Liska Racing Street ET motorcycles to lane 1, please. Liska Racing Street ET motorcycles. Come to lane 1, please. This is E1. This is E1. Liska Racing Street ET. Bring them to lane 1, please. Come on up. And we have concluded our Pro qualifying there. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel has concluded. Again, thank you, Johnny, for all your years of support. You are a pillar of the community and many sanctions. You've done so much for us all. Thank you, sir. All righty now, how about some Pro Mod action? Oh yeah, these motorcycles are so quick. 4.0 is like standard for these guys now, they're so quick. They always run low in the 4s, sometimes 3 seconds, 3.99 and a little lower. We had a 3.99 record, that's gone. They got blown away during Q1 on Friday night. Keep your eye on these guys. They ain't done yet. You may see it get lowered again tonight. You may see that number get lowered tonight. Wouldn't surprise me a bit. Ashley Owens went 397 with a 4 in Q1, and that would be our new record. But he can drop it again right now. And that is Ashley Owens in the right lane from Decatur, Alabama. McKinney Racing Bike Lemons away with a red light start. Bike in the right lane. 399 for Ashley Owens. 399 at 174. Ashley Owens still sitting in the number one spot with that 397 I was telling you about. That is our new Man Cup national record at the moment. 397 with a 4. Ashley Owens did that in Q1 Friday night. Now he's gone 399. He knows where he's going this weekend. Oh, yeah. Liska Racing Street ET machines. Come to lane 1 now, please. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1. Vance and Hines Race Shop. V-Twin Racers. Come to lane 2, please. Vance and Hines Race Shop. Lane 2. MPS Pro ET to lane 3. MPS Pro ET bikes, come to lane 3, please. Time to put all the street bikes up there. Congratulations to Connell Smith with the quickest pass ever by a Kawasaki in Pro Mod. That 414 was amazing. JP Maddox. Left lane, competition motorcycle 82 on the right side. And these Pro Mods really are amazing. Really, really amazing. How these guys can shift and hit 5 gears in under 4 seconds just boggles my mind. Boggles my mind. Motorcycle in the left lane smoking profusely. That's Maddox's machine. Maddox goes across the big end with a 415 at 169. And again, his motorcycle is smoking profusely, especially during shutdown now. In the lanes, it's time to load them up with all the ET bikes. I need Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1, please. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1. Vance and Hines V-Twin motorcycles, I need you in lane 2. And MPS Pro ET motorcycles, I need you to lane 3. All of my ET bikes, come up, please. Attention in the pits, whoever parked their car behind Spider-Man's trailer, that car is about to get moved. We would strongly recommend that you move your car on your own. If you don't move your car, it will be moved for you. Please move your car from behind Larry Spider-Man McBride's rig. Thank you. Clock running on that, by the way. 5 minutes. If it's not moved in 5 minutes, we're going to move it for you. So please move your motor vehicle. Don't park behind race rigs and block race rigs. That's just never a good idea. Out on the 1320, we are getting ready to get back to action. Took a pause to check everything there. Make sure that nothing was deposited anywhere that didn't belong. I see Mr. Matt Smith out there getting ready to make with preparations for Robert Tull Pro Street Motorcycle. As we continue on with our qualifying, JE Pistons Pro Mod Travis Davis is in the left lane. Davis comes out of the water. Mantex Thompson from Decatur, Alabama, in the right lane. Get our next pair down that racetrack. And we will move on from Pro Mod to Pro Open. We are in Pro Mod right now. All of my ET bikes, you should be on your way into the lanes or in the lanes now. 1, 2, 3, you know where you're supposed to be. Please bring them up. All right, Pro Mod qualifying. Pro Mod qualifying, Travis Davis left lane, 406 at 172. 100 60-footer. 265 with a 9 on the 330. Travis Davis now sitting in the number 4 spot with a 406 at 172. Chris Garner-Jones with a 401. And he's going to try and prove on that right now. Chris Garner-Jones is in the right lane headed for... Chris Garner-Jones is in the right lane with Jeff House in the left of Keller, Texas. House and Chris Garner-Jones frequently find one another in one lane or the other. They have met more than once. Rock solid competitors, both of them. All right, pre-staged both motorcycles. Here we go. We're getting ready to rock the house. There they go. Great reaction time, both races. They're already across the stripe. 413 for Jeff House. 400 for CGJ. 400 Chris Garner-Jones. 400. I've watched Mr. Chris Garner-Jones make 4 passes. I've seen him go 4-0 every time. Oh, does he have his stuff all in one pile? Yes, he does. Paul Gast out of Grand Island, New York in the right lane. Kenny Hill on the left side. All my parents out there in the stands, all these children out here, really, they should have hearing protection on. Very good hearing protection. And they're all going to regret it, my friends. Please, take care of your kids. Be responsible. Kenny Hill out of Bainbridge, Georgia in the left lane. 2018 Suzuki body on that bike. Right lane, fast by Gast. That is Mr. Paul Gast of Grand Island, New York. Our Man Cup Pro Mod champion for the last 2 years, probably 3 now. I need to go back and check my records. But I'll do that after the pass. Gast away quick, 60-footer, 399 but a 7 for Paul Gast. He does it again. He's got a string of 399s that he just keeps banging out like a bracket bike. Isn't that something? I'll flip back through my records right now real quick for Mr. Gast. You bet I will. Pro Mod in 2017 was Brunson Grothus. Pro Mod 2018 was Ashley Owens. 2019, Paul Gast. Mr. Gast, Mr. Gast. Ouch. Pro Mod solo shot in the left lane. 583. Something not right. Buck shut off early. Still got plenty of power to get up on the top end and roll out of the lane. We will watch for that. And that is our final motorcycle of Pro Mod. We are moving now into Nitrous Express Pro Open. All right, rocking onward here. We have something very interesting about to happen. Two big guns coming right out, guns blazing right away. And this is third and final qualifying session. So this is it. This is very important. Bill Vose is in the right lane on the Williford Racing Turbo Bike. The Litton Racing Turbo Bike, Aaron Litton's monster. They want to put this thing in the fives badly. And my guess is sooner or later they will. Because it's an amazing build, and these are the guys that are dedicating everything they have to doing it. And they can. They will. It's just a matter of time. So Billy Vose on the Williford Racing Litton Turbo Bike in the right lane. And Mark Rendela of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma in the left lane. Now Mark has won Pro Open as a champion twice. Gene Gosselin has won it twice. Rob Giard has won it once. I'm just saying that. And Mark has a all-new build, his original one. All right, the car that needs to be moved behind Spider-Man's rig is a black Sierra.
P, Georgia license plate, P as in Peter, K as in King, G as in George, 2973. Black Sierra GMC, you got about 5 minutes or I will put you on a record. Next car, we have a silver charcoal gold Honda Accord. Also Georgia plate, RMZ 8643. 5 minutes, you're on the clock or I'm towing you. And the last one is a red Jeep Cherokee.
All right, you have been served, my friend, and it's important. Move those motor vehicles from around Spider-Man's rig up there. Must move those vehicles. For those of you wondering what the complications are at the moment while we're pausing, you must understand that in drag racing happens. So we're dealing with a minor complication, hopefully here in the water box, and we're hoping we can get this concluded rather quickly here. Mark Rendeloff was waiting patiently to fire the Williford Racing bike. There's some complication with it. It's not firing. They have been told to fire the bike more than once. Chief Starter is there. He's got a time clock on this. He will make the call. I will follow his lead. I'm not going to have all day to sort out problems on the start line. This isn't the place for it. And these things happen. Billy Vose is just shaking his head. Something's quite not right. And there's the call. They've been told to fire. Mark Rendeloff will wait as long as possible, and he has. Mark has been waiting the whole time. But when the Chief Starter says fire up, you fire up. And that's exactly what happened. Now, if they can fire that bike, they will. Why it's not firing, we're not sure. However, be that as it may, we are carrying on with qualifying. And right now, Mark Rendeloff of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma is in the left lane. So they're going to push the Williford bike back out of the way and roll it off the surface. Shane Epper-Jesse will get his bike in location next. All right, Mark looking to lower his number. And that thing is really bouncing that tire up and down off the racetrack. Goes 639 at a booming 213. Big turbo bike. Really making the horsepower. 639, and that's going to put him in a number one spot now. Shane Epper-Jesse, his 67 is now sitting in the number two spot. Shane Epper-Jesse is in the water right now, getting ready to fire and make his pass. Nitrous Express Pro Open. I believe this will be our final qualifying motorcycle in this session in Pro Open. As I look at the list, I see that's the case. This tells me that we will be looking at, let's look at next. Robert Tull Pro Stock motorcycles will be coming out next. I'm definitely looking forward to that. However, let's see what old Showboat's got in store for us. We know better. All right, Mr. Epichesi putting that bike on the starting line now. And we are going to purge all non-essential people from the line. They are all about to be removed out there, folks. Mr. Epichesi out Lake Dallas, Texas, in the right lane on this Pro Open bike. Epichesi moves it in. Here he goes. The bike came right up on the 1-2 shift, and something was not right. Had to click it right away. That's just the way it goes sometimes. The drag bike pilot behind the bars is the one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all non-essentials clear from the line. La-di-da-di, everybody. Please come back. Especially children. Anyone with children, you must step back from the line. There should be no children out there without hearing protection. Well, they're going to need hearing aids when they're older. Please, bring them back from the line, folks. And we are moving into Robert Tull Pro Stock Bike. An enormous thank you to Robert Tull Plumbing and Contracting for sponsoring this class. Cannot thank you enough for doing that. We've already got a 200-mile-an-hour record with our Pro Stock bikes. Matt Smith in Q1 Friday night came right out of the gate swinging for the fence, and he hit it right over the ballpark. Right over that fence. 675 with a 6. 200.62 miles per hour. That's an NHRA Pro Stock bike. You can also now say that that's a Man Cup Pro Stock motorcycle, courtesy of Robert Tull Plumbing and Contracting. 675, 200.62 miles an hour, sitting in the #1 spot. Something we'll be watching very carefully as Matt sat out the 2 qualifying sessions today to concentrate on helping and working with his wife with her bike and her race program. Angie Smith, Angie with the Denso Sparkplug bike. They're both sponsored by Denso. And they've got some great Denso swag available to anybody who wants in on the program to not only get a t-shirt, but you can win all kinds of swag. All you got to do is get down to Matt Smith Racing, buy a t-shirt, it will automatically enter you into the program to win all kinds of goodies. All right, David Barron, Midlothian, Texas, in the left lane. Charlie Posky, Alabaster, Alabama, in the right lane. Mr. Posky's 54 years old. He's racing a Suzuki Pro Stock motorcycle. That's the blue one in the right lane. Left lane, David Barron, Midlothian, Texas. 48 years old, this gentleman. He is very ready to rock and roll. Both bikes pre-staged. Now we're fully staged on the left and on the right. Charlie Poski in all the way. There it is. Bikes away clean. Listen to that big Buell sing in the left lane. 031 reaction time for Barron. 001 reaction for Poski. 729 in the right lane. 737 in the left. That puts them in the number 8 and number 9 qualifying positions respectively. The first 7 spots are all 6-second passes. Matt Smith, Angie Smith, Joey Gladstone, Ryan Oler, John Hall, Mark Ingerswin, Chris Boster. Nice burnout, well executed. Steve Johnson Racing, right lane. One of the great veterans of our sport. Pulling his bike forward. Known for his big Suzukis. Steve has been racing a long, long time in our sport. He's one of the great pillars of the pro stock motorcycle Suzuki community as well. Red light start left lane. Johnson brakes. Gladstone rocking down the left side. My monitor says Joey Gladstone. 682, 197.86 miles an hour for motorcycle 1550. Flying Ryan Oler in the right lane. In the water, getting ready to rock and roll. Steve Johnson's motorcycle. Need of some service. Bring that back and tend that bike. And our next pair out be Chris Bostick and Flying Ryan. Ryan Oler has been really putting on a strong program and has put together a strong program coming up through the ranks in NHRA Pro Stock Motorcycle. Ryan is 36 years old from Bloomington, Illinois. He entered his first NHRA Pro Stock Motorcycle race in 2017. NHRA wins. He won Indy in 2020, the biggest race of them all. And there it is. He won it this year, Indy in 2020. Ryan Oler. His best finish in points is 7th. So Ryan is becoming a known entity. And he is a known entity. Pro Stock Motorcycle. Those cars that we needed moved down by Spider-Man's trailer, I hope you have attended that. As your 5 minutes is up. If you haven't moved them, I feel bad for you. The hook is never a good thing. All right, left lane, Angie Smith. Get ready to do her thing. Her husband, Matt Smith, pushing her bike into the water. Sponsored in part by Denso. And Denso Spark Plugs. Denso has sponsored the 200 Mile an Hour Club for Pro Stock Motorcycle with the NHRA. Chris Bostick, left lane. Right lane, Flying Ryan goes 692. A 692 for Flying Ryan. That's going to help his cause. Bostick with a 7-0. Listen to the power. Angie getting her burnout all set there. Her husband, Matt Smith, on the starting line. Matt's showing exactly where he wants her to put that front tire. Mark Ingwerson, Findlay, Ohio, 2008 Buell in the right lane. I like that black and orange paint job. That is sharp. Very sharp. All right, Angie Smith. Angie Smith in the left lane. She is ready to unleash the beast. Watch the scoreboard. Watch the scoreboard. There she goes. 162 in the eighth on the big end. 199.55. So close. So close. I knew they were going for 200. And yeah, it almost happened. 199.55 for Angie Smith. 681 with a 3 on that pass. Oh, that bike looked good. That 60-footer was a 108. Tire came up, Bentley touchdown, came right back up and zoom. See ya. So Angie Smith, once again, is in the number 2 spot qualifying, and this wraps up qualifying in Robert Tull Pro Stock Motorcycle. Here's your final qualifying order. Matt Smith, Angie Smith, Motorcycle 1550, Flying Ryan Ola, John Hall, Mark Ingersman, Chris Bostic, Motorcycle 201, David Barron in 17X. Here's your 10 motorcycles. You see how the ladder comes out on that? Motormania TV live streaming this program. Big thank you to Platinum Fleet Repair, Ralphie Navarro, Platinum Fleet Repair, thank you. Manhill Garage, Fast by Gas, Schnitz Racing, Rob Bush Motorsports, Robinson Industries, J&E Automotive, John and Day Magan. Mr. and Mrs. Morgan, thank you so much for your support. MTC Engineering, thank you, Eric. Van Tyne Imaging, Robert Varela, Rick Perry Masonry, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, that's MRE, baby. And McKinney Motorsports, Eric McKinney, your dad rocks. Scott McKinney, thank you, sir. Thank you to all of McKinney Motorsports. You guys put the money up to make the live stream happen. We thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, we do. Quick spray of the racetrack, tuning it up, getting ready for some of the world's fastest street tire, no bar motorcycles. We are getting ready to bring out the APE Pro Street bikes, followed by Shinko WPS Real Street motorcycles. We'll probably see some grudge bikes as well, and then we're going right into Street ET, and all of our ET motorcycles are in the lanes now. Liska Racing Street ET is in lane 1. Vance and Hines V-Twin motorcycles are in lane 2. All of you, we want you back. We do. New Zealand, Japan. Jack and Reggie, we love you guys. You should be here. We wish you were. And we know we'll see you next year. We're going to be looking for all of y'all. This is the World Finals. This is where we all come together, break bed, and maybe crack a head or two at the same time. It's all part of drag racing. It is. One big crazy family. We have a lot of fun. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for being here with us, those that are. So what's going downtown right now? I'll tell you about it. The spray was done on the racetrack, and after the spray, a drag was done. And the reason they dragged the racetrack after the spray is there is such a thing as too much traction. It's better to burnish afterwards and knock it down just a little bit. Make things just right. And that's the goal of that. That's where we're at right now. Keep your eye on that little red Honda in the left lane. Frankie Stotts will pilot that bike. His dad, Kent Stotts, is on his way to the starting line right now. Kent Stotts has been racing no-bar bikes probably longer than some of you folks have been alive. Kent's been at it a while. He is one of the original pillars of the community in Pro Street. Bill Garnish, all you guys who laid the foundation way back when, you know who you are. Shine, all y'all. You made it what it is today. Thank you. All of you. So many of you. The Jersey Boys. What a wrecking crew on the East Coast. And out of Chicago as well. What a great, great legacy of motorcycle drag racing. Y'all crazy, and I love you. Frankie Stotts now, Schaumburg, Florida, left lane, 2006 Honda CBR, a 1000, or what we would call a leader bike. Rudy Sanzatera in the right lane. Jeremy, we wish you were out there, buddy. You know who you are. GME is here this weekend. It was good to see Andy roll up and Mr. Ettinger. Oh, power wheelie, and he gets in and out of it, but he handles it. So 710 at 172. Frankie was really hauling the mail, and it was going, baby. Had a 120 on a 60-footer. He had a 120 on that 60-footer. I was going for the rest of the numbers when my monitor shifted on me. I'd give you the rest of the numbers if I could, but I can't. Oh, Frankie. That thing's got some power. I think Kent found whatever he was looking for. Got a little more wheel stand than he bargained for there, but he handled it well. At no time was he not in control of that motorcycle. Frankie handled it like the pro that he is. Ronnie Bonateus boogieing down the right side. His motorcycle did something unusual right about 300 feet out, and he clicked it. Ronnie has set that off. That is all in APE Pro Street qualifying. We have 4 motorcycles. Frankie Stotts, Rudy Sanzatera, GT Tonglet, and Ronnie Bonateus. And now we are going into Shinko WPS Real Street. All right. Spencer Claycomb of Rockford, Tennessee. The Amish Outlaw. He is a character. Real nice guy. If you see him in the pits, that big beard looking like Grizzly Adams out there, that's Spencer Claycomb. Real nice guy. Richard Gadsden in the left lane. Always a player. Always. If you see Richard Gadsden in the lane next to you, I suggest you be mighty crisp, because he is always All right, Richard Gadsden, left lane. Spencer Claycomb, right. Here comes the tree. Spencer, oh, he's on it. He's on it. 143.60, foot 5.0 in the eighth. Big end, 760, 760, 760, 189 miles an hour for Spencer Claycomb. That's 760 in Real Street. Great run. Ricky Gadsden, left lane. Rick Sancho, right side. Let's make that Mike Sancho. Ricky Gadsden, left lane, 777, 190 miles per hour for Ricky Gadsden. 190. Oh my God. 190. Oh, I wish I could get my hands on those numbers right now so I can compare them up. Because our Real Street record is a 190 with a 6.5, run by Jeremy Teasley. Our current Real Street record was set by Jeremy Teasley at this event last year. 7.59 with a 2. 7.59 with a 2 at 190.65. That was set by JT last year. We watched Spencer go 7.55 in testing, but that was just a testing number. It's a great testing number, but it was a testing number nonetheless. That 7.59 still stands. 7.59 with a 2 for Jeremy Teasley. 190.65 for Jeremy Teasley. That's last year's Shinko WPS Real Street record. We'll see what happens this week. So we have concluded qualifying now with our pro motorcycle categories. We have some grudge bikes going to be coming out here straight ahead. They're going to do their thing. There will be no time on the clocks. As you can see by the little red dashes on the scoreboards down there, that tells you right away that there are no time bikes coming out here to compete next. And when the no time machines run, no time means no time. I cannot announce anything. I will not announce anything. They run with the clocks off. First person to the stripe wins. Just watch for the win light. Whoever's got money on whatever, well, that's their biz. They kind of do that their way. We have nothing to say about that. But as soon as these half a dozen grudge bikes make their passes, we're going into E1 with our Street ET motorcycle. This program is really on track today and tonight. The entire staff of South Georgia Motorsports Park and Man Cup working in concert. This entire event, start to where we're at right now, has been right on target. Absolutely on point. Aces all across the board. All right, some no-time action coming your way. And it's pretty simple. If you're along the wall, if you're along the fence line, watching, who you like? Left lane or right lane? Pick a lane. Who's got it? Somebody got the green out there? I'm I'm looking for some hands out there. I'm waiting to see who's looking left and who's got right. Everybody knows where the action is. I can see it now. The wagering crew is right up against the fence, and they know what they're doing. The naked truth in the left lane. No body work. Oh! Oh! Right lane got that one. Ah! Nipped him at the line. Yeah! Drag racing. Never say die till the race is over. Look at that. Left lane took it. I bet somebody lost some money on that one. I know somebody made some money on that one. Cool. Everybody having some fun here. All right, next pair. Some no-time action. Who you like? Left lane or right? Pick a lane. You know, in some ways, no-time racing is one of the purest forms of drag racing. It's very simple and it's very straightforward. Whoever gets to the finish line first wins. What do they win? Well, that's between the two racers. That's not for us to get in the middle of. For those of you who are along the sidelines, pay attention. Look around you. Left or right lane? Who you like? I'm seeing left lane pointing. Yeah! Yeah! Red light start in the right lane. He's all done. Left lane. He's going to church. That's where he's going. That's that. They're going to reset the tree and let this racer make a pass. There is no time involved. The bike is all tuned, prepped, and ready and gassed up, so they're going to send him downtown. Chief Starter is giving a thumbs up, telling him send him down. Send him down Broadway so we can get this show on the road. All right, so that sends that racetrack down there. And we continue on with our racing action. We are working our way through. Some no time action. Here's an interesting pair. Very large, big tire bike, and I can tell that that is some sizable cubic inches in that because I can hear it in the motor. And yeah, some of these things are pretty ornery. That bike has got an attitude, and the racer operating that bike, a hired gun. It's almost always a hired gun sitting in the seat. There are builders and there are racers who drive these things. Frequently, they are not the same. Somebody with money and attitude wants to build a bike, they can do that. And then they hire a gun, put them in the seat. Well, the rest just happens. All right, so that motorcycle is coming off the line. And we got another pair of no-timers going out there and get at it. Will not be mentioning names for anybody. That's a no-no. We're certainly not going to tell you what the times are or show you that. Nope, can't do that. In no-time racing with the cars, it's a rule that even within one calendar year, you can't have a time slip or time posted anywhere. They don't allow that stuff. We have seen some real serious no-time racing done here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. I have seen duffel bags. I have seen duffel bags involved in that racing. And the duffel bags were not stuffed with dirty laundry. No, they were not. These folks race serious. And if you've ever seen the no-time cars run here at South Georgia Motorsports Park, you know what I'm talking about. You know what time it is. I have talked to these people. I've interviewed them and done stories on them. I cannot name names or name real numbers. I can tell you there's zeros involved. And I can tell you I've seen this with my own eyes, but that's as far as I can bring it. And I refuse to sing it. It's not how it happens. All right. Nice pairing. Right lane, yeah. I see that pointing going on along the fence line, and I know what that's all about. Cool. All right, that concludes the no-time action. We're clearing all non-essential people off the line now. All non-essentials off the racing surface. All the ET bikes are coming out now. We have hundreds. I am not exaggerating. We have hundreds of ET bikes coming out here that will rule this racetrack for the next couple hours. And we're going to wade our way through it. We have Wiseco Racing Street ET, Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin, and MPS Pro ET. All three are in the lanes, and this is E1 for them. They are coming out. And it's about to get serious. Pro ET motorcycles, you can occupy lanes 3 and 4. There are so many bikes, we want to bring you all the way to the front. Pro ET motorcycles, you are welcome to fill up lane 4 as well. We've got Wiseco Racing Street ET in lane 1, and I'll bet that goes all the way back down into the pits. Lane 2, of course, is Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin. And MPS Pro ET, there are so many of you, please occupy lanes 3 and 4. And that sunset is breathtaking. Oh my. All right, the horde is upon us. And what a magnificent horde it is. Hundreds of drag bikes. I wish we had an aerial shot doing an aerial cam of the facility right now, and so that our friends across the pond could see this. We're filled to the max right now. I know the stands don't look terribly full. They were very full when Larry was running and the rest of the Top Fuel motorcycles, but our pits and my view from up here in the tower, it's just a sea of whalers and participants everywhere you look. The property is very heavily populated. Very heavily populated. Congratulations to all involved who have worked so hard to make this event what it is. We are on point, carrying this show very, very well, and we will continue to do so. Big thank you, Platinum Fleet Repair, Man Hill Garage, Fast by Gas, Schnitz Racing, Rob Bush Motorsports, Robinson Industries, John and Jay Morgan, MTC Engineering, Ventine Imaging, Robert Barla, Rick Perry Masonry, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, McKinney Motorsports. You all pooled your money together to hire Motor Mania TV to live stream broadcast this show, and that is happening. You put your money up so that our fans and support base from around the world could watch this. And from BST and the folks in South Africa all the way to the UK and Puma Engineering and the folks in Australia and Japan and Sweden. Mr. Pippi, wish you were here with a mic, my friend. All of our supporters all around the world, thank you so much. And thank you to the sponsors I just mentioned for the live stream. Thank you. All right, cool stuff happening out on the racetrack. I see Spencer Allen, the green man. Lamination Station is in the house. All right, we've been conferring and putting our heads together up here. We're all in agreement on this topic of discussion, so we're good to go. Ron Arnold, talk about headhunters. Left lane. Arnold making his way down the left side from Bowling Green, Kentucky on that 09 Suzuki. Oh, the headhunters we have here with us this weekend. They are all here. There's 5K on the line in Street ET, and there's 10K on the line in Pro ET, and everybody wants in on that. It's cake. Big cake. Royce Swartz, Douglas, Georgia, right lane. 11:06. Carrying on with the racing action. Don Horta in the left lane out of Bradenton, Florida. Look at that 001 reaction time for Don Horta. He is always deep in the light. Always. He is so tough to beat. Ken Kobe's really going to have his hands full chasing John Horta. Kobe has done well, but he is facing every headhunter in America at this event. All of them. They are here. And they are out for cake, baby. It's all about the cake. Chris Rolls, lift the Florida, rolls in the left lane. Boo Brown in the right. Street ET action in progress. All right, here's some interesting action coming your way. Very interesting action. Connor and Jim Smart. Wait till you see the next pair. You're going to get a glimpse of the future, whether you like it or not. Yes, you are. I would love to see you on that motor. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But right now, Eric Connor with an 1111 dial and a 1065 dial by Jim Smart. Red light start for Smart will automatically eliminate him from competition. Connor automatically takes the win. All that noise you're hearing in the burnout is from the motorcycle in the left lane. Ladies and gentlemen, the motorcycle in the right lane being piloted by Donnie Hoffman. That is an electric motorcycle. That is a new Harley-Davidson Livewire. It has already set a new record. It is silent. Any noise you hear is going to come from the left lane. That Harley-Davidson Livewire in the right lane. Wait till you see this thing. They can really, really go. He just cut a 1.0 light with it. Huffman, 8th mile, 7:31 at 96. On the big end, Huffman at the finish line, 11:55, 109 miles an hour. 109 miles an hour from that electric motorcycle. And he can turn around and drive that thing right back to the starting line right now and make another lap. No problem. No problem. Fast Andy Rawlings set a record on it with the AMRA last week. And it's just amazing what you're going to see. Someday you're going to see a bunch of electric drag bikes out there. Mark my word, you will see a class of electric motorcycles drag racing. You're going to see it. But in the meantime, we're going to have some fun with all these hooligans making a whole bunch of noise. All my extended family and friends, these crazy people out here having a good old time that have made this sport what it is. Just something about all these noisy folks. It's always fun. Always a party when you get them all together. The starters are waving away the person in the left lane. Our left foot is straddling the starting line. You cannot step forward of the starting line. Cannot do that. The starter is ejecting her from the racetrack, and I can certainly understand why. All right, radio's crackling. We're going to go back to racing now. The starter has moved these racers back up ahead. And here we go. Darryl Peelan, right lane, out of Milton, Florida. 077 reaction time. Goes 10-0 on a 7.9 on a 979 dial. Colin Nash, someone from his crew. Young lady was actually stepped forward of the starting line. So that was a no-go. Can't do that. Marie Dangerfield of Marietta, Georgia in the right lane. Freddie Barrio, left lane. Marie Dangerfield, 52 years old. 0.230 reaction time. She's boogieing down that right side. 12:66 at 106 miles an hour. Dennis Padilla, Miami, Florida, in the left lane on the 2017 Suzuki Hayabusa will now face Marshall Hutchinson Jr. of Columbus, Ohio. And Hutchinson stalls it. Something not right. Don't know why, but his motorcycle malfunctioned. Padilla will automatically take the win on that. As we move on to our next pair. Liska Racing Street ET bikes are rolling out of lane 1. Vance and Hines Race Shop motorcycle will come out of lane 2. And MPS Pro ET will be in lanes 3 and 4. Both lanes. All the way down around the corner. Lots of motorcycles. Crosby Blair in the right lane. Dialed a 960, went 969. Patrick Bond dialed an 1164 and went 1164 with a 5. That's tight. Well done. Cross going to have all of our races. You're all going to have your hands full out there against so many big guns here this weekend who can run a number. Got to keep everybody honest. Anybody who wins, you're earning it. All right, there's a green Silverado by Larry Spider-Man McBride's trailer. License plate 4PGB. That vehicle must be moved. Silverado 4PGB. It must be moved. Thank you. All you folks parked around Spider-Man. I see movement up there. That's a good thing. All right. Problems have a way of working themselves out. Thank you. You should be okay on that. All right, attention in the house if you're within earshot. If you find a cell phone, do the right thing. If you find a cell phone, especially if it's purple, please bring it up to the tower, do the right thing, and we'll help get it back to the owner, all right? You know what a panic it is to lose a phone, so if you find one, please help us do the right thing and get it back to the owner. Thank you. All right. Moving on with the program. Dusty Brazel, local racer, very talented, left lane on his super sport bike. Gixxer 600. Brazel dials 1080 and goes 1071. At 125, it was a double breakout on that. Aerial cross, 008 reaction time. Great reaction. Dude. Beautiful run. Dials 997, goes 982 with a 4. Still pretty tight numbers. All right, all the motorcycles are clicking and ticking out there. Everything's falling right into place. Ronnie Trainham and Steve Usher just went at it. I'm clearing my board to get ready for the next pair. Chuck Woolham of Reddick, Florida, with a 2014 Yamaha is in the right lane. As we get our next pair up here ready to go. And we got another pair in the water. In order to move this program, ET racers, when you put your bike in the water for the burnout, as soon as you see the tree activated and start to come down, start your burnout. Please do not wait for the first pair to leave the starting line. You're holding up the whole show. When you do this times a couple of hundred motorcycles, it holds everybody up. If you want to move this show along with a purpose, and we all do, because we're going to be here for a long time, you need to start your burnout as soon as that tree starts to come down. First amber light gets lit, pop the clutch, hit the throttle. Or hit the throttle and pop the clutch, whichever you prefer. But make it happen. As soon as you see that tree go, you go with your burnout. All right, we are starting to get down there with the Liska Racing Street ET bikes. So our Vance and Hines Race Shop motorcycles are not that far away. And Jacob Green is getting ready to take over here. Mr. Jacob, have some fun.
I'll try to at least. Joey Stevens goes 29 red to give the wind lights to the strange lane. Pablo Gonzalez from Carolina, Puerto Rico looking for an 895. Landon Noble, Summit Racing side. Zachary, Louisiana looking for a 930. The 08 Busa. 78 red. Pablo Gonzalez going to take the automatic winners down there. 57 for Pablo. Goes 897.6 on the 895. 26 above, 57 light. Landon Noble gets down there, takes 161 stripe. Duffy Freeman looking for a 957 Summit Racing side. 07 Kawasaki ZX14. On the strange lane, it's Terry T-Bone Singleton from Carrollton, Georgia, the 2017 Suzuki Hayabusa looking for a 960. You'll hardly see the difference. 300ths difference between these guys. Racers are separated by 0.75. With the advantage going to Duffy Freeman down there, but he gives up the stripe. 990 with a 9, 143.73 on the 960. A 190 reaction time. Taking it easy out there. Terry Singleton going to see that and say, holy crap. Mantez Thompson, senior strange side, 995 the dial in. Heads up race over here with Chauncey McKibben, also after the 995. McKibben on an 02 Busa. Mantez Thompson, senior, on a newer Gixxer. Chauncey McKibben, reaction time 284. Mantez Thompson, 019 red, goes 992.5 on the 995. Chauncey McKibben got the wind lights on. Steve Hogue from Ellington, Florida, the 983 dial-in, 06 Suzuki Hayabusa Summit Racing side. Strange lane is David Roman from Cape Coral, Florida. The Kawasaki ZX-10R looking for a 910. 7,300ths between the guys. That's the difference we'll see on the Christmas tree. Oh, man. David Roman squeezing the bottle, trying to get around him. You know what? He's out first round, 991 on the 983, 195 stripe for Steve Hogg. 038 light to David Roman's 191. How about a 155 advantage off the start? Ouch. Super comp numbers on the board. We got Spencer Claycomb, Summit Racing side. The 28-year-old Amish outlaw from Rockford, Tennessee. The 2011 Busa Summit Racing side. On the strange lane is Jackson White from Douglas, Georgia, the 2013 ZX14. 10 red for Claycomb, 93 red for Jackson White. Spencer going to go ahead and make the pass down there. 891 to 146.93, 10 to the bad side. Jackson White comes out first and pulls Spencer with him. Up next comes Barry Purnell. He's going to be looking for a 920 dial in. The 2003 Kawasaki ZX9. You don't see much of those left on the street. Chris Doty from Croton, Ohio. The 2011 Kawasaki ZX10 looking for an 848. Strange lane. Chris Doty goes 027 red, didn't even need to press the tree, should have been looking at Barry. A 172 reaction time. 914, 147.92 on the 920. Shows you how much he's carrying down there. 855, 158 miles an hour. And when I say carrying, I mean exactly that. Barry Purnell carrying about 60 numbers there. And when you're carrying numbers, you got some time to go down there and look at the stripe and say, yeah, well, I don't think he's going to be here. All right. That is it for Wiseco Pistons Street ET round number 1. Here we go into Vincent Hines V-Twin ET. Up first on the 2001 116 cubic inch Harley Davidson is Dead Bear Machini, strange side of the track, looking for an 1188. Summit Racing side is Joe Galati from Painesville, Ohio. The 2006 Harley Dyna Wide Glide. Dead Bear Machini using every bit of that tire to get it warmed up. 3,300 separating the guys on the tree. Machini after the 1188, but Joe Galati after the 1155. Vance and Hines V20T, first pair coming at you. Razors are separated by 2.2 tenths of a second. Machini on the double breakout, 1184 on the 1188, 058 light. Joe Galati trying to get past him in time, does not take the stripe. 1145 on the 1155, a 378 reaction time. All right, up next, Summit Racing side. Not sure who we got over there. 1149 is the dial in. On the strange lane after an 1130, we have Chris Fast Lane Raziel. Harley Davidson V-Rod Destroyer. Factory drag bike built by Harley Davidson for a while. Racers separated by 029 on the starting line. Advantage going to the strange side. That'll be the win down there. 1135 on the 1130, 042 light to Summit Racing's 073, 1185 on the 1149. Spencer Allen, Cape Coral, Florida native. 2016 Aprilia Dorsoduro, 750cc V-twin. 1205 the dial in there. Summit Racing side, you can't miss him with those bright green leathers. Strange side of the track, it's Ronnie Harris, the 2003 Harley-Davidson Sportster 1200 from Harahan, Louisiana. 1148 the dial in. Racers separated by 0.27. With the reaction time advantage in Spencer Allen's lap, it's 12:17. Margin of victory is 13/10,000ths of a second, 0.0013. 12:17 on the 12:05. That tells me Spencer Allen was down there giving up stripe, throwing taters out of the lap. 11:58 on the 11:48. Ronnie Harris runs 10 numbers off. Don Horta, Summit Racing side. Looking for a 14:03. Strange side is Ken Kobe from Austintown, Ohio. The 2008 Biketown Harley-Davidson Sharper. Racers are separated by 004. 51 for Ken Kobe, 55 for Don Horta. Be a tight race down there on a finish line. Give it to Ken Kobe. Don Horta just can't pull the number out. 1283 on the 1282, 051 light to Don Horta's 055. 1413 on the 1403, 100 numbers off his dial in. Margin of victory says so. Tate Horta, Summit Racing side, the 1999 Marauder from Suzuki. 17-year-old from Bradenton, Florida, looking for a 14-second lap. John Ard on the Strange Lane, Indianapolis, Indiana. The 2015 Honda CTX 700. Racers are separated by almost a full 10th. Two of the slowest bikes on the property, and they're separated by a 10th. This will be an interesting one. Give it to John Ard. We called that one up here, 1557 on the 1542, 018 light for John Ard. Tate Horta was 116 on the light, runs 1416, 88 miles an hour. Oh, that CTX 700, by the way, automatic transmission, twist the throttle and go. Love it. Donnie Huffman, Lakeland, Florida native. 2005 quad cam V-Rod. Looking for a 958 Summit Racing side. Donnie Huffman shaking his head, 010 red. Barry Pryor from Chesapeake, Virginia goes 023. Automatic wind lights, looking for an 1192 on the scoreboards. How about a 1220? 107.66 miles an hour. Donnie Huffman posts a nice number down there. 959.2 on the 958, 134.73. Here's Crosby Blair from Georgetown, Tennessee, 60 years old. Aboard a Harley Davidson, he says. Strange Lane is Freddie Barriero from Miami, Florida, the 2011 Yamaha V-Star, looking for a 1258. Crosby's going to have to sit there for 3 seconds. Crosby's backing it up. Don't like something about the bike. Crosby Blair getting down there, 969 on the 965, 137.55 miles an hour. Freddie pushing the bike back. There's something going on with it. Waiting on our timing system to time out here so we can get Vance Howdyshell in. The 2008 Buell EBR 1190RX. Bradley Grothus, how we doing? We're on this side of the soil and we're at a racetrack. That's the way I see it. Howdyshell looking for a 10-10 on the dial-ins down there. Make a wish. 42 light, 633 half, 108.92. Howdyshell goes 10:03, 129.73. If I had $1 for every time that motorcycle's made a pass down the racetrack, I'd have a pretty decent retirement fund. a good majority of the mileage on that motorcycle is indeed from the racetrack. I can say that much. Okay, Vance and Hines V20 ET is a wrap. Here we go into one of the toughest, roughest, most insane, tight bracket racing classes in the world. MPS Pro ET. Now you hear Pro ET at the racetrack, you think, oh, well, you know, there's guys out there, just, you know, amateur racers. They're anything but. There's guys that have been here that have gone all the way to the top. John Markham being one of them. Won the Sportsman Motorcycle Championship. Moving into MPS Pro ET. From Atwater, Ohio, on the strange lane will be Tom Hann, 57-year-old aboard a 2014 Kawasaki ZX-14. He's dialing at 8:57. Tony Johnson from Dothan, Alabama, the 2005 Suzuki GSXR 1000. Looking for the Street Fighter numbers, 950 the dial in. Afternoon to you, Greg. Good to see you. Hey, a package finally showed up for you. You remember that t-shirt you got from Pro Things? We found it here at SGMP. A year later. Hey, at least we got it. Oh, man. Oh, 74, the difference on the tree. Tony Johnson gets out there and pushes himself out the back door. 930 and the 950 trying to hog the stripe. Yeah, he was hogging that stripe. 18 light from Tom Hann runs 858.5 on the 857. Good looking 33 pack down there. Dustin Lee from Morristown, Tennessee, the 08 Hayabusa. Hey, that rhymes. Summit Racing side looking for an 880. Mike Neerhoof. On the strange lane is from Youngstown, New York, the 1986 Kawasaki. After the Super Comp number, 890. Here's what a 10th looks like on the Christmas tree. Does a little dance. Mike Neerhoof pulls Dustin Lee out. 019 red for Dustin Lee. Very uncharacteristic. 881.8 for Dustin Lee. Look at Mike Neerhoof. 052 light, 893 with a 145.41. Up next, Bill Johnson on the Summit side, the 1980 Kawasaki. 874 the dial in. Strange lane is Perry Baugh from Bedford, Ohio. The 99 Busa looking for an 879. Racers are going to be separated by double O. Actually, 050 on the tree. 050. Yes, really. It just found its way up here. Racers are separated by double 09 off the Christmas tree. Both of them are dead flipping late, though. Give the win to Bill Johnson. 875.0 on the 874. 091 light. Gonna say, man, he got lucky on that. 873.5 on the 879. Perry Paw down there hogging the stripe. A 100 reaction time. Mike Scott from Crowley, Texas, looking for a 916 in the Kawasaki Summit Racing side. Strange Lane, Starsky Corum looking for an 895 aboard the 2017 Busa. Mike Scott had the box too tight. 005 red. Starsky Corum, 215 to the green side. Mike Scott going to shoot himself in the foot after seeing that one. 891, 349.48 for Starsky Corum running it out the back. Saw that red light from him. Steve Whitekemper, Sleepy Stevie, how you doing, man? Good to see you in here. Bob Foster, Summit Racing side, and yes, you see that right. On the 08 Kawasaki, looking for a 750. Jeff Goffrey, Strange side from Bettleton, Virginia, says he's old on the tech card. 2007 Busa is what he's riding, looking for an 805. Jeffrey rolls out. Bob Foster, automatic win. That's it. That's the race. Took the trio. Reaction time is posted. Timing system's active. Bob Foster getting down there. 123 through the half. Runs 164.51. Up next is Calvin Mason, Summit Racing side from Chickasaw, Alabama. The 1990 Kawasaki, looking for an 892. Good looking old school bike. You don't see them built like that anymore. On the Strange side, it's just the man we like to call Peanut from Chinchula, Alabama. Looking for an 860. Good looking old school Kawasaki. Just getting everybody staged up. Also, everyone watching at home, all 515 of you, welcome to South Georgia Motorsports Park. Also, everybody out here at the track, putting on the blankets. Oh, man. Calvin Mason goes red by 001. 1 thou red for Calvin Mason. He's going to hurt himself after that one. Kick himself in the rear a couple times. 864 on the 860 from Peanut. Runs a 111 light. Happened to slip the pillow and sleeping bag in with him. Summit Racing side is Nick Christmas from Youngstown, Ohio. The 2003 Suzuki GSXR 1000, looking for a 945. James Hinson from Orlando, the 07 ZX14, looking for an 871 Strange side. Racers are separated by 170. 168 actually, 951 and the 945, taking the stripe by a whole bunch for Nick. 52 like the James Hinson's 220. Cost him the race right there, 874, 151 miles an hour. Here's Dana Delk from Raynell, South Carolina. 1,155 cubic centimeters of power in the frame rails, looking for a 1020. Summit Racing side. Strange Land is one of the Midwest racers I recognize, is Robert Zaveski from Raymond, Nebraska. 65 years old on a Kawasaki. His dial in, looking for an 875. Very prevalent Midwest racer. Tough customer if you wind up next to him. Let's see what Robert and Dana have to lay down here. Oh, man. Racers are separated by 070. But it's Dana Delk that's way late, a 310 reaction time. Yeah, that spells the end of that one. 1078 on the 1020. Saw Robert Zaveski getting ready to come around and say, yeah, I might as well just live. Zaveski runs 897, 132 miles an hour, hugging the center stripe all the way down. A 240 reaction time turns on the wind lights. Chuck Curlis from Pelham, Georgia. Kawasaki power in the fray rails. 968 the dial in, Summit Racing side. On the Strange Lane is Ron Raymond. 8:35 the dial in on the 2014 Kawasaki. Racers separated by 0:38. Man, 8:38.6 on the 8:35, 0:73 light for Ron Raymond being behind at the starting line. Chuck Curlis getting down there and hogging the stripe and regretting it. Takes the stripe by a whole bunch. 0:87, 966.7 on the 968. Had to take around 50 or less. Summit Racing side after an 8:73. Strange Lane is after a 9:63. Nothing on file for these boys. Racers separated by 31 at the line. Hand it over to the Strange Lane. 17 light, 969 on the 963. Summit Racing Lane goes 48 on the light, 884 on the 873. Again, nothing on file for these racers either. Actually, here we go. Carlo Testa, Strange Side from Akron, Ohio. The Testa Racing Engine Suzuki Hayabusa looking for the Super Comp number. Summit Racing Side is Bruce Sampson, a prevalent top gas racer looking for an 812 on the 80 Kawasaki. Racers are separated by 009. We got ourselves a bracket race here. Looks like Bruce Sampson's going to get there by 54.10 thou. 812 with a 9 on an 812 for a 27 pack. 890 with a 5 on the 890, but Carlo Testa behind on the reaction time. Man, that was a tight race. Decided on the Christmas tree. Up next will be Jesse Baker on the Summit Racing side. 8:35 the dial in. All the way from Newton Falls, Ohio, the 2000 Kawasaki body. Strange Lane will be Ricky Jones. Looking for an 810. Gorgeous old small tire Kawasaki. Couple of boys with KZ power in the frame rails. $9.10 the dial in for Ricky Jones. That's more like it. I'm just looking at the bike. I'm like, they're expecting an 8.10 out of that thing? Hoo-wee! I know this racetrack's quick, but man. MPS Pro ET still. There are a ton of these guys. Dan Rudd coming up next. In one of these passes, Mr. MPS himself. Jesse Baker first to roll in there. Ricky Jones following. Here comes the stage up. Lights are coming down. Whoa! We know who's going home here. Did you see that? Yeah, that was obvious. 9:08 on the 910, a 6:28 reaction time. The light turned green and he stood there. 870 with a 3 on the 835. Got down there and just dumped the throttle. Yeah, Jesse Baker just sat there. Rhea Smith, Summit Racing side, 890 the dial in. 2013 Kawasaki ZX14. On the Strange Lane is Mike Lakoski looking for an 878 from Fleming Island, the 1983 Suzuki. Mike Lakowski is 16 red. Rhea Smith 84 green. Automatic win for Rhea Smith, 912 on the 890. Mike Lakowski goes 885 on the 878. 16 red. Blair Field from Denver, North Carolina. Summit Racing side looking for a 910. Strange Lane is looking for an 824. Old school Suzuki power there. All right, concessions are in the final minutes. If you want something to eat, head on over there now. Summit Racing Lane goes 35 red. Blair Field 35 red. Strange Lane is 008 green, runs 823.0 on the 824. Summit Racing side is Dan Rudd. 2005 Suzuki Hayabusa. Looking for an 896. Damian Solis from Hudson, Florida. The 2003 Busa looking for an 895. But let me tell you, Dan Rudd better be looking back. Looks like he's looking there, 898 with a 6, 146 miles an hour. 019 reaction time. Man, that was good. All right, real quick, we're going to make sure this motorcycle is off of the racetrack before we do anything else. All right, up next we have Stephen Knight from Wake Forest, North Carolina, Summit Racing side. 35-year-old on a 2013 Busa looking for an 850. Strange side is David Fletcher from Plant City, Florida, the 1980 Kawasaki Z1R. Looking for a 992. Very popular and proven combination that Fletcher is on. It's a fairly small motor. Somewhere between 1100 and 1200 cc's. A lot of these guys actually run 1075s when they're running 990s. David Fletcher chops the tree and gets into Stephen Knight's head. 19 green to Stephen Knight's 187 red. Tried to chop it down and didn't make it work. 1001 on the 992. 849 on the 850, 001 under for Stephen Knight. Obviously a very consistent machine. Tyler Lowe, the 1980 Kawasaki. Looks like we've got some issues. There's a crew member scrambling for something. Looks like they're concerned about one of the spark plug wires, quite possibly. Hope that crew member is being careful out there. Man, that thing will come out of there and bite you. I've been hit by one of those coils before. It's no fun. 892 the dial in Summit Racing side. Strange Lane looking for an 875. Racers separated by 008. Give it to Tyler Lowe. 896.1 on the 892. 008 reaction time. Yeah, buddy. All that scrambling and still cut a light under pressure. Barry Ferrora looking for a 790 over here on the Hayabusa Summit Racing side. Marty White Grove City, Ohio, the 1994 Suzuki Katana, looking for an 863. Man, that thing is quick. Look at the speed out of the Katana. 161.25. Oh my gosh. I've never seen a Katana really move fast because they're all kind of running into the ground, but man, that thing is quick. 161.25, that's very respectable out of a Katana. Ricardo Marte from Orlando looking for a 935 Summit side. Dwayne Leachman, Strange side, looking for an 890. Racers separated by 0.25 here. Ricardo Marte gets down there, gives up the stripe. 905 on the 890 for Dwayne Leachman. 040 light, not to his advantage. 15 light for Ricardo Marte. 969, 138, shutting it off. Chuck Curlis from Pellin, Georgia. GS power in the frame rails, 965 to the dial in. Strange side from Murfreesboro, Tennessee is Don Chavot. The 06 Busa, looking for a 940. Whoa! Chuck Curlis did not react to that tree at all. Part of that, or he had a bunch of numbers in the box. A 5.24 reaction time. The Don Chavot's 066. 954 on the 940, 129.58. Dick Neerhoof from Wheatfield, New York, the 1990 Kawasaki. 971 the dial in. Summit Racing side. Gary Russell is on the strange lead from Inglewood, Florida, the 2004 Kawasaki. 1,500 cubic centimeters in the frame rails. 888 the dial in. Racers are separated by 037. 899.2 on the 888 at 015 reaction time. Neerhoof goes 983 on the 971, 052 light. Craig Adams, Brunswick, Ohio native, 819 the dial in, strange lane. Not sure who we have Summit Racing side, but we'll figure that out much before tomorrow. Racers are separated by, 066. 899.4 on the 893. Craig Adams gets down there and breaks out by a whole bunch. Takes a stripe by 95.10 thou. Still not enough room down there to win the race. 817 on the 819, a 111 reaction time. Here's John Carter on the 822 dial in from South Carolina Summit Racing side. Ronnie Woodall Sr. is on the strange lane from Pleasant View, Tennessee. The good-looking 1978 Kawasaki, looking for a 909. Racers separated by 9 thou on the tree. About an 829.7 on the 822, 051 light for John Carter. Stripe down there is 21 thou. 909 for 917 out back, 141 miles an hour for Ronnie Woodall. Here's Juan George from Kissimmee, Florida, the 2014 Busa, looking for an 885 Summit side. Gladys Loney from Dalzell, South Carolina, the 923 dial in. Looks like a nice old Kawasaki ZX11 body on it. Good looking car tire chassis. Gonna pick it up, kind of adjust it a little bit, make sure everything's good. Whoa! Gladys Loney double steps the button. Bad way to go out. 499 red. Juan George got the win lights on. 892 on the 885. 053 light. Didn't even flinch. Wardell Pinkney from Sterling, Virginia. The 05 Kawasaki ZX-10. Looking for a 966 summit side. Guillermo Roman. Should say Guillermo. That's it. 2008 Honda CBR 1000 over there from Cape Coral, Florida, looking for a 940. Guillermo says, oh, hey, that light's green. 60 light for Pinkney. He's got this one in the bag. 984 and the 966. Being smart, getting up there and standing up and shutting it off. 84 on the 66, 115 miles an hour. Tom Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa, the 1973 Cal. Good looking old bike. 864 the dial in, Summit Racing side. On the strange lane is Dennis Padilla from Miami, Florida, the 2017 Hayabusa. Looking for a 920. Tom Clemmy goes 005 red. Padilla 49 green and comfy with the wind lights on. 921 on the 920. Runs 14 above, 49 on the tree. Here's Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa. 89 Suzuki looking for an 874 summit side. David Roman, Cape Coral, Florida native. Kawasaki ZX-10 looking for a 920. Racers separated by 063 on the tree. Give it to Joe Clemmy, 33 on the tree. Goes 883, 2 on the 874. Going 92 above. Actually, I correct myself here, 98 above. Mike Perry from Venice, Florida, 866 the dial on the 1975 KZ900. Another good-looking bike. Summit Racing side, 866 the dial. Dusty Brazel, 890 the dial on the strange lane. The 08 ZX14 making the trip right now. Separated by 60 and change. 873.5, 146.81 on Mike Perry, 866 the dial. 896.8 on the 890 83 light for Brazel. Alexis Baker from Berrien Springs, Michigan, 21-year-old. Summit Racing side looking for an 868. Strange lane is Joey Brandgard from Northfield, Ohio, looking for an 830 on the 2020 Busa, powered by Testa Racing engines. Racers are separated by a little bit, not a whole lot. 21 light, but it's a double breakout. 827.9 on the 830. Going 21 under for Joey Brandgard. Alexis Baker goes 36 under. Takes the stripe by 19. 008 on the light. Derry Pelican, Milter, Florida native, after an 892 Summit Racing side. Corey Washington on the strange lane from Palm City looking for an 890. 27 the difference on the tree. 891.4 on the 890. 14 above, 48 on the tree for Corey Washington. 570 at the half, 123. Brian Dale on the Summit Racing side, 890 the dial in. Second gen Busa Summit side. On the strange lane is Seth Buccieri from Loxahatchee, Florida, the 07 Busa. Looking for an 818. Brian Dale, a tough customer. The dude's bracket racing just about every weekend. Racers are separated by 124. Brian Dale gets down there, takes the stripe by 27.10 thou for 897.8 on the 890. 030 light. Seth Buccieri runs 8:13, 174 miles an hour, trying to get around him, saying, oh man, I knew I was late. Oh, I'm just going to chase him down in the back half. Not happening. Wally Davis from Bristow, Virginia, the 05 ZX10 Strange Lane, looking for a 921. Summit Racing side is a good-looking Kawasaki ZX14, looking for an 867. And yeah, Tom Fleming going to need a hug after that one. That hurt. Racers separated by 31. Summit Racing side just going to throw it in. 935, 135 miles an hour for Wally Davis. Trevor Schnitz, the 16-year-old from Decatur, Indiana. 2018 Suzuki GSXR 1000, looking for an 820, taking on a tough top gas customer, Barry Pryor Sr. from Chesapeake, Virginia. Summit Racing side. Trevor Schnitz goes 27 red, 818.9, 161.17. Barry Pryor Sr. with the automatic wind lights, a 109 reaction time. Trevor didn't even have to press. 827.2, 152.30. Austin Bridge from Bealton, Virginia, looking for an 872 Summit Racing side, the 2012 ZX14. Strange side, a tough customer. 820 the dial in for Ralph Medrano Jr. from Davie, Florida, the 2019 Gixxer 1000 body. GS power in the frame rails. And watch Ralph, he'll come around with 170 miles an hour in the bag. Little staging duel. Nobody wants to go in. Bridge finally goes in. Medrano follows. 13 red for Ralph. Austin Bridge goes 14 green. 877.9 on the 872. Going 59 above. Medrano goes 5 above, 8.205. Look at his speed, 173.41. Almost 30 miles an hour in the bag on Austin Bridge. That would have been hard to judge for him. Robin Procopio from Wake Forest, North Carolina. Summit Racing side, 806 her dial in. Thomas the Turtle Cole, Strange side, 880 the dial in. From Davenport, Iowa. Racers are separated by 014 down there. Robin Procopio coming around on a charge. Here it is, 809.6, 159.21 on the 806, going 36 above, 32 on the tree. For 69 pack. Eric Birchfield from Seville, Ohio, 54 years old on the Hayabusa. McDaniel Racing over here, Summit side, looking for an 860. Oh man, racers separated by a tenth and then some. 118 light for Birchfield, 017 on the Summit side, give it over there. 867 on the 860. 76 numbers above, 17 light. Doug Fisher, Summit Racing side, 931 from Berrien Springs. Strange lane is Shane Epperjesse looking for an 820. Brand new growth is drag bikes piece, 1500 cc's of Kawasaki power in the frame rails. Very proven bullet there. Racers are separated by 008. Here comes Epperjesse around him. 8:16.3, 158.95 after the gearing change. About a 940, 140 miles an hour for Doug Fisher. 21 on the tree. Goes quite a few above. Shane Epperjesse, 8:16.3 on the 820. He's 46 under 13 on the light. Mark Rowland looking for a 10-second lap out of the 88 Suzuki Summit Racing side. Candy Hagedorn, 885 the dial in. The gorgeous old Suzuki GS power. Strange side of the racetrack. Ripsters separated by 26 on the tree. Candy Hagedorn has some problems down there. 10:33 on the 10-second run. 10-second dial in for Mark Rowland. I'm gonna let him roll and get off the track there. Up next is Pete Hubbard from Olive Branch, Mississippi. 888 the dial in Summit Racing side. Roy Hagedorn is on the strange lane. 875 the dial in over there. Racers separated by 003. Neck and neck through the 8th mile. Oh man, 88-10 Thal victory. 876.7 on the 875, 17 above 37 light for Roy Hagedorn. Pete Hubbard, 890 with an 8 on the 888, goes 28 above 34 on the light. 62 pack doesn't do it. Here's Ryan Schnitz from Decatur, Indiana. Watch his speed, by the way. Dale Cranford gonna leave first on the 9-second dial in by 0.8 of a second from Orlando, Florida. Watch how hard of a charge Ryan Schnitz puts on in the back half here. Racers separated by 0.49. Watch Ryan here out back. Oh man, give it to Ryan Schnitz, 823 at 154 miles an hour. Gets down there and rolls off the throttle. Because he was ahead of Dale Cranford on the tree by 0.49. 935 on the 9.0. Man, runs 358 numbers off. Tyler Fisher from Buchanan, Michigan. Yep. 908 the dial in, Summit Racing side. Back half to Busa down there. Shane Cunningham on the strange lane, the 2013 ZX14, looking for an 830. Racers separated by 007. Advantage going to Tyler Fisher. 825 on the 830. 45 numbers under for Shane Cunningham. Tyler Fisher rolls out, goes 913, 144 miles an hour, says, "Here, bud, you can have it. I know you're fast." Ann Richter from Palm Harbor, Florida, 940 the dial in, Summit Racing side. Dennis Stewart on the strange lane from St. Pete, 1978 Kawasaki Z1R, looking for a 903. Racers are separated by 0.23. At the clocks, oh man, by 22-10 thou, it's Dennis Stewart. 906.2 on the 903. Going 32 above, 030 on the tree for a 62 pack. 45.7, 007 for Ann Richter for a 64 pack. Summit Racing side is Don Richter. Palm Harbor, Florida, the 1980 Cow, looking for a 902. 820 the dial in. Summit Strange side of the racetrack. My fault. Strange side of the track after an 820 there. Oh, man. Racers separated by 078. Hand the advantage to Don Richter down there. But gets down there, breaks out. 4 numbers under for Don Richter. He's going to be shooting himself in the foot on that one. 5 above for the Strange Lane. 79 light for an 84 pack. 162.37. The margin of victory, 9 thousandths of a second. John Markham from Bowling Green, Kentucky. This is his strongest point right here. If you line up next to John Markham, you better be on your A game. Ted Harvey, Chardon, Ohio, looking for a 905. Oh, yeah. Markham's holding 2/10 and change. 904.4 on the 905 for Ted Harvey, trying to drive around him. John Markham still gets there first. 889 on the 881. Being smart down there and rolling off the throttle. Willie Hebert Jr. from Louisiana, the 1990 Suzuki, looking for a 983 Summit Racing side. Marshall Hutchinson. That don't sound good. He's running on 3 holes. He's waving. That's the funniest thing I've seen all night. Just the bike, he's going down there saying, "Hey, everybody!" Oh my God! Oh man, that was good. Boo Brown, Summit Racing side, after I scrape myself up here. Potence Falls, Virginia, looking for an 813, the 2020 Hayabusa. Summit Racing side. Ronnie Harris, Harahan, Louisiana native, 1154 the Strange Lane. We're holding up to check something out real quick. The 2003 Harley-Davidson Sportster 1200. Boo Brown, 12 green. Ronnie Harris, 14 red. Boo Brown goes 8:21.9, 158.04. Good looking 12 reaction time. John Loney from Dalzell, South Carolina, 8:45 the dial in, Summit Racing side. Good looking 83 Kawasaki, says it's a GPZ body. Strange Lane from Puerto Rico, Carolina, Puerto Rico. Specifically is Pablo Gonzalez looking for a 936, the first gen Busa. Racers separated by 45 down there. John Loney taking the short end of the stick there by 16.10 thou. It's Pablo Gonzalez, 939.2 on the 936. Goes 32 above, 15 light for a 47 pack. Harvey Hubbard from Sedley, Virginia, looking for an 8-second run. Mantez Thompson to the tower, please. Mantez Thompson to the tower, please. All right, looks like we're almost to the end of MPS Pro ET. Man, How about that? 75 light on the Summit Racing side. 875.2 on the 890. 8 took the tree. Harvey Hubbard, that was smart. That's a round win. Mantez Thompson, we need you to the tower, please. Mantez Thompson. Tommy Guzin from Missouri, Ohio. 1,428 cubic centimeters of Kawasaki power in the frame rails there. 890 is what he's after. Tommy Guzin had the best reaction time following third round of testing. So there it is, 892.9 on the 890, 29 above, 98 on the tree. Not going to be too terribly happy with that one. But you know what? I think we've got some grudge action forming in the lanes. Maybe we'll see those time clocks shut off here in a second. What about my spectators out there? You guys staying warm? Seems like a fairly nice night for South Georgia. Ought to be a good one. But once again, I need Mantez Thompson to the tower, please. Well, we've got a quiet moment. Let's talk a little bit about turnout. Wiseco Street Fighter to start with. 33 bikes made a qualifying effort before third round. The top 5 motorcycles are separated by 18 thou. Nicholas Noble securing that $300 number 1 qualifier bonus from Bill Robinson. 002 off the dial, 9.502, 144.69 the number 1. It was an all-out battle between Tom Lagasse, John Markham, and Nicholas Noble for that number 1. John had it for a long time. I mean, he had it first round, off the trailer, boom, 9.508. Then Tom Lagasse comes up third round, 9.506. And Nick Noble, the pass right behind Tom Lagasse, 9.502. Yeah, baby. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Jim Martin laying down a nice 731 at 169.47. APE Pro Street, Frankie Stantz, your current number 1, 677 at 198 miles an hour. Shinko WPS Real Street, Spencer Claycomb, current number 1, a nice 7.604, 189.34. Then we get into JE Pistons Pro Mod. Get a load of this. Ashley Owens, 3.974. 176.53. Paul Gast before that going 398.6. Chris Garner Jones following third, 4.002. Travis Davis following suit there, 4.063. And Richard Gadsden also 4.063. Ah, yes, Top Fuel Motorcycle. Larry the Spider-Man McBride, a shocker, 5.704, 260.26. Ricky Gadsden and Chris Bostic making a lap right now. Bostic gonna get there first. Got no idea what he ran. Clocks are off and out of respect. Robert Tolt, Pro Stock. Matt and Angie Smith, 1 and 2. 675.6, 200.62 for Matt Smith. Angie Smith goes 681.3, 199.55. Joey Gladstone, good to see you back at Man Cup, buddy. 682, 197. We have Flying Ryan following number 4. 691 at 194. And then John Hall, number 5, 693, 194.80. After that, we go to Star Racing Top Gas. This is where we get into turnout numbers, okay? 42 motorcycles made a qualifying effort before round 3. Number 1 qualifier and securing that $300 bonus from Bill Robinson of Robinson Industries is Ralph Medrano Jr. 8.201, 174.21. Here's one for you. Down to number 10, the field is separated by 013. Down to number 20, the field is separated by 051. Down to number 30, the field is separated by 092. This were a 16-bike field. Brett Blue currently holds that position. 824.3 would be the bump. Man, you guys are not messing around. Oh, top speed. Here's something to mention. Ryan Schnitz, 181.30. Wow. In top gas. Which I see guys in here running 145, 139, 143. These guys line up to Ryan Schnitz. They're in trouble when it comes to judging that stripe. My question is, how do you even do that? That's my question. Here we go in MTC Super Comp. The top 10 are separated by 011. Rodney McFarland from Pensacola, Florida, your number 1 and securing the $300 bonus from Robinson Industries. 890 with a 0, 153.75. When you go down to number 16, if 16 was the bump, 891.8. Man, if 32 was the bump, 894.3 would be the bump. All right, with the grudge action, well, that is a wrap for the night. Wow. We were cranking these bikes through here. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all of our sponsors here at the Manufacturers Cup, thank you for coming. Please come back tomorrow. Same schedule tomorrow, 9 a.m. We kick the madness off. Street ET, be ready to go at 9 a.m. B-Twin ET and Pro ET are then to follow. Opening ceremonies are hoping to be around 10:30. And then we kick things off with Top Fuel precisely at 11. Same run order we've had all week. Sportsman will be to follow there, Pro E2, so on, so on, so on. You guys get it. Please be safe. Don't party too hard tonight. That goes for you guys at home too. I'm not giving you guys any breaks. So, Motor Mania TV would like to thank Ralph Navarro from Platinum Fleet Repair, Man Hill Garage, Fast by Gas, Snitch Racing, Rob Bush Motorsports, Robinson Industries, J&E Automotive, John and Dea Morgan, MTC Engineering, Van Tyne Imaging, Robert Varela, Rick Perry Masonry, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, and McKinney Motorsports. Thanks to those guys for bringing the race home, especially during this strange time that we don't know what in the hell is going on. Also, whoever wants to eat, concessions is still open. Plenty of food. Plenty of food down there. And on behalf of all of our sponsors here at the Manufacturers Cup, thanks a whole bunch. Please stop down on the Manufacturers Midway and check them out tonight. But please be safe, people. Please be safe. We still have a race to conduct tomorrow. Until then, we'll see you bright and early. Be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I hope you guys are ready to go bracket racing.